Good morning, everyone. If you haven't looked outside yet, we got some fresh snow overnight, and that will continue throughout most of the day today. This is a live look right outside the 9 News studios where you can see it is still snowing.
And now taking a look at Fort Collins this morning, low visibility there as well. And for any reason you have to be outside today, make sure you give yourself some extra time. For the most part, though, many of you are going to be staying home because we have more than 300 closures and delays already being reported at this hour. We have that full list for you posted on 9news.com. Thanks so much for waking up with us. Corey and Jordan here with you on this snowy Wednesday morning.
Yes, good morning. A lot of schools are out today. Most of the major ones, a lot of businesses are, delayed as well. Again, those are scrolling at the bottom of your screen. We have them posted on our website at 9news.com. Our team has you covered all day long, keeping you up to date on the conditions on air and on 9 News Plus. But we do want to start with Ed Green, who's now joining us from the 9 News backyard, and the umbrella is out.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it, but it is very light snow, but really coming down back here. And you can see we've had about 5 inches of snow in the backyard. We were probably looking for more like 6 or 7 inches. Little dry air moved into this storm, and that's kind of held off on the snow just a little bit. So let's go outside and take a look at what we've got going on. And you can see all that hazy, foggy look. That's the light snow we've got going on, and it's 24 degrees at this hour, 96% humidity. You can see we have that system right in the middle of the country, and you can see that dry air working its way right up there along the eastern plains, and that's what's diminishing the snow, especially farther east. Along the Front Range and out in the northeast, we'll see the snow, and it'll be off and on today till about the evening rush hour, and then it clears out. But as we look on into tomorrow, we have another chance for some clouds moving in, and it'll look off to the west. That's our next system coming our way. So it continues with the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning. That goes until 5 o'clock. They haven't called those off yet. 30 degrees is what we'll see today with snow and blowing snow, especially out on the eastern plains. Mostly cloudy tomorrow and 36. Friday, another chance for snow late in the day. Saturday, sunny skies and 34. 33 on Sunday, but late Sunday into Monday, we have another chance for snow.
All right, thanks, Ed. Slow going traffic out there, as you can imagine, with those roadways snow packed and slick. This is a live shot of I-25 at Thornton Parkway. You can clearly see the interstate there covered in snow. It is slick out there. We've got a lot of slow going yellow and oranges on our travel map right now. I want to talk about some closures. There's several closures, a number of them up there in the northeast corner of the state, but I want to highlight a few of the bigger ones. I-76 from Sterling to the Nebraska border, that is closed due to tough conditions. Also, Highway 6 from I-76 to the border also closed due to the snow, and Highway 14 between Alt and Sterling closed because of those dangerous driving conditions. A few travel times westbound I-76 E-470 into Commerce City. That is the yellow light, 16 minutes right now. We're looking at 8 minutes slow going southbound I-25, I-70 to Santa Fe, and pretty slow going southbound I-25, 144th Avenue to I-76. That'll take you about 13 minutes.
We knew your maps were going to look a little bit more colorful today. Right now, airlines are taking precautions. According to FlightAware, more than 200 flights have been canceled at DIA today. So double check with your airline before heading out to the airport. A majority of the canceled flights are with Southwest. We have a crew heading out to the airport. We're going to check in with Jaleesa Irizarry coming up in our next half hour.
Well, Denver switched up its snow strategy, and this time a lot of plows were out, not just on those main streets. Denver is plowing the neighborhood streets that lead to our homes as well this time. Those baby plows, the city pickups with plows attached, they are making a single pass down side streets to get some of the bulk of the snow. The city says it didn't do that during the last storm when snow turned to icy ruts and ridges that are still hanging around because the forecast just didn't look that bad. And yes, those ruts have now become pretty deep ruts in some places.
True. Baby plows, I like that. The airport and Eastern Plains are both seeing the heavier snow from this storm, but no matter how much we get, we'll take anything in Colorado.
We certainly will. Anything to boost that snowpack. And as our Kelly Rinke found out, this storm is being welcomed with open arms of climatologists.
January is not normally a really stellar, huge month.
Snowstorms like this usually come later in the year, but climatologists are loving the surprise.
So getting this event in January is a pretty big deal.
Becky Bollinger is excited to see Denver metro streets covered again before the last snow has time to melt.
Following a good monsoon season late last summer, consistent activity through the fall and into the winter, we are seeing a lot of drought improvement.
She tracks drought conditions in Colorado as an assistant state climatologist. Right now, 40% of the state is drought-free. This time last year, every part of Colorado was experiencing some form of drought. While most parts are doing pretty well, she says Southeast Colorado is seeing the worst drought right now.
Thankfully, the drought that was very bad in Northeast Colorado is getting a lot of these events, and so we should see drought improvement there.
Denver snow totals are expected to be well above average after this storm. The mountains are feeling some love too, and Bollinger says that's critical for reservoirs.
We help recharge our soils, our streams, our reservoirs, the overall health of our mountains. So all in all, I'd say it's pretty good news.
It's good news Bollinger is hoping will continue to stick around.
We're going into the second half of the game, and we still need that snowpack to continue accumulating to make sure that we really end off the season strong.
Well, Kelly Rinke reporting, and if our season is strong, Bollinger is confident we will see some recovery in our reservoirs in our state. But one good year doesn't mean it's going to help water supply in the states downstream. She said Colorado River Basin, Lake Powell, Lake Mead, those are going to need 10 years like this for that recovery to happen.
Long way to go there for those. This winter has already brought some rough utility bills, and happening later today, state regulators will meet to talk about those bills. We have gotten so many messages from people who say their XL bills are significantly higher than this time last year. I know ours are for sure. The Public Utilities Commission says they received double the usual number of complaints over high bills. Today, commissioners will talk about what's driving the higher prices and how people can get help paying for it. Governor Polis wants to hit the ground running this year. This week, he laid out a long wish list in the state of the state for Democrats who control the Capitol.
Our politics guy, Marshall Zellinger, caught up with the governor for some quick questions about his priorities.
As we think about the future, we also have to think about how we can make Colorado safer.
Toward the end of Democratic Governor Jared Polis's State of the State address, he brought up crime, which was one of, if not the top issue during his re-election campaign. In that section, he talked about wanting to expand the state's red flag law to allow district attorneys to petition for an extreme risk protection order, which allows a judge to temporarily take weapons from someone deemed a threat to themselves or others. He also talked about cracking down on ghost guns, homemade untraceable guns, but no reference to the soon-to-be introduced bill that would define what assault weapons are and make them illegal, which I asked him about in a news conference after his speech.
You co-sponsored an assault weapons ban of 2018 while in Congress. Do you no longer support that idea?
Well, Marshall, I think that there's a lot that we should do federally.
While not specifically answering the question, he talked instead about universal background checks that exist in Colorado, but not, say, Wyoming, where someone from Colorado can buy a gun in a private sale and not have to go through a background check.
I do think, as a nation, we need to do more. There's limits to what states can do.
When asked about a state assault weapon ban by the Colorado Sun, he was a little more specific.
We specifically, looking at the data, believe that extreme risk protection order can work better. Last year, we also worked together to send every tax filer $750, nearly a year ahead of schedule.
His speech also included a reference to our Tabor refund, which is mandated by state law. I asked Polis about the proposal that lawmakers could put on the November ballot seeking permission to keep future state Tabor refunds for education.
Do you support the effort to give up Tabor refunds for education purposes?
Well, I think the real question is that something the voters of Colorado support? It sounds similar to a proposition that recently failed a few years ago in the state of Colorado.
That's a reference to Proposition CC, which failed in 2019 and would have funded education and roads. He did say what he would rather see done with Tabor refunds.
If we have a budget surplus, it means that our taxes are too high, so we should simply reduce our taxes.
That was Marshall Zellinger reporting. Now, one big idea Polis talked about is making school districts whole. Right now, when local property taxes do not provide 100% of what school districts expect, the state backfills. But the state can't do 100%. Polis says that plan relies on a strong economy and just a mild recession.
The security guard company that hired an unlicensed guard who shot and killed a man wants a new license to do business in Denver. Pinkerton Consulting lost its license after the shooting in October of 2020. A guard, Matthew Dolliff, shot and killed Lee Kautner during dueling protests. Dolph was not licensed to provide security, which is required by the city of Denver. Dolph was contracted through Pinkerton by 9 News. It was the practice of 9 News at the time to contract private security to accompany reporters and photographers at protests. Denver's Department of Excise and Licenses revoked Pinkerton's license. Pinkerton appealed, and last summer a judge sided with the company. They've now applied for a new license with the city and filed a request for their guards to carry weapons on the job.
Taking another live look outside this morning over Coors Field. You can kind of make out Coors Field right there. Low visibility and icicle hanging off that camera. Of course, as we've been mentioning, the snow not done quite yet. Ed is tracking your hour-by-hour forecast in just 2 minutes.
Coverage on your Wednesday. This is a live look in the 9 News backyard right now where you can see snowflakes still falling. So interesting, though, when you look at this shot like head on with Ed, he had the red umbrella up. You couldn't really see snowflakes coming down. But when you take this overhead with the light beaming down, you can see how much snow is still falling.
It really is all about how that snow hits the lighting, because even whenever I was looking out to see if it was snowing last night, I had to look for the street lights to see if I could see it in the middle of those beams right there. By the way, if you do have to be out this morning, make sure you give yourself some extra time, or better yet, just stay home if you can today. Ed is back with your full forecast right now. Good morning, Ed. We're experiencing this for quite on and off throughout the day.
Yeah, this timing was good. Came in just like we thought, just a little less snow, and that's because we had some drier air mix in with it, but it is snowing nonetheless, and it's that wet, heavy snow once again, too. So if it freezes tonight, hopefully the streets will get cleared and we won't have those ruts that we had with the last storm that was just like this, a winter storm with March storm characteristics. So you can see the flags blown around a little bit, and in the lights you can see it snowing right here, and of course the snow is melting on the lens of the camera as well. We're 24 degrees out at the airport right now, and you can see this dry air just moving right on into the area, so we will have those dry conditions, kind of off and on light snow until about the afternoon rush hour, and then it's gone, and then we see clearing skies overnight, but clouds move right in tomorrow, and that's because we have the next system poised to move into our area on Friday. We have a winter weather advisory and that winter storm warning continuing until 5 o'clock for tonight, and we also have, but only for the Grand Mesa, an avalanche warning till 11 p.m. today, but I think for all the mountains, you ought to be aware that the avalanche danger is high. You can see temperatures in the 20s, 30s, 40s over the eastern plains, teens, 20s, and 30s for the mountains all the way to the western slope, and then the lows tonight are going to be chilly. Single digits, teens, 20s for the east, single digits above and below zero for the high country, teens, 20s out to the west. So your forecast, cloudy, cold, snow, blowing snow, especially out on those eastern plains. 30 degrees will be our high. Then for tonight, decreasing clouds, cold, low of 10. Tomorrow, partly cloudy but staying cold with a high of 36. Then on Friday, we'll see another chance for snow late in the day and a high of 30, 34 on Saturday, but we're back to sunny skies. Chance for snow late Sunday with a high of 33. More snow continues on Monday with a high of 27, then 32 with a little light snow on Tuesday. Wednesday, finally back to partly cloudy skies, but cold, high of 31.
All right, thanks, Ed. Certainly slow going traffic out there this morning. The roads are snow packed. They are slick. They are icy. This is a live look at I-25. This is at Thornton Parkway, where the roads, although cars are traveling on them, they are going slow and they are snow covered and certainly slick. Do want to talk about a couple problem areas we're seeing right now. One of them is due to a crash. This is northbound I-25 between Happy Canyon and Council Pines Parkway. We did get a report that northbound I-25 was closed here. It looks like it has reopened, but again, slow going traffic as a result of that crash. Also several closures up there in the northeast corner of the state. That is where the storm targeted. We've got deep snow. Want to highlight a few of those closures. One of them, I-76 between Sterling and the Nebraska border. That is closed just due to snow. Also, Highway 6 from I-76 to the border closed, and Highway 14 between Alt and Sterling closed because of the slick driving conditions and deep snow. Also have a stalled vehicle in the left lane is blocked eastbound I-70 between Pecos and I-25. So that is certainly one area you're going to want to avoid. And obviously everywhere you go out there this morning, take it slow.
Yes, some good advice there, Keely. And at this hour, we have more than 300 closures and delays being reported. You can find that full list scrolling at the bottom of your screen. We also have that full list posted for you on our website, 9news.com.
Jeffco School District was that last major school district they did decide to close today, so snow day for a lot of kiddos. Denver opened up an extra shelter to give people a warm place overnight. The McNichols building on Colfax will serve as an overnight shelter tonight as well. During the day, rec centers and libraries will be open for people to stay warm.
And it's a snow day across Colorado with a lot of fresh snow and so many closures. You can see again that full list scrolling at the bottom of your screen. And today on 9 News Mornings, we want to see what your day looks like. Text us your pictures to 303-871-1491. We know a lot of people are out of school this morning. Hopefully they're having some fun, at least enjoying the day a bit. We're going to be sharing those pictures throughout the morning. Arena, of course, we're talking about these snowy conditions throughout the morning. Same story as you see a snow-covered roof there. Ball Arena was rocking, though, last night for some mile-high basketball. Nuggets hosted the Trailblazers without head coach Michael Malone. He's in COVID protocols at this time, so it was David Adelman running the show. Nuggets are really on fire right now, never really giving up a lead last night. Joker put up 36 points and hit another triple-double. 4 other Nuggets were in double digits last night as well. Nuggets get their lucky 7th win in a row. Their 14th win at home, by the way. Your final score, 122-113. This was a really big game, by the way. It was against division rival right there with the Trailblazers. Nuggets are back at Ball Arena tonight, hosting Minnesota. The Joker had a lot of nice things to say about Adelman, saying he's going to be the next head coach somewhere because he is really good at what he does.
And if the Joker says that, it's a big deal.
It's a big deal, exactly. You know
MVP to the Joker. He is amazing.
By the way, speaking of last night's game, there was a familiar Denver face at that game. Chauncey Billups is the Trailblazers head coach.
So before the game, Chauncey hit another court at his old high school. Scotty Gaines was at George Washington for the visit and has more.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome home, Mr. Big Shot himself, Chauncey!
He is GW's greatest winner. Chauncey Billups, a Colorado basketball legend on the high school, college, and pro level, was honored today from the ground up.
This is an amazing honor for me. I've been very fortunate in my career to accomplish a lot of things. This is going to rank right at the top.
What's different about this kid to this man right here now?
A little gray hair, no hair up top. Other than that, not much.
What do you remember most about this time?
Man, some of the best years of my life, man, being here at George and at this school, and so many relationships and people that I met my wife here. This is where it all started for me, you know.
With his high school court now named after him, you could say the king of Park Hill has accomplished it all. But there's one thing he's still missing.
I don't think there's any more awards you could have won in your time. I mean, 2 state championships, Colorado Mr. Basketball 3 times. You were prom king also. But if this award were around in your time, this is what we give out to the greatest high school athlete every week. You would have won like 50 of these guys. So we'd like to give you an honorary 9 News swag chain. And congratulations to you.
I'm humble, I'm grateful, thank you, I love y'all.
Mr. Big Shot.
It's official. He got the swag chain.
Now he's a really big shot.
Oh, yeah. What, like, such pride, you know, for that school and high school sweethearts there. I mean, just all the accolades. It's really cool to see him back.
I think what's fascinating is that we knew he put the work in on the court, but it sounds like he had a really good balanced life. Again, as he's mentioned, he met his wife there. He was also the prom king. He had a good social life. People liked him.
He did it up. While the Nuggets stay hot, the Broncos are looking to pick up the pieces after the losing season, and that starts with a new head coach. Sean Payton is the man most believe is the front runner. Yesterday was his first official day for in-person interviews. So, led by Greg Penner, the Broncos ownership group flew to Los Angeles to talk with him. Denver would have to give up something for him, likely their first-round pick to get Payton. Payton is also interviewing with the Houston Texans and the Carolina Panthers.
Ooh, I love Sean Payton.
I wanted Jim Harbaugh.
You did want Jim
As
Harbaugh.
you know.
He's going to stay put at Michigan, unfortunately for you. But Sean Payton is not a bad choice as well. Of course, I come from a family of big Saints fans. We got to see him take the Saints to the Super Bowl. He coached Drew Brees, who's a Hall of Famer. He's a big deal here.
I'd be good with that, too.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take it. Whatever we can get.
We need a head coach.
Well, it's a snow day here in Colorado, so let's get a quick check on your forecast and those roads.
You're right, Jordan. Snow day indeed. So that's what we're going to see today. Light snow off and on, and we'll see temperatures only in the upper 20s and lower 30s. Tomorrow, just a few degrees warmer with partly cloudy skies, but more snow heading our way on Friday.
It is a snow day for a lot of kids out there. If you're thinking about going up skiing, here's a look at your travel times up to the mountains, westbound I-70, C-470 to the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel. That commute will take you about 54 minutes.
The search for missing pigs gets a happy ending. We were so happy to get this news yesterday. This morning, we're hearing from the family who got their livestock stolen from the stock show and got them back.
Tells us how they were found and answers a question a lot of people have been wondering: will they still compete at the stock show?
Beyond excited to see them.
Tanya Lee says she's as happy today as a pig in sawdust.
No words, because we're just so happy we have them back.
On Saturday, Tanya, her husband, and their 3 sons arrived in Denver from their home in Washington State to show their prized pigs, Doug and Roger, at the National Western Stock Show. They stayed the night at the Comfort Inn on Tower Road near the airport. But when they woke up on Sunday, they found that someone had stolen their truck and trailer, and with it, Doug and Roger.
Just an absolute nightmare.
For 48 hours, the Lees feared they would never see their beloved pigs again.
Stressful.
But then early Tuesday morning, a call from Commerce City Police that the truck, trailer, Doug, and Roger had been found abandoned on the street about 10 minutes from the Lees hotel.
When they heard our voices, they hopped up on the train, like on one of the boards, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, you guys are back." You know, like, the owners are back, family's back. So
the Lees say Doug and Roger each lost about 10 pounds and were slightly dehydrated following the pig napping. After 2 days of deprivation, they spent much of the day eating and drinking, because pigs do, in fact, eat and drink like pigs. The Lees, meanwhile, spent much of their day counting their blessings.
Come on.
Grateful, they say, for a happy ending to a most unusual story.
Like I said, I never in my lifetime would have ever thought that this would ever happen to us. And
there you go.
Like I said, living nightmare that's turned into a miracle.
Oh, sure, when they eat like that, it's called normal. When I eat like that, though, it's called rude.
It's so, I wish, if pigs could tell the story about what they went through in those 48 hours,
It helped police a lot.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Well, Doug and Roger will still be able to compete later today at the stock shows. Some good news there. A lot of you have been wondering that. Meanwhile, Metro Crime Stoppers is offering a reward of up to $2,000 for information that leads to an arrest of the person or people who stole the pair of pigs.
Now, Ed thinks this was an inside job from the competition at the stock show. I see where you're going with this.
Well, you're like, oh, those pigs are going to win. Let's just put them away for a couple of days and then we'll bring them back, So
Could be. We don't know.
Who knows? Well, as far as the snow goes, about half of what we thought we would have at this time, but snowing nonetheless. Let's go outside, take a look, and you can see the flags blowing around right in front. You can see the snow on the lens of the camera, and if you look just below the flags in the lights, you can see it is really still coming down out there. We're at 24 degrees at this hour. Now, you do see the snow will be off and on very light until about the evening hours, and then when the rush hour comes our way, it is gone. Sunshine till about noon before the next system comes our way. You see it just about to enter the state there. 30 degrees what we'll see today. A little light snow off and on today. 36 degrees for tomorrow. Under sunny skies, then a chance for late snow on Friday. Saturday, we're fair and cold. Sunday, 33 degrees and snow going from Sunday into Monday.
And with that snow falling down, we want to see what your snow day looks like. Text us your pictures to 303-871-1491. We're going to be sharing those throughout the morning. Denver snow has been falling on and off all night and into this morning. Definitely low visibility out there. What do we say, everybody? Maybe we can't, I don't know what I'm saying this morning. Okay. Well, this certainly has the potential to be one of Denver's biggest January snowstorms of the year. Don't look at me like that, Ed
No, they
Green.
keep saying in my ear, you have to get to the desk. I'm sitting at the desk.
He is
They
sitting
keep
right
saying, you
next
have to get at the desk. Get at the desk. I'm at the desk.
Can confirm, Ed Green is
At the desk.
I'm wondering, is it maybe not this desk?
We were wondering why you're looking over at us.
Ed, you may remember this, a big snowstorm, January 7th and 8th of 1992, where the city got more than 14 inches of snow. Yeah, lots of cars stuck in snowdrifts and canceled flights at the old Stapleton Airport. Denver's most intense January storm ever dates back to 1883. The city got 16 inches.
I was just a little tight back then.
Yeah.
I was just a little kid back then, but I remember it. But the unusual thing is the northeastern Colorado doesn't usually get a lot of snow. It's very dry during January, so these storms are kind of unusual.
Yeah. Well, right now there are hundreds of delays and closures. Most, if not all, those major school districts are out on a snow day. You can find the full list scrolling at the bottom of your screen right now. It's also on our website at 9news.com. We've got team coverage this morning. Darius is tracking snow in the metro area. Jaleesa is keeping an eye out on airport totals. Matt Renew, of course, tracking the snow up in the mountains as well.
Yeah, but first we're going to start with Ed Green, who is sitting right next to me.
Is this the desk?
This is the desk. You're here, my friend.
Well, yeah, and we do have some snow. The airport's had over 5 inches of snow, so we were looking about 5 to 9, so we're kind of on the light side of that. But I think it snows off and on all day long. So we'll tell you why we had a little bit less snow. But temperatures are going to stay on the chilly side, and this is not the only chance for snow that we have this week. So let's take a look at what we have going on right now. You see how hazy it is here? That's the snow that is falling. 24 degrees with 96% humidity. And as we take a look, we have that dry air moving into the storm, and that's what's kind of let that snow lighten up just a little bit. You see snow here, but then that dry air mixes in, and so less snow than we expected. However, the snow came in right on schedule. It is still snowing right now. It'll snow till about the afternoon rush hour, and then tomorrow we will see sunshine earlier about noon, then clouds begin to increase, and that's because we have another system that is going to move our way just about to enter the state on Friday. As we take a look, a winter weather advisory continues until 5, as also the winter storm warning does. Cloudy, cold, snow off and on today, blowing and drifting out on the eastern plains, 30 degrees. Thursday, we're partly sunny and 36 degrees, 30 with a chance for snow late in the day. Not bad on Saturday, but chilly. What we have sunny skies. And then on Sunday, 33, we start with partly cloudy skies, snow late in the day, and that could go over into Monday. And look at Monday's high, just 27.
Thanks, Ed. Those plows are out in force, but those roads out there still snow-packed, still slick. Here is a live look. This is I-76 at 136. You can clearly see it is a snowy scene out there. And taking a look at the travel map, lots of slow-going traffic, lots of yellows and oranges. Want to talk about a couple closures here. This one is northbound I-25 between Happy Canyon Road and Castle Pines Parkway. That section of the road of the interstate is closed due to a crash in that area. We also have a number of closures up there in the northeast corner of the state due to the snow. Want to highlight a couple of them. One is I-76 between Sterling and the Nebraska border. Also US 6, Highway 6 from I-76 to the Nebraska border, also closed due to that snow piling up. Again, lots of color, lots of slowdowns. I want to give you a couple drive times. This is westbound I-76 E470 into Commerce City. That is a yellow light, 19 minutes right now. We're looking at 13 minutes southbound I-25, 144th Avenue down to I-76. And westbound 36 Denver to Boulder now, not too bad, a little slow going, 24 minutes. And again, if you're heading up to the mountain, I know a lot of kids don't have school today, might want to head up for a little skiing and snowboarding. Westbound I-70 C470 to Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel, that drive time now about 56 minutes.
Keely, thank you. Well, the plows are out. Denver is switching up its snow strategy this time around. They have decided they're going to plow both the main streets and the side streets. Taking a live look at the plow map right now, the baby plows, those city pickups with plows attached, will make a single pass down side streets to get some of the bulk of that snow out. The city says that it didn't do that this last storm when snow turned to ice ruts and ridges that are still around because the forecast didn't look that bad.
9 News reporter Jaleesa Irizarry is keeping an eye on conditions out at Denver International Airport for us. Jaleesa, before we talk about the airport, I want to ask you about your drive out there. What was that like?
You know, in the beginning part of the drive, we drove from downtown Denver. It wasn't too bad, but just as we were about 10 minutes out from the airport, things started to get a little hairy. We saw a number of spinouts out on the road, but luckily we saw a number of plows as well. But here at Denver International Airport, we're already seeing those cancellations come through. You can take a look at this screen right here. A number of cancellations. According to FlightAware, Denver has 262 cancellations so far today and 32 delays. DIA has about 4.8 inches thus far of snow out here, but they're expected to get more throughout the day. So with that, we can see many more delays and cancellations. Now, if you're planning to fly out today, check your flight status before you hit the road. And if your flight is still on, please give yourself enough time because these roads around DIA, like I said, are slick. We did see a number of plows out there, but we also saw a number of spinouts, even a car driving with its bumper half off. So, of course, if you are planning to fly out today and your flight is still on, plan to sit on the tarmac for just a smidge, just because those planes need to get de-iced today to be safe. So please be patient today. The good news is there's not as many people out in the airport today as there were maybe out in, during the Christmas week when we saw a bunch of those delays. So that's the good news here, but still might be a little bit of a headache for airline travel today. Now, for a look at what's going on in the mountains, we'll send it out to Matt Renew.
Thanks, Elisa. Yeah, we're in Breckenridge this morning, and not a bad storm for the high country. One of those snows that actually feels a lot more like a March snowstorm than a January. It's a wet, heavy snow that's come down. Roads, if you're heading up, actually, aren't too bad. Snowpacked, slick, and icy for sure, but CDOT and all the other plow truck drivers have been very good about staying ahead of this storm and keeping things clear. Driving up from Silverthorne to Breckenridge really wasn't that bad. You're going to want to reduce your speed for sure, but we have seen worse in the high country. And you can see, if I pan the camera around, look at this beautiful scene here in the mountains here in Breckenridge. They are out clearing a lot of the snow early right now here in downtown Breck, trying to get some of this. We've seen the big plows, we've seen the mini-me plows too. He's over there on the bridge back there. So a lot of work in Breckenridge as they start to work to try to clear some of this snow. It really came down hard overnight. Right now, not all that bad. If we get more, the ski areas are going to do really, really well. I can tell you that most ski areas, and I've been looking at the snow stakes across the Summit County area, have fared fairly well. Probably 5 to 8 inches is what we'll see when they start reporting their numbers. And then if we get a little bit more, this is definitely going to be a very nice powder day. But obviously with this wet, heavy snow, avalanche danger in the backcountry going to continue to escalate all across Colorado. So keep it in bounds, keep it at the ski areas. It's going to be a great time. Corey, just an absolutely beautiful scene in Breckenridge, and everyone's hard at work except for me. I'm loving it, just watching everyone just plow all the snow.
Matt, you are always hard at work, truly. But I was going to say your shot is absolutely gorgeous this morning with all the lights still up.
It is, Breckenridge does such a great job with their lights every year, and I just love that they leave them up for a while. This is one of the better spots. We're right here by the Blue River, right in downtown Breckenridge, over by the Riverwalk. So it's just a really pretty place, and I think we might just hang out here the rest of the morning. Wait for the coffee shops to open.
We would appreciate if you stayed there all morning, but you can go over to the crepes place. They've got really great breakfast crepes, so we got you covered.
We got crepes, we got coffee, and we've got clear sidewalks. What else could you ask for?
And the mini-me plows, which I love that nickname. Matt, thank you. Denver is opening up an extra shelter to give people a warm place to spend the night. The McNichols building on Colfax will serve as an overnight shelter tonight as well. During the day, rec centers and libraries will be open for people to warm up. After the snow stops falling, people need to get out and start shoveling those walkways.
It might not be until later this evening that anyone can really start doing that, though. As Mark Salinger reports, the city is asking people to lend a helping hand to their neighbors.
Getting through school the day before a big storm is hard enough. Walking home in Capitol Hill might even be harder. Nearly 3 weeks after the last big snow, the sidewalks across from Maury Middle School are still covered in ice. Someone even laid down a rug at the snowy intersection to make it easier to step across.
It's been pretty tough, just really slippery, even some cars getting stuck in ice that just stuck around after that last storm.
Just as the ice was starting to melt away from last year, this storm will make it all worse. The city doesn't plow residential sidewalks. Each homeowner is responsible for their own section, which doesn't always mean everything gets shoveled. No problem for pups like Finn.
He loves it. He waits all year for this.
It could get dicey for his human, Nick.
We're already planning on like tomorrow and for the rest of this week, either having to like dig out cars or just like deal with anything that's built up on the sidewalk or ice and stuff.
Cities across Colorado have programs to help people who can't shovel their own driveways and sidewalks. In Denver, it's called Snow Angels.
This is about helping your neighbors.
The premise is simple. You sign up, you get a free shovel, and the city tells you who needs help shoveling after a big storm like this one.
This program helps connect those neighbors who may not be aware that maybe a couple of blocks away from their house, in a very short distance, there is someone who might need this assistance.
The goal is to shovel as many sidewalks as possible.
He does just fine. Doesn't mind it at all.
For everyone other than Finn the Alaskan Malamute, here's to hoping this storm melts away quickly.
Our Mark Salinger reporting. Now, the Snow Angels program deployed around 300 volunteers during the last storm in December to help shovel at 500 homes. The city says they are looking for around double the amount of volunteers so that everyone who requests the help can get it. And we want to see your snow pictures this morning. You can text those to us at 303-871-1491. We know with school being canceled, a lot of kiddos want to get out there, maybe build a snowman or something like that.
I was just going to start singing that song. You know I have a little girl, right? Don't forget, if you're heading out the door, you can take us with you. Download our free 9 News app. You can stay up to date on the latest weather, traffic, news throughout the day, those snow totals, the closures, everything. Free to download in the Apple and Google Play stores.
And let's take a look at our latest stats for today. We're going for a high of just 30 degrees with that snow off and on. 45 is normal, 19 the normal low. The record, 65 from 2018, and the record low, 19 below from 1984.
And one thing to know about your traffic with those snow-covered roads, we have another crash and another closure to talk about. This is southbound I-25 between Highway 36 and Loveland. That stretch of the interstate is closed due to a crash.
Taking a live look this morning at Fort Collins, dark and early. Lots of snow there as well. We're going to be back after the break with the latest update on this storm that is hovering over Colorado.
Another check at your forecast this morning. And Ed, we got several inches of snow overnight. We're expecting several more throughout the day.
Yeah, it's going to snow lightly off and on, and the winds are going to blow as well. In fact, let's take a look at this shot here. This is right in front of the 9 News building. See the flags kind of blowing around, and in the light, I don't know if you can see it, but the snow is just continuing to blow sideways down here. So yeah, we've still got some snow going on. We had some dry air mix into it, and let me show you that as well. 24 degrees right now. Here is the one system. We've had one leaving the nation, then a little break. Then we have this system, then a little break, another system coming in. But California is catching a break, and that's nice news for them because they don't have all those flooding rains that they had. Here is that dry air moving right on into the system, and that's what tends to happen sometimes. And with that, the snowfall is just a little lighter than we expected. And we're looking at 5 to 9 overnight. Well, at the airport, we have 5 inches of snow going on right now, but there is that. We'll have some snow all the way into Nebraska where it will be heavy, and along the Front Range, we'll see the snow continuing. So that's the way it's going to be today until about 6 o'clock tonight, and then it moves out. Tomorrow till about noon, we have sunshine around here, and then clouds move in, and then here comes the next system just about to push into the state with some more snow. We will continue with the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning. That'll go until 5 o'clock tonight. They may release these a little bit later on, maybe during the afternoon hours, but at least they're in effect right now. And an avalanche warning only for the Grand Mesa, although all mountains you should be aware of avalanche danger. So temperatures today mostly in the 20s, 30s, maybe a 40-degree reading over the eastern plains. Teens and 20s higher up, 20s and 30s out to the west. And the lows tonight, they're going to be kind of chilly with single digits, teens, 20s over the eastern plains, single digits above and below zero for the mountains, and out west temperatures mostly in the single digits, teens, and 20s. So today, cloudy, cold, snow and blowing snow, and 30 degrees the high. Then for tonight, decreasing clouds, cold, and 10 degrees. Then for tomorrow, partly cloudy, staying cold, 36 degrees for the high. Snow again on Friday, clears out on Saturday with partly sunny skies. Sunday, we have sunshine early, snow late. That'll take us into Monday with a little bit of snow and colder. Look at the high Monday, just 27, 32 on Tuesday with a little light snow. And then Wednesday, finally, partly cloudy skies, and we have 31 degrees for the high.
All right, thanks, Ed. The snow is still falling. The plows are out in force, but as you can see, this is a live look of I-76 at I-25, and the roadways still snow-packed, certainly slick, and you can tell those drivers taking it slow. That is certainly the smartest thing to do out there. Lots of yellow, lots of orange on our travel map right now. I want to talk about a few closures, though. These ones fairly big. This is southbound I-25. It is closed due to a crash at Highway 36, between Highway 36 and Loveland, so that is certainly an area you're going to want to avoid. Also, a number of closures up there in the northeast corner of the state where heavy snow continues to fall and will be falling for the next several hours. So some of the big ones, I-76 Sterling to the Nebraska border, that is closed due to the hazardous driving conditions and the snow. Also, Highway 6 from I-76 to the border also closed due to the winter driving light conditions. All right, we also have a crash and a closure to talk about. This is northbound I-25 between Happy Canyon Road and Castle Pines Parkway, again closed due to a crash, weather involved. And again, a few drive times for you because lots of color on our travel map. Westbound I-76 E-470 into Commerce City, that is already an 18-minute commute. We're looking at 15 minutes. Southbound I-25 144th Avenue down to I-76. And if you're heading southbound I-225 from I-70 to I-25, that is slow going 16 minutes right now. And westbound 6th Avenue Lodo to Golden is 12 minutes. And one more drive time, westbound 36 Denver to Boulder. I know a lot of folks making that commute this morning. That will take you about 25 minutes.
Right, take it slow out there, Keely. Thank you. A Colorado police officer who played a role in a woman getting hit by a train had his first day in court. 2 officers have been charged in that case. Platteville police officer Pablo Vasquez parked his police car on train tracks when pulling over a road rage suspect. After another officer placed the suspect in his vehicle, a train hit that car, severely injuring the woman. Vasquez is facing 8 counts, all of them misdemeanors. Yesterday's court appearance was brief to set later court dates. The survivor, Yareli Rios Gonzalez, plans to file a lawsuit.
Denver City Council has agreed to pay out another big settlement over police brutality during the 2020 protests. The city will pay $160,000 to a man officers shot with pepper balls. Sammy Lawrence went downtown for the first night of protests over George Floyd's murder. His lawsuit claims officers ordered him to stand in the street. Officers shot a woman on the sidewalk with pepper balls. The lawsuit says when Lawrence stepped closer to the sidewalk, officers shot him too. Police arrested Lawrence, claiming he refused to follow their commands. The lawsuit says body camera video only shows Lawrence following officers' orders. The Denver City Council has voted to pay Lawrence $160,000 to settle his lawsuit. It's their second settlement of the year, tied to the 2020 protests. Just last week, the council agreed to pay more than $300,000 to a couple also shot with pepper balls.
Well, pre-K is now free here in Colorado. How parents can sign up, coming up.
Numbers are today's lesson. They also tell these children's stories.
9
out of every 10 families here receive subsidies to pay for the preschool program. As of today, they have one more resource to help.
To be able to have access to funding, to go to early care and learning centers, that is big.
Mile High is one of hundreds of childcare providers that have signed up as part of the state's new Universal Pre-K program. It will pay for 15 hours a week of care for kids the year before they start kindergarten.
It's a huge savings for families.
Gretchen Davidson helped coordinate the program rollout in Arapahoe County.
It's not just a public school setting. It's wherever your child is learning their best and whatever you're happiest with.
Parents indicate up to 5 preferred providers, from public schools to faith-based classes to home care. The state will pair them where there's space. The first round of matching starts after Valentine's Day.
It's a big deal. It's a huge deal, I think.
A big deal, not just for families who need the help,
It's a cheetah.
but for their kids
And there's a snake right there.
who are looking to learn.
So not only are children coming into this space to be able to help further their kind of educational or developmental growth, but they're also coming to this space to work on their social and emotional growth.
The application is open now, but the coordinator we spoke with says parents don't need to panic. There's time to fill out the application. The program is for all 4-year-olds, but can also apply to certain 3- and 5-year-olds who qualify based on factors like household income or language status. Right now, there are hundreds of delays and closures because of this snowstorm. You can find the full list scrolling at the bottom of your screen or on our website at 9news.com. It is a snow day for a lot of the kiddos out there, a lot of people working from home. But if you do have to venture out on the roads, we're going to get a check of that that forecast and the drive coming up.
Drifting as well, but it's little tiny snowflakes, and that's why it's kind of hard to see. But let's go outside and take a look, and you see the hazy conditions, foggy conditions. That's actually the little light snow falling that we've got going on, and you see it right here. You can hardly see anything with 24 degrees and that hazy conditions, and we will see a little light snow continuing till about the afternoon rush hour. Then it clears out, and tomorrow sunshine till about noon, and then more clouds increase with the next system poised to enter our state. So 30 degrees today with a little light snow, 36 tomorrow with partly cloudy skies, but increasing clouds as the day goes on. And that's because Friday we have another chance for some snow late. We'll look at 34 degrees on Saturday with mostly sunny skies. And then Sunday we start with partly cloudy, but end the snow late in the day. And that continues into Monday. And look at Monday's high, just 27 degrees.
All right, Ed, thank you. Well, as you just heard Ed talking, and as we're seeing this visual right here, lots of snow coming down this morning, but CDOT made sure they were very prepared for it. We hear from a representative in the next half hour.
As you take a look, we'll see that light snow off and on today, and then by evening it'll be over. Tomorrow we'll see clearing skies, sunshine till about noon, and then the clouds move in again because another system is poised to move into the state, and you see it there over to the west. So today we will continue with the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning going until 5 o'clock this afternoon. So cloudy, cold, snow, blowing snow, 30 degrees our high today. Then Thursday, 36 degrees with mostly cloudy skies, 30 on Friday, sunshine early, snow late in the day. Sunshine on Saturday, but cold, 34 degrees. Then on your Sunday, we start with partly cloudy skies. We'll end the day with some late snow, and that'll go right on into Monday, and colder Monday, high just 27.
All right, thanks, Ed. No doubt plows have been working overnight clearing those roadways. Still, though, they are snowpacked, several of them, and slick. Here is a live look. This is I-76 at I-25. Certainly slow-going traffic there. You can see the roadway still covered in a layer of snow. So we have several crashes and closures to talk about. One of them is a crash and a closure. This is northbound I-25 between Happy Canyon Road and Castle Pines Parkway. That stretch of interstate is closed due to a crash there. We also have a crash westbound 6th Avenue between Lowell Boulevard and Sheridan. 2 lanes closed there because of that crash. We also have a crash westbound I-270 between Quebec and Highway 6. The right lane closed there, certainly causing a slowdown. And we have a crash and closure also up here southbound I-25 between Highway 36 and Loveland due to a crash there. That closure. Several closures up there in northeast Colorado because that is where the heavier snow is falling. Will continue to fall. I want to highlight a couple of them. One of them, I-76 from Sterling all the way to the Nebraska border. That is closed. Also Highway 6 from I-76 to the border closed due to snow. So just some tips once again as you head out. If you head out this morning, obviously your safest bet is to stay home, but the snow is still piling up, especially up there in the northeast corner of the state. Expect slick and snow-packed roads and of course allow extra time and room for those plows.
Good advice, Keely. Thank you. With all of the snow that we are expecting, the Colorado State Patrol is asking that you stay off those roads today if possible. If you do have to drive, here are some recommendations before you head out. Make sure your tires have a tread depth of at least 3/16 of an inch. Check your wipers and replace them if needed. And here is a big one. Make sure you fill your washer fluid. Check your battery as well. If you have an electric or hybrid car, make sure you charge it up, as these cold temperatures tend to drain that battery a lot faster. 9 News reporter Darius Johnson joins us now. He's driving in here in Denver along Spear Boulevard. And Denver, we definitely saw Denver be, Darius, we saw Denver be a lot more proactive with this storm, sending those plows out much earlier.
You know, I definitely think that helped the roads a little bit, especially as we got some of this snow overnight. I can definitely tell you it's not as bad as it was a couple of weeks ago when we got all of that snow that's been sticking around, that ice that's been sticking around for way too long, kind of like a distant cousin that you want to leave after the holidays. But anyway, if you look at this road right now, you can see it looks as if it's been plowed a little bit already. You don't have as much snow on the roads right now. It's been a pretty easy drive for Manny and I so far since we've been on the road this morning for about maybe the last 15 minutes or so, but we've been up for the last hour dealing with a couple of technical difficulties. But we're on the road now, just trying to go around some of these areas and seeing what things are looking like. I can tell you that most of the drivers that we have seen on the roads this morning, it is surprisingly pretty active on the roads. A lot of people are out, not sure if they're just running errands or if they're just going to work today, but a lot of people are out, not many people are home. And one thing that we have seen is a lot of people just taking it pretty slow. We haven't seen any accidents, any slide offs or spin offs or anything like that. Definitely talking about the plows as we're approaching I-25 right now here at Colfax. I can see some of the plows heading southbound along 25. Definitely a busy morning commute as people start to wake up. Going to flip it just so you all can see as we head over I-25 right now. We're going to continue to make our way around the Denver metro area just to take a look at what the roads and what things are looking like. And of course, if you all are out this morning and if you see anything, you can definitely tweet us or you can send it to the number that we have at 9 News, and we can definitely check some of those areas out. But we will be on the prowl throughout Denver this morning. Sending it back to you, Jordan.
All right, Darius, and really quick before we let you go, you were driving along a main thoroughfare. How about those side streets? That's what a lot of people were wondering how it was going to be different this time around. We know the city said it was going to put some plows out there. Did you notice anything on your drive into work this morning?
I actually got picked up by Manny this morning. Manny, were the side streets bad?
No, not bad.
Okay, he said they weren't that bad. We're going to still try to get around to some of them, and I know, right? We never hear from Manny, but I'm going to try to get around to some of these side streets. Wait, we're passing a few right now. Take a look at this. So you can see a little bit as we come up around Colfax and Alcott. He's going to pull over. They haven't been that bad, but what we'll do when we get ready to talk to you all in the next hit, we'll definitely try to get over to a side street so we can show you all what those things are looking like. So anyone who may be waking up this morning, they exactly know what to expect as they get ready to head out the door.
All right, sounds like a good plan, Darius. Thank you. And when we got official confirmation from our own Manny Satella, you know it's real.
That's a big deal.
And he said it's not bad this morning. Well, if you're planning on flying out today, make sure you check your flight. Hundreds of flights have been canceled already this morning. Nearly 200 flights are canceled and around 20 have been delayed, all according to FlightAware. DIA is telling passengers to check periodically before leaving for the airport. Our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, is in Breckenridge for us this morning. And Matt, looks like he's standing in the middle of a Christmas Hallmark movie or something.
Isn't this nice? All we need is a great story about somebody, Jordan, who is coming in to kick somebody out. They fall in love and they end up leaving them, and then they get back together again. This is the Blue River Plaza here in Breckenridge, and it is spectacular this morning. It is a magical morning in the mountains. The storm has been a moderate to significant snowstorm for the mountains. Nothing too extreme, but not just a little skiff either. Most of the ski areas in Summit County, looking at the snow stakes, are going to be reporting anywhere between 5 to 8 inches of snow. A little bit more comes throughout the day. It's definitely going to be a really nice powder day. This snowstorm, though, has been behaving a lot like a March snowstorm, at least here in the mountains. It is a wet, heavy snow here in the high country. A lot of moisture content in this snow, and so that's going to elevate the avalanche danger in the backcountry. The ski areas, though, will be the place to be, and driving around in the mountains really not that difficult. That's not to say that you're still not going to want to go slow. Take it easy, take your time, and be cautious. Roads are snowpacked, they are icy, they are slick, but CDOT and all the plow truck drivers that have been overnight have been working hard and staying ahead of this storm. So I-70 looking pretty good. A lot of the highways throughout Summit County and in the high country looking pretty good as well. Loveland Pass is still closed this morning as they do that winter operations work, try to do some avalanche mitigation up there. That will delay you at the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels while they let those trucks carrying hazardous materials go through at the top of the hour. Outside of that, though, it is going to probably be a pretty beautiful morning in the high country. It's a beautiful morning here in Breckenridge. We've seen a lot of the plow trucks out clearing sidewalks and keeping things clear this morning. So not too bad, Jordan. It is just a magical morning. And after we get done with our live shots today, you and I start spitballing about our Breckenridge Hallmark movie.
Oh yes, I like this. We got to come up with a better plot because I think there's some kinks to be worked out with the one you pitched us there, Matt.
Yeah, I'm only working on it. I'm just throwing out ideas. Don't break the creative process, Jordan.
We're going to workshop that a little bit later. But Matt, I mean, ski resorts must be high-fiving each other right now because we had this big storm system move through in December. We have this one right now. I got to head up to Arapahoe Basin this weekend. It's been some really good snow lately.
The ski areas have been doing very, very well. They reached that 100-inch mark pretty early in the season. They're going to start creeping up on the 200-inch mark. I know Steamboat has already surpassed that. In the Summit County area, we'll start to see that 200-inch number start to creep up with these storms. It's just been a really reliable source of moisture coming into Colorado that's just dropped 4, 5, 6 inches every other day throughout the early season, and it's got a pretty good water content to it, Jordan. And so people already starting to talk about what the rafting season might be like once we start to get into that runoff season. But we've still got a lot of winter ahead. We've got the spring season ahead in March and April when a lot of snow comes, but people are already talking about what we might be able to see for rafting.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of time for rafting. Right now, let's enjoy those slopes as long as we can. Matt, thank you so much.
Matt does get the prettiest live shot
really
award this morning. That is beautiful. Snow plows, big and small, will be scraping the streets in Denver throughout this storm. For years, Denver has relied more on the sun for snow removal. A longtime transportation planner says it's in part because of the brown cloud. Jim Charlier says the compound cities used to put on the roads, plus emissions from the plows, contributed to the ugly-looking air over the metro area. To fix it, he says public works departments changed their strategies to plow less, saving the air and saving money. With climate change driving more intense winter storms, Charlier says it may be time to reconsider.
Should we really ramp up our street plowing
to this extent that we plow every snowstorm or every, I don't know. Personally, I would say I'm not so sure we need to do that, but others may disagree. I think it's just a good issue for us to debate.
Yeah, there is a lot to consider here. The city says they found better de-icers that don't impact air quality as much. They also street sweep more after storms to keep the stuff from getting into the air.
And we want to see your snow pictures this morning. Text those to us at 303-871-1491. We know a lot of people stuck at home. Hopefully you're able to have some fun, though, around your house. Maybe build a snowman. Maybe you have a hill pretty close to you. You can go sledding. Here's some of the pictures you've sent in already this morning. You know who's really loving the snow? Dogs.
Huskies especially for
Huskies.
sure.
They are enjoying that so much, and we're enjoying these pictures. So keep sending them to us. Again, that number 303-871-1491. And don't forget, if you're heading out the door, make sure you take us with you. Just download our free 9 News app. You can stay up to date on the latest weather, traffic, news, and sports of the day. It's free for you to download in the Apple and Google Play stores.
And one thing you want to know, and probably already know about the weather, it is snowing today. We will see temperatures on the chilly side, 20s and 30s. Tomorrow, just a little bit warmer and a little more sunshine.
And one thing to know about your traffic, another crash to report. This one westbound Highway 36 approaching Sheridan. Traffic is backed up all the way past Lowell.
Still ahead on 9 News Mornings, the roads are covered with snow this morning, but plows have been out through the night. We'll check in on road conditions with CDOT when we come back.
Welcome back. We're taking a live look at our CDOT cam this morning. This is off of Sheridan Boulevard. You can see cars moving along just fine, but there is some fresh snow out there this morning. So if you are heading out, just be prepared to take it a little bit slower today. Plow drivers have been working overnight on clearing the roadways for anyone who does have to venture out today.
Yeah, Presley Fowler from CDOT joins us now on the phone. Presley, my friend, good morning. Always great to talk to you.
Hey, good morning, Jordan. Good talking with you guys. Yeah, as you said, our snowplow operators have been on full snow shifts since yesterday afternoon throughout the whole state, making sure that our highways are as clear and safe as possible during these winter conditions. I'm looking at our cameras right now, and, there is still some snow to come. Traffic is moving pretty well, but there are going to be some areas that are snow-packed and slick and just some cold pavement conditions that our plows are going to be, fighting throughout the day.
Presley, what changes have you guys made from the last storm that fell to this one?
Sure. So, no matter what the forecast calls for, we're going to have our crews ready to go and all hands on deck. So even if it's going to be just a couple inches of snow or more than that, we've got all hands on deck ready to go. So, no major changes in our crews right now. We've got them all throughout the Denver metro area. I'd say, one thing that we're focusing on is seeing where where the problem spots are, and then we can surge our crews to that area if they need help. Right now, some of the northeastern highways are seeing the most adverse conditions. So if we need to change where our crews are, we can do that if needed.
As we continue to check in on those troubled spots, Presley, are there any areas that you notice that tend to give drivers a little bit more trouble just from storm to storm?
Yes. I-25 near Monument Hill is always one of those spots that, is a troubled spot. And so we definitely recommend going slow if you have to go through that area. We did have an incident earlier with a jackknifed semi-truck near there, near Castle Pines, actually. So, just be aware. I would definitely recommend checking cotrip.org before you get out on the roadways if you have to drive today. We have alerts on there that will tell you if there are any highway closures or, what exact conditions you can anticipate no matter what route you need to take. Also, the I-70 Mountain Corridor has the traction law for passenger vehicles in effect right now. So if you have to be out on the I-70 Mountain Corridor today, that means you have to have the proper tires, proper traction, and just make sure that your vehicle is ready to go.
Presley, real quick, we just have a few more seconds here, but any advice for commuters that do have to head out today?
Absolutely. If you do have to be on the roadways, please just take it slow and use caution. Don't pass the snow plows. Make sure you stay behind them. That's the safest spot you could be as our plows are working to clear the roadways. And, make sure you leave plenty of space between you and other vehicles as well.
All right, Presley, great advice as always. We appreciate you checking in this morning. We'll check back in with you a little bit later this morning. Right now, we want to get another check of your forecast with Ed Green.
And let's take a look at what we've got going on right now. This is Greeley, and you can see it has snowed up there, 26 degrees, and we've got some light snow down here. That's that foggy conditions. That's actually the light snow falling, and only 24 degrees is what we're seeing right now. Now, here's what's happening. The dry air is moving right into the system and lessening the snow amounts. Now, let's take a look at the model. It does not pick that up, so it just shows more snow. So that's why the amounts have been a little less, because the models didn't pick up that we were going to get that little bit of dry air moving in. We still had over 5 inches of snow out at the airport right now, and we will see cloudy skies tomorrow because another system is heading our way, and that'll bring some more snow. So winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning continue until 5 o'clock today. Maybe early afternoon they may let those go, but the avalanche warning continues till 11 o'clock, but only for the Grand Mesa. Heavy snow, strong winds, but all over the mountains. You should be aware that avalanche danger is high. Temperatures 20s, 30s over the eastern plains today, maybe 40-degree reading at Pueblo there, 18 both at Winter Park and Leadville. Otherwise, we'll see teens and 20s for the high country, and out west temperatures in the 20s and 30s. And then lows tonight, single digits, teens, 20s over the eastern plains, single digits above and below zero for the high country, and single digits, teens, 20s out to the west. So your Denver forecast, the winter storm warning will continue until 5 p.m. Cloudy, cold, snow and blowing snow, and 30 degrees the high. Decreasing clouds and cold tonight with a low of 10. Then tomorrow, partly cloudy and staying cold with a high of 36. But Friday, we see clouds increasing, a little snow late in the day, not a big deal here. Saturday, we'll see partly sunny skies and 34 degrees. 33 on Sunday, late in the day, some snow. That'll take us into Monday. Colder on Monday with a high of just 27. 32 on Tuesday with a chance for light snow. And then Wednesday, partly cloudy skies, 31 degrees.
All right, thanks, Ed. And with that snow continuing to come down, those roads continue to be snow-packed and fairly slick in some areas. Here is a live look at I-76 at I-25. You can certainly see the cars slow going there. We do want to talk about several closures and crashes out there, as you can expect this morning. We do have a crash and a resulting closure northbound I-25 between Happy Canyon Road and Castle Pines Parkway, certainly causing a slowdown there. We just got word that, well, I know actually this is still an ongoing crash westbound 6th Avenue between Lowell Boulevard and Sheridan. 2 lanes closed due to a crash there. Also have a crash westbound Highway 36 at Sheridan, causing a slowdown all the way back to Lowell in that area. And we just got word that this crash actually. Westbound I-270 between Quebec and Highway 6. The right lane was closed. It has been reopened, but we're still seeing a little bit of a residual slowdown as a result. And a crash and a closure southbound I-25 from Highway 36 to Loveland. Several closures up here in the northeast corner of the state. This is where the heaviest snow will fall and will continue to fall. A few I want to highlight: I-76 Sterling to the Nebraska border, as well as Highway 6 from I-76 to the border as well.
The governor outlines action on affordable housing, taxes, and crime while we ask him about Democrats' plan to ban so-called assault rifles. Welcome back. The security guard company that hired an unlicensed guard who shot and killed a man wants a new license to do business in Denver. Pinkerton Consulting lost its license after the shooting in October of 2020. A guard, Matthew Dolliff, shot and killed Lee Keltner during dueling protests. Dolliff was not licensed to provide security, which is required by the city of Denver. Dolliff was contracted through Pinkerton by 9 News. It was the practice of 9 News at the time to contract private security to accompany reporters and photographers at these protests. Denver's Department of Excise and Licenses revoked Pinkerton's license. Pinkerton appealed, and last summer a judge sided with the company. They've now applied for a new license with the city and filed a request for their guards to carry weapons on the job.
Democrats completely control the state capitol, and Governor Jared Polis laid out a 70-minute wish list in his State of the State address yesterday. He focused on housing affordability as well as limiting tax rates.
Last year, we also worked together to send every tax filer $750, nearly a year ahead of schedule.
Referenced Tabor refunds mandated by state law and talked about cutting down on income and property taxes. Some Democrats want to end those refunds, a position the governor used to hold. He wouldn't directly say where he stands on it now, though. One of the top issues during the governor's re-election campaign, crime, did not come up until the end of his speech. The governor talked about wanting to expand the state's red flag law to allow district attorneys to ask judges to temporarily take weapons away from someone deemed a threat. He also talked about cracking down on ghost guns, but he did not mention a soon-to-be introduced bill to make assault weapons illegal.
You co-sponsored an assault weapons ban of 2018 while in Congress. Do you no longer support that idea?
Well, Marshall, I think that there's a lot that we should do federally.
The governor later said he thinks the red flag law will work better.
We're going to see a little light off and on snow right into the evening hours. By about rush hour, we think it is going to end, and then we'll see skies clear. And then another system will be coming our way on Friday. So today, we'll see a high around 30 degrees with a little light snow off and on. 36 tomorrow, sunshine early, clouds late in the day. And then 30 on Friday with a chance for snow. Sunny on Saturday with 34, 33 on Sunday. And then Sunday into Monday, another chance for snow.
We have team coverage of this storm this morning that's settling over Colorado. We have crews driving around the metro area, at the airport, up in the high country, and on the eastern plains. Our extended snow coverage continues in just a few minutes.
Good morning, everyone. That snow is here. Those flakes coming down all across our state this morning. And we've already gotten several inches of snow in a lot of places. That means a lot of closures happening today. So far, more than 300 already this morning. We'll be keeping an eye on that number throughout the morning. Right now, we want to wish you a good snowy Wednesday morning. Jordan Chavez alongside Corey Rose.
Yeah, the roads are going to be a little tough to navigate today. I know that we had a couple inches out in Highlands Ranch. Not as bad as that last storm that came through, which is the good news. How was your drive?
Here in Denver, it was actually not too bad. You know, the city deployed those plows pretty early, even before that snow really started coming down. And I would say it happened to work.
We had the big plows, we had the baby plows, even the mini-me plows, which Matt Renew's been talking about up in the high country.
Yeah, prepare for the worst, anticipate the best. That's what we always do here. Well, we have team coverage this morning all across the state. Darius Johnson, Matt Renew, and Corey Reppenhagen have eyes on conditions from Denver to the mountains all the way out to the eastern plains, where you can see Corey getting set up to go right now.
You know, Corey is very excited this morning. Plus, Jaleesa Arizari is tracking hundreds of cancellations at Denver International Airport. But we want to start with Ed Green out in the 9 News backyard this morning, where the snow is still coming down.
Yeah, very light snow in the backyard here, but it is still coming down, a little breezy as well. And that's because we've had a little dry air move into the system and mix with it, and so a little less in the way of snow amount. Still at the airport, officially, we've had over 5 inches of snow there. Let's take a look at what we've got going on right now. And there it is, that hazy condition. That's actually light snow falling. 24 degrees is what we have right now with 91% humidity. You see that dry air moving right up the eastern plains, and that's what's lessening the snow amounts right there. The models here did not account for that. You don't see the drying on the models, so we were kind of taken by surprise with that. We'll see some clearing skies overnight into tomorrow. Then clouds increase, and by Friday, that system off to the west, that'll be coming our way with maybe more little snow. We still have the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning in effect today. They may be allowed to expire earlier, but at least they're in effect until 5 o'clock. Cloudy, cold, snow, blowing snow, especially out on the eastern plains, and 30 degrees. Tomorrow, 36 degrees with mostly cloudy skies. Friday, sunshine early, snow late in the day. Not a big deal, though. Saturday, mostly sunny, but chilly, 34 degrees. And then we start the day with partly cloudy skies on Sunday, but late in the day we see some snow, and that'll take us right into Monday with a high of just 27.
Ed, thank you. So Ed was saying this morning that most places saw about 3 to 5 inches overnight. 5 inches out at the airport was where those official totals come in.
Yeah, we know snow's still coming down throughout the day. Our Jaleesa Irizarry is out at DIA for us this morning. Jaleesa, you said even the drive-in was kind of a little bit hazardous this morning.
Yeah, the drive-in was a little hairy. About 10 minutes out of the airport, we started seeing some spin-outs as well as a car actually driving with half of its bumper off. So if that's not a sign to slow down, I don't know what is. But right now we are at the tarmac at Denver International Airport, where we're getting an up-close view of all that they're doing to try to get planes in the sky right now. We've seen a number of plows come through the runway, just really trying to clear that area for these planes. We've also seen some de-icing. So planes are leaving DIA right now. So that is some really good news for those trying to travel today. Still, a number of flights were canceled today. According to FlightAware, there's about 262 cancellations thus far and 36 delays. DIA officials said they just did some snow measurements, and it's between 5 and 6 inches. They'll send that information to the National Weather Service to get an exact number right now. So if you are planning to fly out today, you need to check your flight status before you hit the road. And if your flight is still on time, please give yourself enough time on those slick roads. Like I said, plenty of spin outs, but also plenty of plows on the highway today. So you do want to take your time there. And of course, if you're able to fly out today, like I said, we're seeing a lot of de-icing going on the tarmac, and that does not take just a small amount of time. It takes a little bit, right? So please be patient. Plan to sit on the tarmac for just a little bit as they make those planes safe enough to fly. Guys?
Jaleesa, I remember, we're going to Keeley. I was just going to mention that I used to be out on the tarmac reporting for the show, and it's impressive how much equipment they have out there to make things just go off as normal.
Well, and they need it because, the snow is still coming down, and despite the snow still coming down, the traffic seems to be picking up, certainly out there. Here's a live look, I-76 at I-25, and definitely a lot more cars than we've seen over the last hour. Slow going, those roads still snow-packed and slick, and as traffic is picking up, so are the problems out there on the roadways. Want to highlight a few out there. You see a lot of slow-going traffic, a lot of yellow, a lot of orange on the travel map right now. We have a crash southbound I-25. This is approaching University Boulevard. We have 2 right lanes closed between Downing Street and University as a result of this crash right now. That is one area you will want to avoid over the next few minutes. We also have a crash westbound 6th Avenue between Lowell Boulevard and Sheridan Boulevard. We have 2 lanes closed there, so slow-going traffic as well. And we still have this crash and closure southbound I-25 well to the north of the metro area between Highway 36 and Loveland. All sorts of problems out there, especially up there in the northeast corner of the state where we have a number of closures. Want to highlight a couple big ones. I-76 Sterling to the Nebraska border, that is closed. We also have a Highway 6 from I-76 to the border closed as well due to very treacherous driving conditions. That is where the heaviest snow is falling down. So a few pointers to talk about, tips for your commute this morning. The snow is still piling up. We have slick and snow-packed roads out there, and of course allow extra time and extra space for those snow plows. Let's head out to Darius now for an update on the roads around the metro area.
Hey Keely, good morning. Right now we're actually on 6th Avenue. We were headed towards that accident that you were talking about on westbound 6th Ave between Lowell and Sheridan, I believe you mentioned. They've actually cleared it already just that fast. So one thing that we are seeing this morning is some of these accidents are being cleared pretty fast, and so are the roads. Take a look at 6th Ave right now as we just passed Wadsworth not too long ago, and right now we are passing Garrison. So that's where we are. We're on 6th Ave. So this is what it's looking like. We've seen a lot of plows so far this morning. All of those plows have been making their way down a lot of the main streets and also the major thoroughfares. When you last spoke to us, we were on Colfax approaching I-25, and we saw just a line of plows just going down the interstate trying to clear a lot of those roads. The other thing that we've seen this morning, a lot of people seem like they are still going to work. They aren't staying at home. So I think that's the other thing that we are also seeing a lot of as well. A lot of people are out on the roads, but they are also taking it pretty easy. They are taking it pretty slow as well. We're going to continue to make our way around the metro area to see what things are looking like, but for now we're going to send it back to you all in studio.
I noticed the same thing this morning,
too.
Darius. There are a lot of cars out. I guess people have places to go early this morning. You can see the lanes, though, are hard to differentiate here this morning on a lot of areas. So that is definitely something to be aware of. Darius, thank you. Well, he was mentioning the snow plows are out and working around Denver this morning. Here's what the plow tracker looks like right now. Those blue icons are big plows. The orange ones are small plows for those side streets. That looks different from our last snowstorm when Denver did not send out those smaller plows.
Yeah, this time they are changing their strategy a bit. The smaller plows are just those city pickups with plows attached to the front. They're going to be making those single passes down side streets, so they won't go down to the bare pavement, but they will try to get the bulk of the snow off the roads. That should really help prevent the icy ruts and bridges that happened during the last storm back in December. The Department of Transportation says they plan differently depending on each forecast.
We approach every storm the same way, which is we study multiple forecasts. We look at what time of day is it coming in, how much is coming in, what are the temperatures before, what is after, what are the road temperatures, what's happening with the wind. And we make our deployment strategy based on the forecast. We did that the last storm, and the forecast was wrong.
The small neighborhood plows also don't have de-icer, so the roads still might be slick, so be careful when you're out there.
Snow plows aren't great for our air quality, so for years Denver has relied more on the sun for snow removal. A longtime transportation planner says it's in part because of the brown cloud. Jim Charlier says the compound cities use to put on the roads plus emissions from the plows contributed to the ugly looking air over the metro area. To fix it, he says public works departments changed their strategies to plow less, but with climate change driving more intense winter storms, Charlier says it may be time to reconsider.
Should we really ramp up our street plowing to this extent that we plow every snowstorm or every, I don't know. Personally, I would say I'm not so sure we need to do that, but others may disagree. I think it's just a good issue for us to debate.
Yeah, there is a lot to consider here. City leaders say they have found better de-icers that don't impact air quality as much. They also street sweep more after storms to keep the compounds from getting into the air. Well, some of the hardest hit areas have been on the eastern plains.
Yeah, Corey Reppenhagen is checking out what it looks like out there. Good morning, Corey.
Hey, good morning to you. We're out here on I-76 just between Fort Morgan and Sterling right now. We woke up to about 4 to 5 inches in the Fort Morgan area, so it's quite a bit less than we were expecting. I was hoping to wake up to closer to 7 to 8, and so what Ed was talking about there with the dry slot, we were affected by that as well. And so we're on our way out further to the east where we'll get more of that banding as the storm wraps around in Phillips and Sedgwick County out there in the corner of our state. So we're hoping to run into a few of those heavier bands. Let me flip you around here to give you a shot outside. You can see what the conditions are like on I-76 on the interstate here, really from the Denver metro all the way to Nebraska. This is what the road looks like pretty much. One lane scraped down with some snowpack, and the other lane has about 4 to 5 inches of snow on it. You see the semi truck there in front of us going very slow. We're only moving about 25 miles per hour out here, making our way up to the Sterling area and then maybe out to Holyoke, where those heavy bands may persist for a little bit longer just because they're not in the dry slot at the moment, at least. If the dry slot issues continue this morning, continue to see this, but we'll send it back to you guys for now as we travel up towards Sterling on I-76.
Tough to see the lanes this morning in so many spots. Corey, thank you. Of course, we're going to be following this snowstorm all morning long. You can also download the 9 News app for the latest on the weather alerts, the closures, and the traffic problems.
And one thing you want to know about our weather is, hey, snowing today, but what about my weekend? I want to go up to the mountains and ski. Hey, look at Saturday, mostly sunny skies, chilly, 34 degrees. And then Sunday, we start out with partly sunny skies, maybe some snow late in the day, and a high of just 33.
And you're going to have some snow for those slopes up there, Ed. Thank you. Our extended storm coverage continues next. We'll check in on those conditions in the mountains coming up in just a few minutes on 9 News Mornings.
Welcome back. Here's another live look outside this morning at Ball Arena. Snow's still coming down pretty much all over the state, kind of off and on throughout the day, adding to those snow totals.
Yeah, it might be cold out there this morning, but I'll tell you, the Nuggets were on fire last night. That was a fun game to watch. Now, this storm has the potential to be one of Denver's biggest January snowstorms in years. On January 7th and 8th, 1992, the city got more than 14 inches of snow. Lots of cars stuck in snowdrifts and canceled flights out at the old Stapleton Airport. Now, Denver's most intense January storm ever actually dates back to 1883. That was when the city got 16 inches.
Ed, so far it doesn't seem quite so bad, kind of on the low end of those snow totals, but we're going to be getting more throughout the day.
Yeah, I think we see more off and on snow, maybe another 2 to 3, 4 inches, depending on where you are. And because January is normally a dry month, these January storms are rather unusual. So having dry air mix in with this and lower those snow totals, maybe we caught a break here. Now you can see this is from the top of the Four Seasons Hotel looking down, and not much in the way of streets. You see all that snow that we have going on is still coating the roads, 24 degrees out at the airport, and all this kind of foggy, hazy conditions. That's really very light snow going on right now, and that's what we are seeing. Cannot see much definition there. 24 degrees, 91% humidity, so the humidity is way up there. And here is that system, and let's take a look at that little dry slot. Watch how the dry air moves right into the storm and kind of lessens those snow totals. That's what Corey was talking about. That's what we talk about when we say a dry slot within the storm. So that's what we're seeing today. But the models, however, did not see that dry slot, so they just said we're going to get a lot of snow. Turns out we got a half about what they predicted. But we will see skies clearing off tonight, sunshine tomorrow till about noon, and then here comes some more clouds, and yet here comes another system. However, this one, and you can see it kind of heading in that direction, probably goes south of us, so I don't think we see much in the way of snow for us. Now, we do have the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning continuing till 5 o'clock today. I have a feeling later on this afternoon they will let these expire early. We also have an avalanche warning until 11 p.m., mainly for the Grand Mesa, but everybody should be concerned about avalanche danger for all of the mountains with this new snow. Temperatures, 20s, 30s, maybe a 40-degree reading over the eastern plains. We'll see teens and 20s higher up and 20s and 30s out to the west. And then the lows tonight, single digits, teens, 20s over the eastern plains, single digits above and below zero for the high country, and out west, single digits, teens, and 20s. So here is your Denver forecast. Winter storm warning till 5 o'clock today, still in effect. Cloudy, cold, snow and blowing snow, maybe a couple more inches, 30 degrees the high. Decreasing clouds and cold tonight with a low of 10. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, staying cold, 36. 30 on Friday, maybe a few snow showers late in the day. Saturday, we're sunny and 34. 33 on Sunday, starting the day with sunshine, but ending it with a little light snow, and that snow goes into Monday. Colder Monday, just 27 degrees. 32 on Tuesday with a little snow, and then fair on Wednesday. High just 31.
All right, thanks, Ed. With the snow coming down, those plows certainly out in force. We just saw a few plows go by on this shot. This is a live look at I-76 at I-25. We just saw the plows go by. Certainly some slow-going traffic, but the traffic is picking up despite the snow out there on the road. So the roads in many areas still snow-packed and quite slick. As a result, we do have a couple problem spots out there, several problem spots out there. One of them is a crash southbound I-25 approaching University Boulevard. 2 right lanes are closed there. That is slow-going traffic. Also want to give you an update. This crash here on westbound 6th Avenue near Lowell Boulevard has been cleared, but we're still seeing a bit of a slowdown. And we still have this crash and closure southbound I-25 between Highway 36 and Loveland. So that is certainly in an area you'll want to avoid. Several closures up there in the northeast corner of the state where the heaviest snow is falling and will continue to fall. One of them, I-76 between Sterling and the Nebraska border. That is closed. Also, Highway 6 from I-76 to the border is closed. And we have Highway 14 between about Fort Collins and Sterling closed due to adverse driving conditions in that area. But certainly slow-going traffic out there, although we are seeing an increase in drivers out on the roads. Westbound I-76, E470 into Commerce City, a slow 17 minutes. We're looking at 10 minutes. Southbound I-25, I-70 to Santa Fe.
Today is just another day of snow in the mountains, adding to those amazing snow totals for our resorts.
Matt Renew is in Breckenridge this morning, where there have been a lot of snow days already this season. And Matt, even in the middle of a storm, somehow you get the best assignment.
Really?
Right, powder day after powder day. Jordan and Corey, good morning, and so beautiful up here in beautiful Breckenridge this morning. A magical morning because it's a pretty good snowstorm for the mountains in what has been a great cycle early season. In fact, in this area, about 2 feet of snow's come down in the past 7 days, and the Breckenridge ski area starting to get around 170 inches. I think they're about 167 inches, so creeping up on that 200-inch mark, and really not a bad day on the roads. You can see the highway through downtown Breckenridge here, Highway 9, is snow-packed, and so it's something that you're going to want if you're heading in or out of the mountains. The right kind of snow tires to drive on, and you'll want to take it slow, but nothing that's too terrible. Those plow truck drivers with CDOT and other plow truck drivers have done a great job working all throughout the night and into the morning to stay ahead of this storm and keep the roads clear so that they're not too bad, but you're still going to want to slow down. This has been a really good storm for the mountains, though, yet again, something we've seen pretty consistently all season. Most of the ski areas in Summit County are reporting about 6 inches of snow out of this storm, and we've seen that time and time again. Nothing too big, nothing too small, right around 4 to 6 to 8 inches of snow, and that is adding up throughout the season. Great for the ski areas as they start to reach that halfway point of the season and then go into the months that really start to bring some big storms. And this storm acting a lot like a March snowstorm, at least in this area. There's a lot of moisture content in this snow. It's a heavy snow that's going to make the avalanche danger rise a little bit in the backcountry. Keep it in bounds. It's going to be wonderful. And just look at where we're at here in Breckenridge, here in the Blue River Plaza with the lights. It's just a magical spot to be this morning. It is beautiful, about 14 degrees, so not too cold, and just beautiful. Corey, Jordan, just a great morning to be out. You know, 6 inches of snow for the mountains, we call that a Wednesday up here.
Truly.
It is.
Yeah.
So
It is, yes. That is like a hallmark
As the camera
shot there.
moves.
That is so gorgeous this morning. He's just got to go get some crepes there at the stand, some coffee, and it's perfect morning.
And then we all got to find our true love. And
Everyone's opening up.
Exactly. Just got to find our true love. And the Matt, we really are in a Hallmark movie this morning.
Yes, we are. And there's no one running the camera, but it's moving. So I'm just trying to, that's my
You're
Hallmark
dancing
shot
with
right
it.
there, is the one that's panning. Yes, very slow pan. It's a very romantic pan with
Really
the Hallmark
is.
movie.
The camera
that we're
is the
filming
lead.
right now.
Follow the camera. Yes, Matt, thank you. This morning, we do want to see your snow pictures. Show us what you're doing on this snow day by texting us 303-871-1491.
Oh, Matt cracks me up. Here are some of the pictures we have gotten so far this morning. I love the pictures of the dogs covered in snow because they love it out there, especially the huskies, those bigger ones. Maybe the smaller dogs like to stay inside on these days.
Yeah, my little dog never likes to go out in the snow, but huskies, they're made for this.
And look at this one. We already have people sending in pictures of their trees. Oh no, is that a car underneath that tree?
Oh, not good to see.
That's not wonderful to see. We hate that for you all this morning. So hopefully you can shake off those trees, get out this morning, because we don't want to see any more damage like we saw in the last storm.
Yeah, we love seeing these, so keep sending them in throughout the morning.
Well, the good thing about all this snow is it's really helping with the drought. We're going to check in on the snowpack here in Colorado coming up in just 3 minutes. You never get to see our crew. That's our friend Zach back out there shoveling backyard. A lot of people are going to be doing the same along their walkways. Zach, we appreciate you.
Thanks, Zach.
We love you, my friend. All right, well, that snow, of course, as you can see, is still falling, and it's going to be falling for most of the day. Denver and the Eastern Plains will get most of that snow today.
And that should help when it comes to the snowpack. Right now, 40% of the state is drought-free. That number has already improved between this past summer and today. And this time last year, every part of Colorado was experiencing some form of drought. Southeast Colorado is seeing the worst of the drought right now. State climatologists say snow totals in Denver and the mountains will help with our reservoirs, but that's only one piece of the puzzle. If our season does end strong, they're confident our reservoirs will recover at least somewhat. They say the Colorado River Basin, Lake Powell, Lake Mead, they're going to need 10 years like this for that recovery to happen.
You know, that is certainly true, but in California, even though they've had the floods and the landslides, they have improved their drought position. And that's good news from the moisture. That's the only silver lining. Let's go outside, take a look right now, and you see those hazy conditions. You can start to see the city outlined a little bit, so a little less than that light snow, but the light snow continues with 24 degrees. And you see that little dry slot moving right up along the Eastern Plains, and that's what's lessened the snow amounts around here. So 30 degrees, just light snow off and on today. 36 for tomorrow. Sunshine early, clouds late. Then this system goes mainly to the south, so only a few snow showers around here, maybe a little light snow for the high country. Sunshine on Saturday and 34, 33 on Sunday, but snow late in the day, and that continues on into Monday. Best chance for snow here in the region, and 27 degrees for your Monday.
Good morning. Happy snow day. While you were sleeping, the snow has been falling across Colorado. This is a live look at downtown this morning where the snow is still coming down. We already have about 5 inches, at least here in the 9 News backyard. Even out there at DIA, they're reporting about 5 or 6 inches. Roads are closed, schools are closed, and the snow again still coming down. Good morning, everyone. We are snuggled up in the backyard right now. We have one umbrella. Yeah, bring it on in, family.
Why are my pants pants so short? Look how short they just got.
You're worried about the pants?
Yeah, I know. I'd probably need some more protection on my ankles or something.
It's good that they're short because when you get in 6 inches of snow, you won't get your pants
That's
wet.
what
Yes.
it is.
See?
We're my
There
high
you
waters
go.
this morning.
Quite a bit of snow out here in the backyard. Thank goodness Zach came out here and shoveled for us just a second ago. By the way, we have team coverage of this snowstorm this morning. We have everything from the metro area. That's Darius. He's been driving around. Corey Reppenhagen's in the Eastern Plains. And Matt Renew, of course, up in the high country.
Yeah, we also have Delisa Irizarry, who is on the tarmac out at DIA this morning, where hundreds of flights have already been canceled. We're going to check in with her as well.
So for now, let's check in with my buddy Ed here. Hi, friend.
It's been really nice and tight this morning.
Yes. Am I covering your beautiful hair?
No, not at all.
I'm
It's
sorry.
lovely here. Yeah.
Bring
I've
it
gotta
on
be
in
shorter
closer.
here. Yeah.
I know. I said, why are you so tall? We're
Right.
short over here.
Well, at least the snow came in on schedule. But we had that dry slot came in, a little drier air, so not as much. Although we do have about 6 inches in the backyard. At the airport, we're over 5 inches, and you can see it is still snowing back here, but snowing rather lightly. So let's take a look at what we've got going on right now. And again, those hazy conditions, that's really the snow that we have going on at this hour.
Do you want the umbrella?
No, you can't. 24 degrees, 91% humidity as they scurry inside. There's that dry slot. You can see it moving right up onto the eastern plains, and that's what dried the storm out a little. Although along the front range, we're starting to see snow get just a little more intense. You see, the models didn't pick up on that dry slot. Just the cloudy skies that we'll see by afternoon, and then tomorrow, sunshine early, clouds late. Here comes the next system, but it looks like this one will stay south, maybe some snow for the high country and southern areas of the plains. That's about it. We do have a winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning continuing till 5 o'clock, but they may be allowed to expire early. So cloudy, cold, snow, blowing snow, especially out east, 30 degrees. Then for Thursday, 36 degrees with mostly cloudy skies. Friday, we'll see sunshine early, and then we'll see some snow late in the day. Sunny on Saturday, but chilly, 34 degrees. We'll start the day with partly cloudy skies on Sunday, high 33. Then snow late in the day. We'll take that in Monday, and colder Monday with a high of 27 degrees. Well, let's go out to the eastern plains with Corey Reppenhagen right now. And Corey, everybody hates a dry slot in a storm.
Dirty dry slot. Yeah, you know, that's one of the risks that we take when we're relying on banding instead of just general upslope. And honestly, I'm on I-76 now, approaching the Sterling area. And let me flip you around because we're coming up on what appears to be the closure on I-76. So I-76 would be closed from right here in Sterling. Yeah, just go ahead and pull right up to these arm bars here. From Sterling all the way through Nebraska, as the dry slot has at least not hit this part of the state, and from the far eastern plains all the way into Nebraska, no dry slot issues yet. You can see right here, this is I-76. We're just pulled up to the spot on Sterling where I-76 is closed at the moment from here eastward. And so we woke up to about 4 to 5 inches in the Fort Morgan area this morning, and so it was a little surprising. I was hoping to be more in the 7 to 8 inch range to get those totals up pretty high, but obviously the dry slot's going to really impact that. So we're going to kind of post up here to check out the Sterling area. Obviously I-76 will be closed for a good bit of time as the snow's a little bit heavier here, and it gets heavier and heavier as you go east into I-76. So we'll have some more updates here for you from the eastern plains here as we go through the morning, guys.
Well, Corey, before we let you go, I mean, we got to mention the fact that I bet you people out on the eastern plains don't mind it as much since they experienced so much in that last storm.
Yeah, you know, it's amazing. I drive around here a lot in the winter and the spring, and it's just so unusual to see the fields completely covered with snow. And honestly, since that first blizzard that hit the eastern plains, it was about mid-December, maybe a couple weeks before Christmas. That really kicked off this pattern that we've been in, and the eastern plains have been hit time and time again, like Matt Renew was talking about up in the mountains where they've been getting 3 to 6 to 8 consistently. They've been getting that out here on the eastern plains as well. So, and they have not had any melting like just like in the city. So that snow is just sitting out here and just waiting to melt. And so we're going to add another at least 4 to 5 we know out here, and then a few more inches on top of that. So the snow just keeps piling up out here on the Eastern Plains, and I'm not hearing a single complaint.
No way. They called it the snow tundra out there on the Eastern Plains, and you can see why when you drive through there. Corey, thank you. Well, as you can see there, the snow is causing a few issues on the roads this morning.
Yeah, Keely Chalmers is here now tracking some road closures for us this morning. Keely, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And despite the snow-packed and slick roads, we're just tracking a couple problem spots out there right now. Here is a live look, I-76 at I-25. You can see traffic is slow going. The plows have been out really in force throughout the night and this morning, but you're seeing a lot of slowdowns out there. The commute times very slow. Do want to talk about a couple crashes. This is southbound I-25 approaching University Boulevard. The 2 right lanes closed there due to a crash resulting as a result of the winter-like weather. We also have a crash southbound I-25 between Highway 34 and Loveland, causing about a 9-minute delay. We just got a report of due to that crash. And we want to go back up to where Corey was, or Corey is, and that is up there in the northeast, where we have, again, I-76 from Sterling all the way to the border shut down. Also Highway 6 from Sterling to the border shut down. We also have Highway 14 between Fort Collins and Sterling closed due to adverse driving conditions. All right, Darius.
Who am I tossing to?
I think you're out there on the roads, it looks like, in the metro area. Talk about what they're looking like out there right now.
Hey there, good morning. Yeah, right now we're along Interstate 70 here at the Morrison exit. We've been driving around for about the last hour or so, just monitoring what a lot of those road conditions look like, and also just tracking some of the crashes, as you've mentioned, some of them on air. One thing that we have noticed, there are a lot of people on the road so far this morning. If you easily take a look over my shoulder, this is I-70 headed westbound. Here is a semi. We just saw a lot of them that were pulled over onto the side of the interstate trying to chain up before they get ready to head up towards the mountains this morning. I can definitely tell you right here along the Front Range, right here along I-70, it's been one of the clearest drives we've had all morning, one of the clearest roadways. It's been a lot of plows that we've seen hitting different areas, different streets, whether that's been Federal, whether that's been Spear, or just going up and down Interstate 25. But I can definitely tell you this has been the clearest so far this morning. As you easily just take a look in this parking lot where we are, the accumulation is definitely a little bit thicker. This is a little board or something, don't really know what it says or anything else, but there is a lot of snow, and we know that there is only going to be a little bit more to come as we continue to deal with this storm that is making its way through the Denver metro area and also through parts and portions of Colorado as well. So once we leave from here, we're going to continue to try to track a lot of those road conditions and really seeing what things are looking like. But again, a lot of people are out on the roads. Many of them are taking it slow. You might see a couple of people rushing to work here and there, but I will tell you, so far, so smooth. Sending it back to you all in the studio this morning, live from Morrison.
All right, so smooth. That's what we like to hear, Darius. Thank you. Also, a heads up, if you're heading out to the airport, hundreds of flights have already been canceled out at Denver International Airport this morning.
More than 250. 90s reporter Jaleesa Arizari is there now. Jaleesa, when I used to report on the morning show, which was many moons ago, they sent me out to the tarmac out at DIA, and it really is fascinating to see how much de-icing equipment they have out there to make things go as smoothly as possible.
You know, it's a lot of fun out here. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I am a little bit cold, but it's really neat to see up close and personal what these crews do on a regular basis to make sure that these planes get out safely. I want to show you something, actually. Good news, you got to see a plane de-icing. Well, maybe it just finished de-icing and now it's moving. We are seeing some planes get de-iced here, so that's good news for a lot of travelers today, since we have seen a number of cancellations here at DIA, about 262 cancellations thus far, as well as 36 delays according to FlightAware. But like I said, crews are out here doing their jobs, trying really hard to clear these runways. We've seen dozens upon dozens of plows de-icers. We've also seen them plow these snow piles plow this snow into piles and then put it into this box and essentially melt the snow. That's how they get rid of it. It's absolutely fascinating. It's a good time. But again, we are still seeing some snow come down, so you do want to be aware of that if you plan on traveling today. According to DIA officials, they took some measurements not too long ago. They said they've got about 5 to 6 inches thus far. They're going to send those measurements out to the National Weather Service to get the exact measurements so far. So now if you're planning to fly out today, you need to check your flight status before you hit the road. And if your flight is still on, please give yourself enough time because the roads around DIA are definitely slick. We did see a number of spin outs as we were driving, but we also saw a number of plows, which is a good sign. Or you can follow the advice of a DIA spokesperson and take some alternative transportation. This is what she had to say.
We know that our passengers are coming in, they're driving in from other areas that may have different road conditions than what is right here at Den. And we want to make sure that they are coming in as safe as possible, even if that means taking the train to the A-line, which comes straight to the airport as well, if they are not able to physically drive on the road.
And if you do find yourself flying out today, expect to sit on the tarmac again just for a little bit as those planes are de-icing. They say it takes about 10 to 15 minutes or so. Guys?
Also, somehow, Jaleesa, you are the first person I've ever seen to make, one of those highlighter construction vests fashionable.
It looks good.
I try.
Strike a pose for us, yes. My friend. All right, Jaleesa, we appreciate you.
Well, days like this have been pretty common this season up in the high country.
Yeah, no shortage of snow up there. Our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, is in Breckenridge for us this morning. Matt, good morning. A lot of people celebrating up there with all the snow.
Why not, Jordan and Corey? It is a beautiful morning in the mountains. Earlier Ed was talking about how January sometimes can dry out a little bit. That hasn't been the case this season. In the past 7 days, 2 feet of snow has come down in this area. We've got another 6 inches in snow that's fallen in the Breckenridge area. In fact, most of the ski areas throughout Summit County are going to be reporting about 6 inches of snow overnight. The roads not too bad, actually, because the plow trucks have been hard at work overnight. CDOT and the other folks just trying to stay ahead of this storm. They've done a good job of that, but you'll still want to take it slow because roads are icy, they're snow-packed, and they are slick. But they're not as bad as maybe we were thinking they would be this morning, and I think that's because of the hard work that happened overnight. So a pretty good storm up here in the hills, guys. 6 inches of snow. It's a powder day. It's a Wednesday. We'll see if all those closures in Denver drive people up to the mountains today.
Yeah, Matt, I wonder if people even know they're in the middle of a snowstorm or if they're just thinking this is any other day for them.
Mm-hmm.
Right, just a Wednesday up here in the mountains.
And I love how it's a snow day for kids here, but it's a ski day for kids up there. Fresh powder, which is fantastic. Matt, thank you. Of course, we're going to be following this snowstorm all day long. You can also download the 9 News app for the latest on weather alerts, closures, and traffic.
And now that snow is falling again, Denver has a new plan for plowing these streets. What you can expect in your neighborhood today, coming up.
Welcome back. Right now, plows are out all around Denver. This is the map of where they are. The blue ones are those big plows on the main roads, and the orange ones are the smaller plows on the side streets. The smaller ones will just go over residential areas once to prevent the icy ruts and ridges that happened the last time around. They're just plows attached to the pickup trucks and don't have de-icers, so the roads still might be slick. City leaders say they didn't send the side street plows out last time because the forecast didn't look that bad. This time around is different. Plows are out all across the state this morning, and we have Tamara Rolson with CDOT joining us right now. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Hey, Tamara, we're talking about these plows. How many do y'all happen to have out this morning, and how long are they going to be out there?
We have about 80 plows out on state-maintained routes in the Denver metro area, and then we have another 30 plows along Region 1's I-70 mountain corridor, which goes from Golden to the EJMT. So we're full force, as we always are, for all storms. We've been out there since yesterday afternoon.
Talk about the preparation that goes into getting ready for a storm like this.
Well, I can tell you our snow crews along the I-70 mountain corridor, it seems to me that they are in permanent snow shift. I think it starts shortly after summer, and it continues through May. So they get some breaks every now and then, but they're pretty much on snow shift for the winter season. In the metro area, when we're not on snow shift, we are fixing potholes and doing routine maintenance operations on our roadways. But in the metro area, we make sure all our equipment is ready to go, our materials are ready to go, and we did pre-treat some areas yesterday, particularly trouble spots, such as bridges, overpasses, and shaded areas along our major routes.
And Tamara, we sure do appreciate your crews who really don't seem to get much of a break anymore now with all of the snow. We're talking about the fact that we're really experiencing some spring snow coming a lot earlier. Denver made some changes after that last storm in December. Did CDOT happen to make any changes as well?
We continue to follow a pretty regular and proven process when it comes to snow removal. You are correct. When we have the heavy, wet snow, it does make it a little more challenging. But we follow the same process as we always do. We pre-treat when it is appropriate to do so. It's not always appropriate to do so. It can be a waste of resources when the conditions are right. And then when it snows, we plow. We have designated routes. And we also apply de-icer as we are plowing. That helps to break up the snow and ice on the roadways.
We so do appreciate all the plow drivers out there, the big ones and small ones, doing the main roads, the side streets, really everything in between. So, Tamara, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Keely, you have an eye on some road closures as well today.
Yeah, and not as many as we anticipated. Those plows were out yesterday throughout the night. Really did a good job on the roadways. Of course, they are a little snow-packed in areas and still slick. As you can see, traffic certainly rolling slowly along there, and a lot of color, a lot of orange and yellows on our traffic map right now. Do want to talk about a couple trouble spots. One southbound I-25. There's a crash there approaching Downing Street and University Boulevard. 2 right lanes closed there. We're certainly seeing a backup as a result. Also have this crash northbound I-25. This is a new one between I-225 and Hampton Avenue. The center lane is blocked there. We are certainly seeing a slowdown as a result. And we still have this crash and closure southbound I-25 between Highway 34 and Loveland. So that is causing about a 12-minute delay at this point, and several closures, a number of them up there in the northeast corner of the state. Want to highlight a couple big ones. I-76 from Sterling to the Nebraska border is closed in both directions. Also Highway 6 from I-76 to the border as well, closed in both directions. A few drive times for you. How about westbound I-76, E-470 into Commerce City? That's looking 19 minutes right now. Not too bad. Southbound I-25, 144th Avenue to I-76 is 17 minutes right now. 20 minutes southbound 225 I-70 to I-25. And if you are lucky enough to head up for some skiing or snowboarding up in the mountains, westbound I-70, C-470 to the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel, that drive time right around 54 minutes right now.
And thank you, Keely. Well, as far as the weather goes, we had a little dry air move into the storm system, and that's why we didn't get quite as much snow as we thought. Up in Greeley, you can see this little drops that hit the camera lens, and they melt on there, snowing up there. Still snowing here, but you're starting to see the city now, so the snow is getting a little bit lighter. Temperature stands at 24 degrees. As we take a look, showers and thunderstorms on the southern end of this storm, which is much warmer, so they're having their problems with that. Then this little pink shaded area, that's rain mixed with snow, and as it gets into the colder air, it's all snow for us. But look at how that dry slot moves right up and kind of does away with some of that snow. Now, the models did not see that dry slot, so that's what makes these storms tough to forecast. But by about 7 o'clock tonight, it finally begins to move out, and we'll see clearing skies between this system and another system. However, this system looks like it's going to drop to the south. You see it moving in that direction, so maybe a little snow for the high country. Southern plains will see some snow. I don't think we see much, but maybe a snow shower or two in Denver. And we have the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning continue until 5 o'clock. Wouldn't surprise me if they allow that to expire early. Temperatures to go along with that in the 20s, 30s to around 40 degrees over the eastern plains. Teens 20s for the high country, 20s, 30s out to the west. And the lows tonight, single digits, teens, 20s right here on the eastern plains, above and below zero readings for the high country and out west. Single digits, teens and 20s. So your forecast, winter storm warning until 5, cloudy, cold, 30 degrees today, just light snow. Decreasing clouds tonight and cold with a low of 10. Then tomorrow, partly cloudy, but staying cold, 36 degrees. Maybe a little snow late Friday, but only snow showers. Partly sunny on Saturday. Look at that, 34 degrees. Early on Sunday, we see some sunshine, then snow late in the day, and we'll take that right on into Monday. And colder Monday, a high of just 27. 32 on Tuesday with a little light snow. Clearing out on Wednesday with a high of 31.
Good morning, I'm Darius Johnson live in Morrison tracking Winter Storm January 2023. Go ahead and take a look right now. We're currently at a gas station getting a little gas, taking a little break, and also getting some coffee. I can definitely tell you the roads are a little bit clearer as we are along Interstate 70 right now. We've seen a lot of trucks just chaining up before they head up to the mountains. So far, so good this morning. All the driving has been pretty smooth for those who have been out on the roads. We're going to continue to track the latest as we continue to head around the metro area, but for now, I'm Darius Johnson live in Weather 9.
And as far as our weather goes, you can see that little dry slot moving into the area, and that kind of lessened the snow amounts around here. So we'll see little light snow, 30 degrees today. Tomorrow we'll see sunshine early, 36 degrees, and then increasing clouds. And then on Friday, 30 degrees, chance for some snow showers, but minimal. And then we have 34 with sunny skies on Saturday. We start the day with sunny skies on Sunday, end it with snow, and we'll take that snow into Monday. And Monday, colder, 27 degrees.
All right, Ed, thank you. In other news today, it is the first day of the World Snow Sculpting Championships. A little fitting to talk about it today, right? Teams all around the world travel to Minnesota to compete, but this year they have a bit of an added challenge because it's actually too warm there. They say it might be more like sculpting slush, but they do have these big 10 by 10 blocks of snow just ready to go. And this is a little bit different than the International Snow Sculpture Championships. Those happen here in Breckenridge later this month. Either way, a lot of talent that these people have that I will never know.
I mean, the vision they have to take a block like that and turn it into what they do. It's incredible.
It would be interesting to see how different it is working with snow than working with slush.
Yeah, and when you see those things, the detail, it's unbelievable. You don't realize how they do that.
So talented.
Yeah, that is.
Well, our extended snow coverage continues on Channel 9 in just a few minutes. The Today Show will be over on Channel 20 because of our snow coverage, but we've got everything you need to know coming up. Good morning. Happy snow day. Overnight, several inches of snow fell all over the state. Taking a live look outside here of the 9 News studios, Spear and Logan. It's a little bit wet out there. There's snow on the ground. Hard to see where the lanes are in many areas. So take it slow if you do have to head out.
It does look like people are doing just that this morning. Here's another look at the snowy conditions, this time from over the skyline here in Denver. As you can see, low visibility as well out there. So just be very careful for anybody heading out. Make sure you take it slow on the roads. Good morning, everyone. Jordan here with Corey. We're going to be sticking around here on Channel 9 throughout this morning's snow coverage.
Yeah, we have team coverage of this storm. Darius Johnson, Matt Renew, Corey Reppenhagen have eyes on conditions from Denver to the mountains to the eastern plains.
Plus, Jaleesa Irizarry is tracking hundreds of cancellations out at Denver International Airport this morning. But we want to start with Ed Green. He's out in the 9 News backyard for us this morning. And Ed, that snow still coming down a little bit.
Yeah, we've got some very light snow, but it is persistent. It is still coming down. And we've got about 6 inches in the backyard. We've had about that out at the airport. So that's about where we are. We were looking at about 6 to 9, so a little on the light side. And let's take a look outside, and you can see those hazy conditions, starting to see the outline of the city right now. So the snow is letting up just a little bit. We're at 23 degrees right now, but look at the humidity up there at 96% as the snow continues. Now, as you look onto the eastern plains, that kind of purple shaded area, that's the dry slot right between the amounts of snow, and that's what lessens the amounts of snow around here. So that's what we're seeing today. The snow will end by this afternoon. We'll see clearing skies overnight, sunshine till noon tomorrow, and then here comes the next system. But that one looks like it's going to kind of pass to the south, only a few snow showers here. So we continue to see the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning in effect today until 5 o'clock. Cloudy skies, little light snow, and 30 degrees. 36 tomorrow under mostly cloudy skies. Tomorrow we'll see some sunshine early, maybe a snow shower late. Saturday mostly sunny and 34. Then Sunday 33 with sunny skies to start today, a little snow to end it, and that snow goes into Monday with a high of 27.
All right, thanks, Ed. And even with the light snowfall out there right now, roads not too bad. Only a few problem areas out there. Here is a live look at I-25. This is downtown at Logan. We do see clear pavement out there, but some of those roads still snow-packed and still slick. Let's talk about a few problem areas out there right now. Crews still dealing with this crash southbound I-25 right around University Boulevard. 2 right lanes were closed. I think they have reopened, but still cleaning up that situation. Also have a crash northbound I-25 between I-225 and Hampton Avenue. The center lane is blocked there. We're seeing a slowdown as a result of that. And we just got this crash in. This is a stalled vehicle southbound I-25 right around Larkspur. 2 right lanes are closed there, and we're seeing a slowdown as a result. Also, we have this crash closure still to report southbound I-25 between Highway 34 and Loveland. That is causing about a 10 to 12-minute delay there as a result, and several closures up there in the northeast corner of the state. Want to highlight a couple. I-76 Sterling to the Nebraska border, that is closed and has been for a while now. Also Highway 6 from I-76 to the Nebraska border. All right, let's send it, I think, to Matt Renew up in the mountains. Yes, yes.
Yes, here we are. Yeah, live in Breckenridge. Yeah, moving all over this morning. Things are shaking on 9 News. There's a lot happening in the mountains. This storm, a pretty good storm, and something that we've seen quite consistently throughout this snow season. Not a big storm, not a little storm, something that's actually very manageable, that's bringing a lot of snow to the mountains and helping our snowpack. Breckenridge moving along pretty good right through downtown, and this is how the roads kind of look throughout the high country. Snowpacked, icy, pretty slick, but moving along pretty well. CDOT plow trucks have been out all night, clearing everything up, and it is just beautiful. I'm gonna pan the camera just so you guys can see how beautiful it looks in Breckenridge. Look at those lights here in the Blue River Plaza. Not a lot of snow coming down right now, but it is been coming down. Most of the skiers are gonna report about 6 inches of snow out of this storm throughout Summit County. And in Breckenridge, it's been adding up close to 2 feet in 7 days, 167 inches so far on the season. So it is adding up and just looking like it should in the middle of winter. January normally doesn't bring a whole lot of snow. It can dry out a little bit, but it has been the cycle this season that it has been coming down. You're going to see some closures up at the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels while they let those trucks with hazmat materials go through, because Loveland Pass is closed while they do some avalanche mitigation work up there. And this storm, which looks a lot like a March storm, wet, heavy snow that's come down overnight, is going to make that avalanche danger in the backcountry a little bit worse. But it is really helping the snowpack. snowpack. It's got a lot of water content to it, and just what we've been seeing all season long. I can tell you that out west here in the mountains, this storm, something we've seen quite a lot, not too big, 6 inches of snow. Out east, where my colleague Corey Rippenhagen's been traveling around, seeing some snow as well. Corey, you've been looking for it out there, and how's it looking?
I'm always looking for it, Matt. I found a little bit of action out here in Logan County. I'm standing on I-76, which is completely closed. Keely's been reporting on this. The closure goes from here, where I am in Sterling, all the way to Nebraska. And I can tell you that Interstate 80 is just getting absolutely pounded right now from Ogallala to Kearney. So that is kind of where the storm has kind of focused itself. Now, on the Colorado side, between Denver and where I am, everything was kind of dependent on this banding of snow, which happens when there's a convergence of air coming together. And we did get that, but as Ed was describing, that dry air came in and broke those bands up a little bit. So we're looking at about 4 to 5 inches of snow on the eastern plains here, from Morgan County up here to the closure on I-76 in Logan County. And there were a few of those steady bands, like Denver International Airport just reported in with 7.7 inches. So they obviously got hit with one of those more focused bands, and we may see that in the Strasburg, Bennett area, where those bands were able to come together. But we also have a little bit of wind out here, and that's also a factor. You may not even be able to see the snow blowing straight out of the northeast here in Sterling, and that's because of the sunlight kind of diffused through these clouds. The snow kind of blends into the background, but the wind is coming in here about sustained 15 to 20 miles per hour, and that is kind of creating some drifts here. We did see a snowplow on Interstate 76, so they're still plowing it so that perhaps when the wind and the snow dies down, they can open at least this section. But I can tell you guys, Interstate 80 out there in Nebraska is going to be ground zero for this storm. They're looking at some big snow totals out that way.
Yeah, whenever you combine the wind with the snow, that makes it really tough. My fellow Corey, thank you so much.
This morning, there are some extra shelters open to give people a warm place to stay. The McNichols building on Colfax is open as an overnight shelter tonight. Rec centers and libraries will be open for people to warm up throughout the day as well.
This morning, we want to see your snow pictures. Show us what you're doing on this snow day by texting us 303-871-1491.
Here are some of the pictures we have gotten in so far. Oh, my favorite ones are the dogs covered in snow because they're enjoying it. My least favorite one is this truck that looks like it's been smashed by a tree that's kind of fell on top of it.
Yeah, again, it's that heavy, wet snow, so get out and try to get that off the branches today because that is going to be a problem. But I do love all the dogs, especially the Huskies. They're made for this weather, right? So keep sending them in. I think we're going to see a lot of snowman pictures today, maybe some sledding.
Yeah, look at this
dog. It's going to be one
right
of those days.
Rolling around up there.
Loving life, like living his best life. Keep sending those to us throughout the morning. We love to see them. And we're going to be following this storm, of course, all morning long. You can also download the 9 News app for the latest on weather alerts, closures, and traffic.
Well, that snow from weeks ago is still lingering, and now we're getting even more on top of that. This morning, we're going to look at what it will take for people to dig out. We are back with another live look outside over downtown Denver. Visibility remains low this morning as those small flakes continue to fall. We're going to check in with Ed here in just a bit for more of your forecast. Our Darius Johnson is driving in around Denver right now for us this morning. Darius, how does it look where you are?
Not too bad. We're actually just leaving from the Morrison area, actually heading back in toward the Denver metro area. If you take a look right now, we're on 70 heading east toward 6, actually about to get ready to merge onto 6 right now. And you can see what I was talking about earlier if you all were joining us on 9 News in the 6:30 hour, where I mentioned that 70 is really clear. It's one of the clearest stretches of roadway that we've seen so far this morning out of the side streets, out of I-25, and even some of those major and main thoroughfares throughout the Denver metro area. I will also tell you we've seen a number of trailer vehicles that are chaining up just on the side of the interstate, just preparing before they get ready to head up into the mountains. There are a lot of people on the roads this morning. I'm not sure if you all have to go to work or if you're just running out to grab some groceries so you can just kind of stay inside and hunker down. So far today, really fast, you see we just merged onto 6. You see how it's not as clear as 70? That's one of the things that I was talking about. But again, we can thank our plow drivers for at least getting out here and clearing a lot of these roadways. Definitely a lot better than what we saw recently over the last couple of storms that we've had. Once again, going to continue to try to monitor and seeing what a lot of things are looking like. We're just passing right here through past the Jefferson County Fairgrounds right now. I'm going to head around the Denver area to check out some of those spots. I think one of the good things, I know Keely has been talking about accidents and other things there as she is monitoring traffic. We have been going around trying to monitor a lot of those things, but the one thing I can tell you, it seems like as we head to those areas, a lot of those accidents are being cleared kind of immediately and right away. So again, just take it very slow, take it easy if you all are heading out so far this morning, but I will definitely tell you, it seems like a smooth and a safe drive so far. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
That sounds like crews are really taking care of things out there. All right, Darius, thank you. Well, that snow, of course, still coming down, covering the snow and ice left over from last storm just weeks ago. It might not be until this evening that anyone can really even start that shoveling. And depending on where you live, it could take a lot of work to dig out. 9 News reporter Mark Salinger has the details on what it's going to take to make that happen.
Getting through school the day before a big storm is hard enough. Walking home in Capitol Hill might even be harder. Nearly 3 weeks after the last big snow, the sidewalks across from Maury Middle School are still covered in ice. Someone even laid down a rug at the snowy intersection to make it easier to step across.
It's been pretty tough, just really slippery, even some cars like getting stuck in like ice that just stuck around after that last storm.
The city doesn't plow residential sidewalks. Each homeowner is responsible for their own section, which doesn't always mean everything gets shoveled. No problem for pups like Finn.
He loves it. He waits all year for this.
It could get dicey for his human, Nick.
We're already planning on like tomorrow and for the rest of this week either having to like dig out cars or just like deal with anything that's built up on the sidewalk or ice and stuff.
Cities across Colorado have programs to help people who can't shovel their own driveways and sidewalks. In Denver, it's called Snow Angels.
This is about helping your neighbors.
The premise is simple. You sign up, you get a free shovel, and the city tells you who needs help shoveling after a big storm like this one.
This program helps connect those neighbors who may not be aware that maybe a couple of blocks away from their house, in a very short distance, there is someone who might need this assistance.
The goal is to shovel as many sidewalks as possible.
He does just fine. Doesn't mind it at all.
For everyone other than Finn the Alaskan Malamute, here's to hoping this storm melts away quickly.
Our Mark Salinger reporting. Now, the Snow Angels program deployed around 300 volunteers during the last storm in December to help shovel at 500 homes. And as great as that is, the city says they're looking for even more to double that amount of volunteers so that everyone who requests the help can actually get that. Ed?
And thank you, Jordan. Yeah, we still have some light snow going on in the city right now. That's hazy conditions that you're seeing. We're at 24 degrees at this hour. And we've also got this downtown. We've 96% humidity. So, yeah, there is a little snow. And here's some early amounts. In Julesburg, 4 inches. Same for Boulder, 4.5 in Federal Heights. Ken Carroll, 5.5. In Commerce City, 5.5. But look at the airport, 7.7 inches of snow, almost 8 inches of snow out at the airport. As we take a look, you can see this purple area. That's the heavier snow. And watch this little band of purple coming in right there. So that's going to move on through. So we'll see the snow increase and then decrease once again. So it's going to be kind of off and on snow all day long. That dry slot moved into the area. That's what Corey also talked about, but the models didn't see the dry slot. So that's what made these totals kind of tough to deal with. But we do have this ending as the day goes on, and then we'll see clearing skies till about noon tomorrow. And then the next system begins to head our way, and you can see it right here, but I think this is going to head to the south. Little snow for the high country, maybe a snow shower out here, and that's going to be about it as far as more snow goes, but we do have snow toward the end of the weekend. Winter weather advisory, winter storm warning still in effect until 5 o'clock, but they may be allowed to expire early, and the temperatures to go along with them. 20s, 30s, 40s over the eastern plains, teens and 20s for the high country, mostly 20s and 30s out to the west. Now your forecast, cloudy, cold, snow, blowing snow, and 30 degrees for the high today. Then tonight, decreasing clouds and cold. Look at the low, 10 degrees. Then for tomorrow, partly cloudy. We stay cold at 36 degrees. Maybe a few snow showers Friday. That's it. Fair on Saturday, sunny skies, but chilly with a high of 34. Partly sunny early on Sunday. Then late in the day, we see some snow. That snow goes into Monday. Our next chance for significant snow here in the city. 27 on Monday. Tuesday, we're at 32 degrees as the snow ends. And then Wednesday, back to partly cloudy and 31.
All right, thanks, Ed. The plows have been out in force all night and all morning. In fact, we've seen significant improvements in road conditions out there. Of course, more traffic out there this morning. We are still seeing a lot of slowdowns out across our travel map. Lots of yellows, lots of oranges, and certainly a few trouble spots. There is a crash, University Boulevard at Hampton Avenue, that is certainly causing a slowdown in both directions there. Also monitoring this crash southbound I-25 between Downey Street and University Boulevard. 2 right lanes closed. I believe they have opened, but crews still working to clean that up. Also, we have a crash that has been cleared, actually, northbound I-25 between I-225 and Hampton Avenue, but we are seeing a little bit of a residual slowdown as a result. This is a stalled vehicle. It's actually a semi-crash we just found out southbound I-25 right around Spruce Mountain Road. That's near Larkspur, so we are seeing a slowdown there as 2 lanes are closed, and we still are monitoring this crash/closure southbound I-25 from Highway 34 and to Loveland. That is causing about anywhere from about a 10 to 15 minute delay in that area, and a number of closures up there in the northeast corner of the state due to adverse weather and treacherous driving conditions. A couple of note I want to point out, there's a lot up there, but I just do want to point out and highlight I-76 from Sterling to Nebraska. That entire stretch closed due to snow and tough driving conditions, as well as Highway 6 from I-76 to the border, also closed as a result of this winter weather. Southbound I-25, 144th to I-76, that drive time now about 14 minutes. We're looking at a 19-minute drive southbound I-225, I-70 to I-25. And if you're heading up into the mountains, westbound I-76, C-470 to the Eisenhower Tunnel, that commute 52 minutes. And remember, you are going to want to have your traction tires.
Some good advice there, Keely. Thank you. It is now 7:20 on your Wednesday morning. We want to get to some other headlines. A Colorado police officer who played a role in a woman getting hit by a train appeared in court for the first time. 2 officers have now been charged in this case. Platteville police officer Pablo Vasquez parked his police car on train tracks when pulling over a road rage suspect. After another officer placed the suspect in his vehicle, a train hit that car, severely injuring the woman. Vasquez is facing 8 counts, all of them misdemeanors. Yesterday's court appearance was brief to set later court dates. The survivor, Yareni Rios Gonzalez, plans to file a lawsuit. But we have a happy ending to a high-profile pig snatching. 2 prize pigs are back with their owners, safe and sound and hungry. On Saturday, the Lee family arrived in Denver with their show pigs, Roger and Doug, for the stock show. Well, after spending the night in a hotel, they found that someone had stolen their truck and trailer, and with them, Doug and Roger. Yesterday, Commerce City Police called them with some good news. Everything and everyone had been found abandoned about 10 minutes away from the Lee's hotel.
When they heard our voices, they hopped up on the train, like on one of the boards, and they were like, oh my gosh, you guys are back. You know, like the owners are back, family's back.
Oh, some happy news for them for sure. The pigs each lost about 10 pounds, but they did spend the day getting back into competition shape. Doug and Roger will compete today at the stock show, a question a lot of you have been wondering about. Well, this season's unusually heavy wet snow is helping drought conditions. 9 News Mornings looks at what it's going to take to continue this trend. Taking a look at the snow still falling this morning, there's potential for this to be one of Denver's biggest January snowstorms in more than 30 years. On January 7th and 8th of 1992, the city got more than 14 inches of snow. Lots of cars stuck in snowdrifts and canceled flights out at the old Stapleton Airport. Denver's most intense January storm ever, though, dates back to 1883. That is when the city got 16 inches. Denver and the Eastern Plains are expected to get that heavy snow, but some places farther out southeastern Colorado, they've really been missing out on the action this year.
January is not normally a really stellar, huge month.
Snowstorms like this usually come later in the year, but climatologists are loving the surprise.
So getting this event in January is a pretty big deal.
Becky Bollinger is excited to see Denver metro streets covered again before the last snow has time to melt.
Following a good monsoon season late last summer, consistent activity through the fall and into the winter, we are seeing a lot of drought improvement.
She tracks drought conditions in Colorado as an assistant state climatologist. Right now, 40% of the state is drought-free. This time last year, every part of Colorado was experiencing some form of drought. While most parts are doing pretty well, she says Southeast Colorado is seeing the worst drought right now.
Thankfully, the drought that was very bad in Northeast Colorado is getting a lot of these events, and so we should see drought improvement there.
Denver snow totals are expected to be well above average after this storm. The mountains are feeling some love too, and Bollinger says that's critical for reservoirs.
We help recharge our soils, our streams, our reservoirs, the overall health of our mountains. So all in all, I'd say it's pretty good news.
It's good news Bollinger is hoping will continue to stick around.
We're going into the second half of the game, and we still need that snowpack to continue accumulating to make sure that we really end off the season strong.
That was our Kelly Rinke reporting. Now, if our season is strong, Bollinger is confident that we will see some recovery in our reservoirs in our state. But one good year doesn't mean it's going to help water supply in the state's downstream. She said Colorado River Basin, Lake Powell, Lake Mead, those areas are going to need 10 years like this for that recovery to happen. Let's get
And we still see some light snow here. Here is Horsetooth, and you can see some snow and snow that has fallen up there. 23 degrees out at the airport right now. And you can see this little band of snow kind of thickening here, and it's pushing through Denver. So we'll see that off and on snow. But here's that dry slot, which is also drying out the storm and kept the snow totals lower. So 30 degrees is what we are seeing right now with some slight snow today. Tomorrow, 36 degrees with partly cloudy skies. Maybe a snow shower Friday, not a big deal here. Sunny on Saturday and 34, 33, and starting the day with partly sunny skies on Sunday. Then snow late in the day, spreading into Monday with a high of just 27.
And taking a live look at the snow right now. This is a look from the boss's office here at Spear and Logan. You're kind of seeing some stuff. Looks like snow is piling up on the camera out there. We do know that those roads can be pretty slick out there this morning. These cars are doing it just right, taking it slow and easy.
A little bit frosty out there. And here's another live look outside. Definitely not baseball weather. Not feeling like it. Live look there at Coors Field with the icicle right in front of the camera there.
We have had some snow on opening days though before.
It's true. It's never fun.
Not fun.
No. Good morning. Happy snow day. Corey and Jordan with you.
Yeah, we have team coverage all across the state from the high country all the way out to the eastern plains.
We also have Keely Chalmers tracking your morning commute and Ed Green in our 9 News backyard. Ed, we're going to see snow on and off throughout the day.
It is still snowing out here right now, but I've always wanted to be like Matt Renew, so I'm not wearing a hat.
Oh.
Yeah, so that works out. But yeah, you can see some light snow coming down still around here, and that's what we will see, just as you said, Corey, some light snow just off and on right through the evening hours. So let's take a look outside, and we see the city can't see it as much because that snow is increasing just a little bit. So we have got 23 degrees, 96% humidity, and the light snow continues right here in town. You see that dry slot moving right up in the eastern plains. That's what kept the snow totals a little light, but we do see that snow coming right down from Wyoming, Cheyenne, right down along the Front Range. That's the snow that'll keep us going for the next couple of days. And you can see we do see a little light snow until about 7 o'clock tonight, and that's when it kind of ends. We'll see clearing skies till about noon tomorrow with sunshine, and then the next system comes our way. Clouds ahead of it, and you can see that system off to the west, but that will go mainly to the south, so a little snow for the high country and maybe a snow shower here. That's it. So winter weather advisory until 5 today, as is the winter storm warning. So we'll see that with cloudy and cold conditions and 30 degrees. Thursday, we're at 36 degrees with mostly cloudy conditions. Friday, maybe a snow shower. That's it. Saturday, sunny skies, but chilly, 34 degrees. Then on Sunday, we do see some late snow going on into Monday, and Monday's high just 27.
All right, thanks, Ed. And roads seem to be improving out there, although we are seeing a few more crashes and accidents out there on the roadways. Here's a live look. This is I-25 near Logan, and you can see drivers traveling fairly slowly. And as a result, we are seeing more cars out on the roads. We are seeing a few problems out there. One of them is a crash southbound I-25 near University Boulevard. Multiple lanes are closed as a result of this, so we are seeing a slowdown as a result. Also, still monitoring this crash southbound I-25 Downing Street and University Boulevard. 2 right lanes are closed. I believe they're opening back up. A crew's still on the scene there. University Boulevard at Hampton Avenue. There was a crash there causing some slowdown. And I want to take you up to the north. This is southbound I-25 between Highway 34 and Loveland. We do have a crash here and a closure that's causing about a 10 to 15 minute delay in that area. Also, a number of closures up there in the northeast corner of the state due to those very treacherous driving conditions. A couple I want to highlight right now. I-76 from Sterling all the way to the Nebraska border closed, as is Highway 6 from 76 to the border as well. All right, let's go to Darius Johnson, I believe.
Hey there, Keely. Yeah, I think you have one of the hardest jobs this morning, because I have honestly been trying to go around and follow some of these accidents that you've been talking about, even finding some of those accidents. I know I just sent you a message about 5 minutes ago talking about one that was at I-25 heading northbound right there at the 6th Avenue exit. By the time Manny and I made it to Alameda and made that turnaround as we were heading south to then head northbound to try to get in view or in range of that accident, it was already somewhat cleared. Didn't seem like any cars were involved, maybe just one car that possibly spun out. And I think the one thing about a lot of the drivers this morning, they are all remaining very vigilant, because that could have been a situation that could have easily been a little bit worse. But I think all of those cars that were around that one kind of gave them the ability to turn around and get going the way that they needed to, and everybody else was able to keep flowing through traffic at that point as well. Again, clear roads this morning right here on I-25 heading northbound. Right now we are getting ready to approach Spear Boulevard, and this is what it's looking like. I will definitely say a lot more people are starting to hit the roads, definitely as the sun comes up. Many people possibly getting ready to go drop off the kiddos. Well, they should all be home. Hopefully maybe taking them to go sledding or something like that. But we did see a lot of people who were heading up I-70. It was very shocking as we were on 6th Ave heading back into the city. We saw a lot more traffic heading west, so maybe a lot of people are going to take advantage of a lot of this fresh powder. Gonna go ahead and let this guy get over. Sliding a little bit. I know this is what the view has been like in Denver. We've had team coverage all across our state this morning, really monitoring what a lot of those conditions are like. I know Corey Reppenhagen, you were along the eastern plains and you were monitoring a lot, from the closure at I-76 to some of those dry spells you had, everything.
Yeah, you know, Darius, there really is and has been a lot of varying conditions out here. I'm actually standing on I-76 right now at the closure, and it's very different conditions from where I am to where it is behind this road bar here. The wind is starting to simmer down a little bit here in Sterling. The snow has let up a little bit. I'm even seeing a little bit, we may even see a little bit of a sunrise here through the clouds here in just a minute. But on the other side of this closure, it is much more harsh environment, and that's why this road is closed. We've got wind, not a huge wind, but a 15 to 20 mile an hour sustained wind blowing out of the northeast, and that is blowing snow across the highway, making it slicker and less visibility. That's one reason for the closure, but another reason is just up the line here from Julesburg, Colorado, down into about Kearney, Nebraska. Interstate 80 is getting absolutely pounded with snow right now, so there's really a no-fly zone here from Sterling on into Nebraska because of those conditions. Now, on the Colorado side, we have seen varying conditions because we are relying on that banding, and the banding happens when air kind of comes together and creates a little extra lift. The dry air came in and kind of broke that up. So in general, most of the eastern plains here looking at about 5 inches, maybe 6 in some spots, but there are some areas like Iliff just to the west of us here in Sterling is reporting 9 inches. Denver International Airport reporting 7.7 inches. So there are those spots where the banding did come through, but in general, we're talking about 5 inches of snow out here on the eastern plains, and we will be in a similar situation where we'll get light snow on the back side of this rotation, which maybe could bring us another inch or so out here on the eastern plains. But this is kind of the dividing line, guys, right where the more harsh conditions in the dry slot and then the business end of the storm out here towards Nebraska.
I like that, the business
end, yes. Corey, I remember last time, the last storm that came through, I-80 was also really difficult. We saw truckers stranded for days because that stretch was closed.
Yeah, you know, we've been locked in a pattern, and weather patterns are very difficult to break, and that's why we have been seeing so much snow here on the eastern plains, the I-76 corridor, the Interstate 80 corridor, and that is honestly, I was looking at some of the weather data, and Sterling, Holyoke, Yuma, Akron, Julesburg, all reporting more snow at this point in the year than they have in 7 years to this point. 36 to 40 inches in some of these spots. It's something that we haven't seen for a long time. Maybe it used to happen on a regular, but over the last 5 or 6 years, we just have not seen the snowpack sitting out here on the eastern plains. So that part is the absolute good news.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Corey, thank you. This morning, we do want to see your snow pictures. Show us what you're doing on this snow day by texting us 303-871-1491.
Here are some of the pictures that we've gotten so far. A lot of ones with dogs covered in snow. We've also got those the patio furniture that Kyle loves so much around here. And then unfortunately, too, we have seen a vehicle that was smashed by a tree with some heavy wet snow.
See that dog there in the middle on the lower?
Yeah.
Inside, warm, snuggled up in a blanket? No, that's me. And that is also my dog, because my dog is not like these huskies that love being outside and they live for the snow. But we love seeing all of them.
A lot of gorgeous pictures that y'all are sending in this morning. Keep sending those. We love to see them.
We're going to be following this snowstorm all morning long, of course. You can download the 9 News app for the latest on the weather alerts, the closures, and of course, the traffic.
Well, talks of a possible recession are leading to more questions about the housing market. This morning, we'll have our real estate expert break down the impacts.
Taking a live look outside this morning. It is a snowy morning in a lot of places all over Colorado. You can see the snow still coming down here, and it will be falling on and off throughout the day. Let's get a check of the forecast, the snow totals, and everything that we need to know about this snowstorm with Ed Green.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of rotating out of here, but every now and then you see the snow pick up. And take a look at Greeley here. It is sticking to the lens once again and snowing pretty good. And downtown, the snow is picked up once again, also sticking to the lens. But you can also see the snow going by as well. We're 23 degrees right now. Here are some of the amounts we've seen early on. 4 inches at Julesburg. Boulder had the same. 4.5 in Federal Heights. Fort Collins, 4.7. 5.5 in Kent Carroll and Commerce City. But out at the airport, almost 8 inches of snow, and that's how it'll go down in the history book. So as we take a look, lots of showers and thunderstorms here. That pushes into colder air, changes it to rain mixed with snow. That's the pink shaded area, and then it comes into snow, and you see it coming right down the front range, and that's what's pushing the snow into our area. Now we have a dry slot, which has kind of dried it out, but the models didn't pick up that dry slot. So we do see some light snow ending probably this afternoon. Then we'll go to clearing skies overnight till about noon tomorrow before more clouds move in. Another system comes our way. But this one will drop to the south. A little snow for the high country, maybe a snow shower over the southern plains. I think that's going to be about it. Today, however, the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning continues until 5 o'clock today. As far as the temperatures go, 20s, 30s to around 40 degrees over the eastern plains, teens, 20s for the high country, and 20s and 30s out to the west. And the forecast goes this way. A winter storm warning till 5 o'clock. Cloudy, cold, snow, blowing snow, 30 degrees. Then for tonight, decreasing clouds and cold. Look at the low, just 10. Then partly cloudy, staying cold tomorrow and 36. Maybe a snow shower on Friday, but not a big deal. Sunny on Saturday, 34. Then late in the day Sunday, a little bit of snow. That'll take us right on into Monday with that snow and colder weather, a high of just 27. 32 on Tuesday as the snow ends. And then Wednesday, partly cloudy once again and low 30s.
All right, thanks, Ed. The bottom line out there, slow down. In fact, Colorado State Patrol has initiated what it calls the snow tortoise. No animals involved here. It's just slowing traffic down to 45 miles per hour for the entire route of E470. We are starting to see some trouble spots out there, kind of an uptick in the crashes over the last, I'd say, hour. Here's a look at I-25. You can see it is cleared, but still a little bit of snow out there, a little bit of slick conditions out there on the roadways. As a result, we are running into some problems. We have a closure southbound I-25. This is down near Larkspur, Spruce Mountain Road. It is due to a jackknife semi there, so all southbound lanes are blocked, thus the closure. Also several problems up here along southbound I-25 near the metro area. We have a crash near University Boulevard. That is causing a slowdown. Lanes blocked. Also a crash southbound I-25 near Downing. We have another one southbound I-25 up near Broadway. So certainly problem areas in and around the metro area. Also have this crash and closure. We continue to monitor also southbound I-25. This is between Highway 34 and Loveland. That is a closure. We're looking at about a 10 to 15 minute delay there. Also monitoring a number of closures due to the heavy snow and the problem areas and really the low visibility up here in the northeast corner of the state. I want to highlight a couple big ones. I-76 Sterling to the Nebraska border is closed in both directions, as is Highway 6 from I-76 to the border as well. So lots of yellows and oranges out there. Southbound I-25, 144th down to I-76. That drive time now about 13 minutes.
Keely, thank you. Continued talks of a possible recession this year is leading to more questions about the housing market. We asked our real estate expert to take a closer look for us. Lane Lyon is a managing broker at Coldwell Banker, joins us live this morning. Thank you for coming in.
Hey, good snowy morning to you.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming in.
Absolutely. Oh, real estate's important. We know this.
Boy, is it ever. So we keep hearing this talk about a possible recession. We don't know if we're going to get there, but if it does, how would that play into the housing market?
And there's reason for a lot of people to be concerned because many people remember back to 2008, 2009, during the Great Recession, housing was really impacted. Economists are in agreement that we likely won't see anything quite like that, but they are split a little bit on the impacts, and so we'll have to wait and see. But we do go back in time a little bit to see what the impacts might be. For example, if you look back in time, that 4 out of the past 6 recessions, home prices actually did not fall. They actually appreciated. Only during that Great Recession mentioned, we see the home prices come falling down, and again, economists say conditions are just not likely for that. Most recently, we saw home values appreciate by about 1% in 2020. So we're still appreciating now, in fact, just not quite like we saw last year. How about mortgage rates? That's a hot topic right now. And actually, as you look back over time, we saw mortgage rates go down during recession, and that was in each of the 6 recessions. So not a lot of cause for concern there, and a lot of people wonder because a lot of people are concerned about the mortgage rate. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, there's a lot of factors, Corey, that go into whether or not we will have a recession. Certainly unemployment, inflation, these are key topic areas that we're keeping a close eye on. And really, time is going to tell. Next 6 to 9 months, but if you are in the market for a house, really are we in a recession? Are we not in a recession? Shouldn't have too much impact.
So interest rates are really kind of getting all the headlines right now, but inventory also plays into this.
Especially here locally. You know, here in the Denver area, we ended the year with far fewer homes on the market than we've seen historically. So what does that tell us? Well, it tells us that home values will likely stay intact. So we might even see home values go up this year, not quite like last year, but if that buyer demand picks up, and I'm here to tell you, the buyers are already out looking. They're not really finding what they're looking for, but it does tell us that they are resuming the search. Many people coming back from the sidelines. They realize the sky did not fall with interest rates, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that.
Quick tips for any buyers or sellers out there.
Well, certainly do your homework, Corey. I know you're doing some right now. If you are looking for a home right now, be mindful that sellers are more willing to negotiate for things like interest rate buy downs. So you're just going to have to kind of be strategic with the interest rates. If you want to sell your home, I would say get a jump on the spring competition. Traditionally, we see more people go on the market in the spring. It might mean 1 or 2 of your neighbors are going to go on the market. So think February, think March, price correctly, show well, talk to a good real estate advisor so you don't spend too much time on the market. And that is key, not overpricing.
And it's better to be the only one on the block for sale versus like 10.
Absolutely. When it's slim pickings, more people are looking at your house.
Yes, so true. Blaine, thank you so much for coming in,
welcome.
making the trek on a snow day. We really appreciate it.
Have a great day.
You too. All right, let's take a live look at the roads this morning. The plows are out trying to clear the snow from the main streets to the side streets, working to stay ahead of all of it. In about 3 minutes, we're going to be talking to CDOT about their snow plan this morning and throughout the day.
All right, we are back with our continued snow coverage this morning. Matt Renew in the high country for us out in Breckenridge, and the sun finally up.
Yes, and Matt, some fresh powder up there. I know that they're loving it.
They are loving it, guys. Good morning, and the sun is up, and the snow is starting to roll back into the high country. You know, a lot of snow fell overnight between midnight and 4 a.m., and then it just sort of stopped, and now we're seeing light snow here in Breckenridge. Again, resorts in Summit County reporting about 6 inches of snow from this storm. Looks like they're going to be able to add a little bit more onto this powder day with the snow continuing to fall. Roads really so far aren't too bad, although the winds are starting to pick up right now, but those plow trucks have been out all night keeping things pretty clear. That's not to say they're not slick and snow-packed, but those plow trucks have really kept the roads and I-70 looking pretty good. Now with this wind starting to pick up as maybe another round pushes through, we might start to lose some visibility. But what a cycle of snow we've seen this season. You know, 2 feet of snow in the past 7 days, 167 inches on the season. So the mountain's doing very well. Traffic moving along pretty good. Ought to be pretty good powder day. My colleague Darius has been driving around throughout the Denver area. Darius, you've been seeing some pretty good snow too, I imagine.
Hey there, Matt. Yes, we've been seeing a lot of snow, but I can tell you the one good part about it is the streets are just very well cleared so far this morning. Accidents, I can tell you a couple here and there, mostly possibly because of snow that may be on the ground or a couple of people who may be driving a little too fast, but nothing too crazy so far, knock on wood. We're continuously just driving around the area just to see what things are looking like. A lot of the snow is still picking up. It seems like things are starting to calm down, at least so far this morning, as the sun has now risen, has now come up, as a lot of people are now getting ready to hit the roads and get ready to head into work. So we're going to continue to monitor what a lot of these road conditions look like throughout the rest of the morning snow coverage. But for now, we're live in the city of Denver. I'm Darius Johnson. Back to you.
Well, snow has fallen all across the state, and the plows are out clearing those roads now.
Right. We have Presley Fowler from CDOT on the line right now. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thanks for having us. Yeah, as you mentioned, our snow plow operators have been on a full snow shift since yesterday afternoon. So, you know, they were going through the night to make sure that the roads were as cleared and safe as possible for this morning commute for anyone who does have to be out.
All right, Presley, if you don't mind, you were talking about some trouble spots earlier that you guys were monitoring out for. Has your team been able to spot any this morning?
Yes, there have been some trouble spots. Right now, I-25 southbound at Larkspur, there's a jackknife semi-trailer, and we've just been seeing some issues on that area of I-25 throughout the morning. You know, so if you're going that direction, just use caution and go slower. The roads, you know, are looking pretty good, and like I said, we've got our plows out there making continuous passes, but there's still going to be some slick conditions and snowpack. So that's one of the troubled spots. I-76 from Sterling to Nebraska is closed in both directions. And then the I-70 mountain corridor, we have, you know, passenger traction law in effect. So make sure that if you have to be out on the roads and you're going that way, you have proper snow tires and your vehicle's prepared for those conditions.
It's really all hands on deck for a storm like this, Presley. Talk a little bit about how when these plows are coming through, they're also dropping de-icer in a lot of places as well.
Yes, absolutely. It's, you know, more than just the plows on the roadway. We have those materials that are being dropped at the same time to help break through that snowpack and the ice. And so that's part of what our plow operators are doing as they're making the continuous passes on the interstates. And the first focus is the major interstates. So, you know, I-70, I-25, and interstates like that. And then you're going to move on to the secondary routes once we get the major interstates cleared.
And Presley, from our crews who've been roving around the metro area and from even our early morning drive before 3 a.m., it does look like a lot of people are on the roads this morning. Maybe they have to get to work or, you know, run some errands or whatever they might have to do. What is your advice for anybody who does have to, in fact, get outside this morning?
Yes, absolutely. We realize that some people may not be able to telework, or you may have to be out on the roads today. If you can limit travel, that is the best suggestion. But if you do have to be out, make sure you slow down. Just go below those speed limits, because there could be some slick and icy areas even though the plows are out. The road conditions can change quickly, so just be aware of that. Especially on the I-70 mountain corridor. Make sure you're leaving plenty of space between you and other vehicles, and that's especially the case when you see our snow plows. Stay back 3 to 4 car lengths from those snow plows and don't pass the plows. It's a safe place to be behind the snow plows as we're clearing the roadways.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just make sure that your vehicle's prepared for those conditions.
Yes, absolutely. Good advice. Also be a courteous driver. You might feel comfortable, but somebody else may not on the road. You don't want to scare them.
Yeah. All right, Presley,
Great
thank you
point.
so much.
No, they just said no weather. So, okay. Because they don't know how to time shows, that's why.
Good morning. Right now, a live look at what this latest winter storm has dumped in Colorado so far, and we are not done yet. We're going to talk totals so far in just a bit, but first, let's go back to last night when the snow really started to come down. This is a 2-hour time lapse of when the snow started to fall. This is that wet, heavy snow like the stuff that we got back in December that still hasn't fully melted away on those side streets just yet.
And this is what it looks right now in our backyard. You see just those tiny flakes still falling at this time. Looks like about 5 inches have accumulated. You see Ed Green about to walk in there, getting ready for his forecast. The branches of our tree out there caked in all of that snow. But that is nothing compared to the eastern plains. We have a live look now from the Fort Morgan area. This is from our Corey Reppenhagen's camera. He is out there with live reports this morning, and we're going to hear from him in just a bit.
I know folks on the eastern plains have described this as the tundra because it just has not melted out there on the eastern plains. Now, in that part of Colorado, CDOT has also shut down several highways for safety concerns. That includes Colorado 14, US 385, 138, and I-76 east from Sterling to the Nebraska border. Plows are out there just like they are all over the state. Then there are the closures, a lot of them, hundreds of closures and delays. Denver, Jeffco, Aurora, Cherry Creek, Boulder Valley, Dougco, all called off school today.
Yeah, all those big school districts, CU, CSU, and the Auraria campus are all closed as well. We do have a full list at the bottom of your screen. We also have it posted on our website, 9news.com. Now, we have a lot to cover this morning. Jordan Chavez along here with Corey Rose.
Yes, good morning. Happy snow day.
Yeah, happy snow day, everybody. Our team coverage spans all the way from the high country to the eastern plains this morning. But we want to start with the conditions right now and Ed Green in the backyard. Ed, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it is still snowing back here. This storm is not over yet because that dry slot is beginning to fill in a little, so we're seeing some more snow. Let's take a look outside right now, and you can see the city barely visible through the light snow that we have. 24 degrees now, 91% humidity. So as we take a look at some of the amounts we've had so far, 4 inches in Boulder and Julesburg, Federal Heights 4.5, and 5.5 in Kent, Carl, and Commerce City. But look at this. from the National Weather Service DIA, 7.7 inches of snow. So this storm is actually going to be larger, according to the National Weather Service, than the last storm was when they had 7.1 inches of snow. So as you can see along the Front Range here, that system is beginning that dry slot. Watch how it just sort of disappears right there. And we're starting to see a little more snow along the Front Range. So storm not over yet. And we will see the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning in effect until 5 p.m. today. Cloudy, cold, snow blowing, snow and 30 degrees for today. Then tomorrow 36 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Then we have a little sunshine early, maybe a snow shower late on Friday and a high of 30. Saturday mostly sunny and 34. Then Sunday we start the day with sunshine, end it with some snow, and that snow goes on into Monday with 27 degrees and light snow, so colder on Monday. Now Corey and I were talking about that dry slot, and yes, we had it, and that lessened our snow amounts. Now that dry slot's starting to fill in for us downtown. What about you, Corey?
Yeah, you know, Ed, we just had a very interesting moment out here where the winds completely stopped and we got a little bit of a sunrise to come up through the clouds here in Sterling. That's gone, winds back. So the conditions are certainly shifting out here. I'm standing on I-76 right now. This is the closure from Sterling on into Nebraska. And there's various conditions out here. You might be wondering why this road is still closed, but it's the wind. I'll tell you, the wind has been a factor. It's been not strong, but consistent, 15 to 20 mile an hour sustained winds, pushing snow over the interstate, making it slick and causing visibility issues, especially when it was dark earlier. And another part of the formula is up here by about Julesburg to Kearney is some very heavy bands going on right now, and the snow is really piling up out there. We just got a report from Julesburg of 8.5 inches at this point, and they have another heavy band that's moving their way that's going to cross Interstate 80 right now. So various conditions out here. Jordan, you know how it is. It always seems like this in Colorado, where you get a good 6-inch difference between the low snow reports and the high snow reports. Yep. So we're in that situation here once again.
That's why we have to have those wide ranges when everybody says you pretty much just gave us every little bit of snow that we could possibly have, and somewhere you just know it's going to fall somewhere in between there. All right, Corey, we'll check back in with you here in just a bit. Well, Denver decided to switch up its snow strategy with this storm, sending out plows to both main streets and neighborhood streets. They're going to make single passes down side streets to get the bulk of the snow off those roads, something that they didn't do last month when we got all of that heavy, wet snow. 9 News reporter Darius Johnson is testing out how the city is doing this morning. He continues our team coverage from the roads here in Denver this morning. Darius, good morning.
Hey there, Jordan. Good morning. I can definitely tell you we've made our way around the city. We've even made our way all the way to Morrison. I can tell you a lot of the side streets here and there, you may have a few side streets that are a little sloppier and a little messier than some of the others, but I can tell you major thoroughfares right here like I-25, it's pretty clear. Look at what the commute looks like so far this morning. It's pretty clear, and this is thanks to a lot of the plows that have been in formation going up and down the interstate and also hitting some of the major thoroughfares throughout the city as well. I can tell you we've seen a couple of accidents here and there so far this morning, but nothing too bad. I'm looking at these cars here driving a little too fast, telling each other. That's the one thing you kind of have to look out for. One thing, a lot of people are on the road so far this morning. Definitely saw a significant number of people heading towards the mountains as well. As we continue to make our way around the city, we're going to check out some of these side streets. We've also been checking in with Keeley as we try to follow and track a lot of these accidents that are happening and taking place. But as soon as we pull up on them, it almost seems as if they're being cleared right away. So that's one of the good things we can at least say about the snow so far this morning. So I'm going to go ahead and send it to you all back in the studio for the continued team coverage.
Yeah, that's right. Crews have been working hard, not only plowing the roads, but cleaning up the crashes because they are coming one after another. Here is a live look at I-25. This is near Logan. It looks drivable. It looks like it's pretty clear, smooth sailing, but roads still slick out there. We are seeing multiple crashes as a result of that snow. One southbound E470 near Quincy Avenue. This, we just got a report, has been cleared, but still causing a bit of a slowdown as a result. Also, reports of a crash westbound westbound C470 near Santa Fe. That is one crash down to the south. Head closer to the metro area. I-25 seeing quite a number of crashes. One southbound I-25 near University Boulevard, another near Downing, yet another up near Broadway. Head up north along I-25. Southbound I-25 between Highway 34 and Loveland closed due to a crash there. We're looking at about a 10 to 15 minute delay as a result. Also, a number of closures up in the northeast corner of the state due to that heavy snowfall and low visibility. One of them, I-76 Sterling to the Nebraska border. That entire stretch, both directions closed, as well as Highway 6 from I-76 to the Nebraska border as well. And if you are heading up into the mountain, traction tires are required. Also, we're looking at about a 61-minute commute westbound I-70 C470 to the Eisenhower Tunnel.
Keely, thank you. Now, where air travel is concerned, DIA is at the top of the list for cancellations today. More than 260 flights in and out of Denver have been pulled off the schedule. About half of those are Southwest flights. 9 News reporter Jaleesa Irizarry continues our team coverage from DIA this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. That's right. You've said it. There are some cancellations here at Denver International Airport. The good thing is that cancellation number has not gone up since 5 a.m., but still we are seeing a number. Take a look at the status sign. It's not nearly as bad as it was this morning. This morning it was essentially all red. Now we're seeing some flights are on time, some are delayed. FlightAware is saying there are 44 delays right now. The National Weather Service says DIA has 7.7 inches so far, and snow is continuing to come down. So if you're planning to fly out today, you need to check your flight status before you hit the road. And if your flight is still on, please give yourself enough time because the roads around DIA are slick. We did see a number of plows out and about as we came in today, but we also did see some spin outs, so you still want to take it slow. And if your flight is on time, plan to sit on the tarmac for a little bit as the planes are being de-iced today. That usually takes about 15 minutes or so. But the good news, I will say, is that it's not nearly as busy as Christmas week when we saw a lot of those cancellations, but still it's a headache to travel today, at least fly out today. I won't lie about that. We just spoke to one traveler who said he's had 3 flights canceled since 1 o'clock this morning, and now his current flight is delayed.
Oh, it's so hard to travel, especially lately. Jaleesa, I know that you were out on the tarmac for a while. I hope that you're warming up now inside the terminals.
Not only are we warming up, but our camera is warming up. It essentially froze over because we were out there for so long. So yes, we're feeling so much better.
Yes, good. I'm glad. But that coverage was pretty cool out there, seeing all of the equipment. Jaleesa, thank you. Denver opened an extra shelter to give people a warm place to spend the night. The McNichols building on Colfax served as an overnight shelter last night and will again tonight. During the day, rec centers and libraries will also be open for people to warm up. This storm is shaping up to be one of the largest January storms for Denver. We'll know for sure when the snow stops and the final measurements are taken.
The far southeastern part of our state has been missing out on all the snow this year. 9 reporter Kelly Rinke has a look at how our snowpack is doing so far.
January is not normally a really stellar, huge month.
Snowstorms like this usually come later in the year, but climatologists are loving the surprise.
So getting this event in January is a pretty big deal.
Becky Bollinger is excited to see Denver metro streets covered again before the last snow has time to melt.
Following a good monsoon season late last summer, consistent activity through the fall and into the winter, we are seeing a lot of drought improvement.
She tracks drought conditions in Colorado as an assistant state climatologist. Right now, 40% of the state is drought-free. This time last year, every part of Colorado was experiencing some form of drought. While most parts are doing pretty well, she says southeast Colorado is seeing the worst drought right now.
Thankfully, the drought that was very bad in northeast Colorado is getting a lot of these events, and so we should see drought improvement there.
Denver snow totals are expected to be well above average after this storm. The mountains are feeling some love too, and Bollinger says that's critical for reservoirs.
We help recharge our soils, our streams, our reservoirs, the overall health of our mountains. So all in all, I'd say it's pretty good news.
It's good news Bollinger is hoping will continue to stick around.
We're going into the second half of the game, and we still need that snowpack to continue accumulating to make sure that we really end off the season strong.
Our Kelly Rinke reporting now. If our season is strong, Bollinger is confident our reservoirs will recover at least somewhat, but one good year is just not enough to help water supply for the state's downstream. Bollinger says the Colorado River Basin, Lake Powell, and Lake Mead are going to need 10 years like this for that recovery to happen. Well, we have shown you what things look like around the state, but we want to see what this winter storm looks like where you live. Text us your snow photos to 303-871-1491. Here's some of the ones you've already shared with us this morning. A lot of great ones, a lot of beautiful shots. Also, a lot of you guys have really beautiful backyards, I'm learning.
I thought you were going to say, we want to see what it's like in your neck of the woods.
Oh, that phrase is coined already.
It's just an Al Roker thing. But yeah, so many great shots this morning. All the pups outside loving the snow. Beautiful shots of the sunrise. We did unfortunately see a car where a tree had fallen on it because it again is that heavy snow. So get out there and get it off the branches when you can. And a really happy baby that it's a snow day. We're going to be following this snowstorm all morning long. You can also download the 9 News app for the latest on the weather alerts, the closures, and traffic. Our team coverage will continue with a view of this winter storm from the high country after the break.
A live look now from our camera near the over downtown Denver this morning. Visibility pretty low still at this time. The snow is still falling, though it's those smaller flakes that's going to continue to fall throughout the day as well.
Yeah, and it's all over the state, especially up in the high country. They're getting all that fresh powder. Meteorologist Chris Bianchi is live in Steamboat this morning. Chris, this winter weather isn't typical for January here in Colorado.
No, it's not. I think that's one of the kind of big takeaways from this storm. This is a April-like storm that we're getting here in the heart of January. In fact, the amount of liquid, the amount of precipitation we got from this one storm in Denver and along the Front Range, about 2 to 3 times what we normally get over the course of the full month. So obviously quite the storm for us in the Denver area. And again, an unusual one in terms of just how much moisture we're getting from it for the particular time of year. That said, I'm coming to you here from Steamboat Springs, where we picked up 6 inches of snow at the middle of the mountain overnight, 14 inches at the summit. So a lot of snow here. And by the way, more going. As you can tell, it's snowing right now. That means people out there They've been lining up since about 6:45 a.m. this morning. A lot of probably happy skiers. And here in Steamboat Springs and really across the northern mountains, I know before the break we were talking about some of the snowpack conditions across the state. And snowpack here in the northern mountains, about 150% of its season to date average. And in Steamboat Springs specifically, they picked up about 21 feet of snow, almost 21 feet of snow so far this season. So it just kind of goes to talk about how busy of a season it's been in terms of the snow department. And a lot of people here probably not complaining a whole lot about that, including all those happy skiers right behind me. So for those of you in the Denver area that might be a little disappointed with some of those snowfall totals here, Ed, Steamboat Springs doing A-okay so far from the snowstorm.
Boy, they sure are, as are a lot of mountain locations, Chris, as you point out. But you also point out that usually this is an unusual storm for us. Normally, January is a very dry period for us. But boy, not this time. You can see it snowing like crazy up here in Fort Collins. It is snowing in Greeley as well. And downtown, this snow has picked up once again, and it continues to snow. So this storm is not over yet. 24 degrees is what we're seeing right now. And here are some of the snow amounts. Julesburg, 4 inches. Boulder, 4 inches. 4.5 in Federal Heights. Almost 5 in Fort Collins. 5.5 in Kent, Carroll, and Commerce City. But out at the airport, the last storm we had like this one was 7.1. It will actually go out as a bigger storm system because the DIA, National Weather Service, has 7.7 inches from this snow. Now, you see that dry slot that came up here? Now that dry slot is collapsing and more moisture is starting to push down along the Front Range. So, yes, we will start to continue to see this snow. Again, watch the dry slot that gave us much less snow earlier. Now it is starting to fill in, and that's coming right down along the Front Range. So, as we said, this storm system is not over. Won't be till this evening when it finally begins to move out. We'll go to clearing skies till about noon tomorrow, and then more clouds as the next system comes our way. But this system will drop to the south, maybe some snow for the high country, and maybe a snow shower here on the eastern plains. Not going to be significant. Temperatures 20s, 30s, 40s over the eastern plains today. Teens, 20s for the high country, 20s and 30s out to the west. So your forecast today, a winter storm warning remains in effect until 5 o'clock. 30 degrees with some snow and blowing snow. Decreasing clouds tonight and cold, only 10 degrees. Then tomorrow, partly cloudy, staying cold at 36. 30 on Friday with some snow, but not a big deal here. And then on Saturday, mostly sunny skies and 34. 33 on Sunday and late Sunday into Monday. We see yet another chance for snow, and colder Monday, just 27, 32 on Tuesday as the snow ends, and 31 by midweek.
Thanks, Ed. Well, as you can imagine, there are certainly some trouble spots out there on the roads this morning, although the plows have done a great job at clearing them. Here is a look at I-25. This is near Logan, and you can see travel pretty smooth out there right now, but we are tracking several crashes. Do want to give you an update on this. This is good news. This crash has been cleared. This is southbound I-25 between Highway 34 and Loveland. It has been closed for the last couple of hours, but it has reopened, so traffic really starting to pick up. That is good news. Do want to talk about other crashes, though. We have one northbound I-25 just past Highway 36. That one just came in about 5 minutes ago. Several problem areas across the city. This one southbound E470 near Quincy Avenue. That actually, we're hearing, is being cleaned up as we speak. We also have this crash westbound C470 near Santa Fe, causing a slowdown there, and multiple closures up there in the northeast corner of the state. A couple of note, I-76 Sterling to the Nebraska border, as well as Highway 6, I-76 to the border as well.
Duh. We're already dancing this morning. Despite the snow, the stock show continues. Of course, the National Western Complex. We're getting close to the final weekend of the annual event.
That's right. And one of the things on the schedule for this final weekend, and it's very popular, is a chance to kick up your heels and learn how to line dance. So this morning, we are giving it a shot. We're trying with the help of our friend Jordan Wagner, the director of Country Kick-Up, and Ivy Metlin, the head dance instructor. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
This is your guys' first year at the National Western Stock Show, and it has been so popular.
Yes, it is. It's overwhelming with like the blessing of people that are there, but it's kind of awesome. We have a lot of new faces this year. A lot of people that are like, I've never danced before. This is so fun. And then a lot of people that are like, I used to do this all the time. So it's really neat to have both.
Well, to tell you guys just how popular it is, you were saying y'all have 72 instructors, and even that's not enough to teach everybody that wants to learn.
We have it took all of our branches. So there's multiple different branches of the nonprofit stationed around Colorado. We had to recruit everybody for help.
And you're going to teach us some steps in a minute, but I do want to talk about this nonprofit aspect of it, because that's a really big deal for you guys.
Oh yeah, we're a 501c3, so we actually are a fundraising platform. We teach country line dancing and swing dancing, and then we donate all of the admission to different charities across Colorado. So wherever a branch is stationed, there's charities that are being donated to. And all of our volunteers are actually 100% volunteer, including myself. So administration fees, not really something that we take home. That just goes straight into either studio fees or the charity. So
incredible.
Yeah.
Ivy, really quickly before you show us, why do you think this has become so popular? Why are so many people wanting to learn this art?
It's just so much fun. It's really good to occupy your time. There's been so many people also say that it's changed their lives for the best.
Yeah, that's very true.
So many people come to our events and are just like, this changed my life. Like, you have given me new hope for something else. You've given me a hobby to do. So it's sparking hope and joy into other people as well, and our community is just growing exponentially.
People find a community really quickly, especially in the country dance community, and then to them they feel good too, right? They're giving back to charities, they're making friends, they're instilling confidence in themselves, working through like those hardships or insecurities that they didn't even know they had, but dancing brought that out and then a way to solve it. So
well, hopefully you still like it after trying to teach us here. Can you show us a few steps?
Yeah, I'd love to. So we're gonna do something kind of close to a conga, right? So what we're gonna do is take 3 steps forward. So it's a 1, 2, 3.
I already messed up.
You were a cheerleader before.
Let's do it again. So you're gonna take 1, 2, 3. Then you're gonna tap out, and you're going to go right back. So it's 1, 2, 3. And tap. 4. Now just do it all over again.
Okay, perfect.
So 5.
Tap.
Oh, look at us going. We're congaing.
Yeah,
we are amazing.
Yeah, you're doing great. Let's go one more time.
Okay.
Ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again. 2, 3, 4, 5.
You guys do it with some swagger with like the hips and everything. Okay.
Ivy, really quickly, where can people find you if they want to learn some of these steps too?
So we have a website, countrykickup.com. We have a Denver branch, we have a Greeley branch, we have Fort Morgan and Sterling, and we're opening one in Casper too.
So great.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for coming in. I know you've been so popular out there, so we appreciate you coming
Thanks
down.
for having us.
On
It's
a snowy day
too. We wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah.
A for effort for us, Jordan.
We're trying. All right, let's send it up to our friend Matt in the high country.
Hey everyone, Matt Renew here, line dancing our way to a powder day live in Breckenridge, where the snow has continued here in the mountains, coming down pretty significantly overnight. About 6 inches of snow is what most of the ski areas will be reporting out of this storm. They're going to be adding on to that now that the snow's starting to come back through into the mountains. This is a month that normally doesn't bring a whole lot of snow, but has this season 2 feet here in Breckenridge in the past 7 days. Breckenridge reporting about 14 feet so far in the season. If you're coming in or out of the mountains, expect varying road conditions, times where you'll see the road, other times where you have slick and snow-packed conditions in the high country, especially as the wind and snow continues picking up in the mountains. Reporting on the conditions here in Breckenridge, I'm Matt Renew, 9 News.
As Matt's saying, that wind is picking up, the snow is picking up. And remember the dry slot we had? Now it is collapsing as more snow forms and begins to fill in. And that's so the storm is not over yet. We'll see snow today and 30 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy skies, 36 degrees, then an increase in clouds. And with that increase in clouds, maybe a snow shower on Friday, sunny on Saturday, but cold, 34 degrees. Sunday, 33 degrees, but late in the day we see some snow, and that'll continue on into Monday with a high of just 27. Whack that.
Good morning,
Come on,
everybody.
throw it at the camera.
He's got a snowball in his hands. We're nervous.
Snowball making snow, y'all.
It is.
Getting a look across our state this morning. On the top of your screen, you are taking a look at the eastern plains out there. That's a live look from our Corey Reppenhagen's camera. We're going to check in with him on conditions and how they're looking out there. Over on the left, that is how traffic is moving with CDOT this morning. And here in the backyard where we are, snow coming down.
Oh, look at you. Oh. And I've got my friends covered here. Look at this. I got you. Why are you so tall?
Snow is picked up again. I'm standing on 6 inches of snow.
Yeah.
The snow is picked up again, and see how good it is for packing snow.
Yeah.
There's a lot of moisture in it. Normally, January storms don't have a lot of moisture, and we don't get a lot of these storms in January. This is a January storm with March characteristics, so very interesting storm.
Great for making snowmen, Corey.
Yes,
That's the plan with my little kiddos today. They are very excited. I'm nervous about this. Don't you be throwing it. We want you to try to hit the camera. Can you get the camera?
Oh, I can't.
No pressure. No pressure.
No, I don't want to get fired.
Give it a shot. We'll cover for you. We'll say it was somebody over the fence.
Wool, don't put me in this category. You.
Let's go out and take a look at what we've got going on. And it is snowing again in the city. You can barely see the outline. Just take the umbrella, Corey. Just as
Sorry, do you want it?
No, that's okay. Just take the snow is continuing, so you can barely see the city right there. And it's 24 degrees, 91% humidity, so the moisture is still in the air. Here's some of the amounts we've had. Julesburg and Boulder, 4 inches, 4.5 at Federal Heights, Fort Collins, 4.7, 5.5 in Ken, Carroll, and Commerce City. But this storm will go down as bigger than the last storm, 7.7 from the National Weather Service out at DIA officially. Now, you see that dry slot out on the eastern plains? Look how it just collapses as more snow begins to move into the Front Range. So the storm's not over yet. Winter storm warning in effect until 5 p.m. Cloudy, cold snow and blowing snow and 30 degrees. Tomorrow we'll see 36 degrees with mostly cloudy skies. Then a little sunshine early, maybe a snow shower late on Friday. Sunny skies on Saturday, but cold, 34, 33 on Sunday. Starting the day with sunshine, but ending it with snow that pushes over into Monday with a high of just 27 degrees.
All right, thanks, Ed. And despite the snow still coming down, the road's actually looking pretty good. Plows have been out since yesterday afternoon, clearing. And this is I-25 near Santa Fe. Not too bad. Traffic actually moving pretty quickly. As a result, we are seeing a few accidents out there, but I want to start with some good news. This is a crash that has been cleared. It was on southbound I-25 between Highway 34 and Loveland. It had caused that stretch of I-25 to be closed down for several hours this morning. It is back open, but we still have this crash northbound I-25 past Highway 36, causing a bit of a slowdown there. Also, several crashes out there. This one, westbound C-470 near Santa Fe. Crews trying to clean that one up as we speak. Also several crashes southbound I-25. This one near University Boulevard. This one near Downing, causing slowdowns there. And let's head up to the northeast corner of the state where we have multiple closures due to that heavy snow. Low visibility, blowing snow. Two of note, I-76 all the way from Sterling to the Nebraska border closed in both directions, as is Highway 6 from I-76 to the border.
And Keely, you easily talked about a lot of those accidents and a lot of those traffic impacts along I-25. That's where we're standing right now. We're right here at Interstate 25 at 8th Avenue, and you can easily take a look at the traffic as it's heading northbound right here where we're standing right now. It seems to be pretty clear so far this morning. We haven't seen many problems for most of those people who are on the roads, and it also seems like a lot of those accidents are being cleared rather fast. I'll definitely say it's thanks to all the crews who've been out overnight working to clear a lot of these major thoroughfares and roads to keep all these drivers safe. We're live in the city of Denver this morning. I'm Darius Johnson for 9 News.
Well, this storm is on track to be one of the largest January winter storms in Denver, but whether it ends up breaking records or not, Colorado State Patrol would like it if you would stay off the roads if possible. If you do have to drive, here are some recommendations before heading out. Make sure your tires have tread depth of at least 3/16 of an inch. Check your wipers, replace them if needed. Fill your washer fluid. I saw a lot of people out buying that washer fluid yesterday. Check your battery. If you have an electric or hybrid car, charge it up as cold temps drain the battery. It's also important while it's actively snowing to turn on your headlights. Even during the daylight hours, headlights should be on while the snow is still falling.
And with around 370 closings and delays out there already, there are plenty of reasons to stay inside during the storm. Among those closures, Denver, Jeffco, Aurora, Cherry Creek, Boulder Valley, and Doug Coe schools. A lot of those big districts. You can find that full list scrolling at the bottom of your screen right now. We also have it posted for you on 9news.com as well as our 9 News app. Then there are the cancellations happening out at DIA.
Quite a few of them. 9 News reporter Jaleesa Arizari continues our team coverage from the airport this morning. More than 250 flight cancellations.
Yeah, we have seen plenty of cancellations go on right now, but the number that keeps ticking up are the delays. Cancellations have stayed at 262 since about 5 a.m. this morning, but delays are now at 58. But take a look at the flight status right over there. It's honestly looking a lot better than it was a few hours ago. So people are hopping on planes right now. National Weather Service says DIA has gotten more than 7 inches so far. And since the snow is continuing to come down, if you're planning to fly out today, you need to check your flight status before you hit the road. And if your flight is still on, please give yourself enough time because the roads around DIA are slick. We were out there earlier this morning and we did see a lot of plows out, which is awesome news, but we also saw a lot of spinouts, which is not awesome news. But for some of the travelers, the saga started last night, not today. We caught up with one traveler that's been here since 4 p.m. yesterday and at one point was on a plane last night for 3 hours before they canceled and went back to the gate. This is what she had to say.
I'm a little frustrated. I know it's a lot out of their control, but I've been watching there's a ton of lots and lots of canceled flights. There's been quite a crew here camping out since yesterday night. So yeah, a little frustrated. I'm hoping that we can get out here by noon. Otherwise it's almost 24 hours that we've been here at this airport.
Unfortunately, she's not the only one who has been dealing with troubles today. We caught up with another gentleman who said he's been here since, or he was supposed to fly out at 1 a.m. yesterday. He's had 3 cancellations thus far. He's hoping to get on a plane to Orlando later today. So fingers crossed for these travelers, because Corey and Jordan, they are still dealing with headaches today.
Oh, you just feel bad for anybody anymore when they tell you they're traveling. You like want to send them your thoughts and prayers.
Yeah.
So frustrating for a lot of people, but you know what? They're still kind of somewhat in good spirits. They're at least nice to us, so that's always good.
Yes.
We'll always accept that behavior.
Yeah, Jaleesa, thank you.
Well, the Eastern Plains, especially northeastern Colorado, were in for a lot of snow this morning.
Meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen continues our team coverage with a look at conditions there. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Corey. I'm out here in Sterling, standing on I-76 right now, where the interstate is still closed from Sterling up into Nebraska. Really where the main part of the storm is hitting right now is on Interstate 80 from Julesburg, Colorado to Kearney, Nebraska, where that interstate is getting hit by that heavy snow. We got a report of 8.5 inches back here just up the road in Julesburg. So the snow is heavier as you move from the kind of our side of the Eastern Plains into the Nebraska side. And also with that report, that reporter reporting the 8.5 inches in Julesburg, more than an inch of water contained in that snow. So it is a very heavy, dense, wet snow once again. And I can tell you, it's pretty amazing seeing all this snowpack sitting out here on the prairie. Something that we haven't really seen over the last 5 or 6 years. So eventually, Corey, Jordan, all this snow will melt eventually, although we're looking at probably a good 10 days here of temperatures at 32 or below, but it's going to melt sometime, right?
At some point,
That's
right?
what we said about the last storm too, Corey, but that's still lingering around here in the area.
Hey, that's all right. You know, I'm getting no complaints out here. It's just something that people out here talk about. They used to talk about how the snow used to just kind of collect in the winter wheat over the winter and just melt in the spring. It's kind of like something that we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, a little bit of a flashback, but you feel for the truckers back there. They're just totally stuck. Corey, thank you.
Well, we've shown you what things look like around the state, but we want to see what this winter storm looks like where you live. You can text us your snow photos to 303-871-1491. Here's a quick glimpse at some of the ones that have been sent in already this morning. A lot of dogs enjoying the snow.
Is that some deer there? I think it was. It just moved down. I love it. I love the babies who are sitting nice and cozy watching 9 News behind them. So cute. And all the dogs, of course. Most dogs love to get out in the squirrel. I think that's...
Looks like a moose.
Moose? I love these pictures. So much wildlife coming in. It's so great. Thank you so much for sending these in. Of course, we're going to be following this snowstorm all morning long. You can also download the 9 News app for the latest weather alerts, the closures, and the traffic. The city of Denver will plow the roads, yes, those side streets, but homeowners are responsible for clearing sidewalks.
Yeah, in Denver, you're supposed to do it within 24 hours after that snow stops, but that doesn't always happen. In Denver, there is actually a program called Snow Angels to help people who can't shovel their own driveways and sidewalks. Now, once you sign up, you get a free shovel, and the city tells you who needs help after a storm. Organizers say it is all about helping your neighbors.
This program helps connect those neighbors who may not be aware that maybe a couple of blocks away from their house, in a very short distance, there is someone who might need this assistance. It also just makes the community safer. Safer sidewalks, front walks, safer pedestrians, and safer cyclists.
The Snow Angels program deployed around 300 volunteers during the last storm in December to help shovel at 500 homes, which is a lot, but the city actually says they're looking for around double the amount of volunteers so that everyone who requests the help can actually get it.
Just be a good neighbor. Look around your street. See if there's, someone that needs help. I usually just continue on my path and try to get a little bit of my neighbors just to help them out. So, kindness. We were talking about that yesterday. Spread the kindness. This winter has already brought rough utility bills, and happening later today, state regulators will meet to talk about those bills. We've gotten so many messages from people who say their XL bills are significantly higher than this time last year. The Public Utilities Commission says they've received double the usual number of complaints over high bills. Today, commissioners will talk about what's driving those higher prices and how people can get help paying.
A new honor for an NBA star on the court where his career started. Chauncey Billups remembers the good old days at his alma mater. That's a top Ukrainian official, along with 17 others, died in a helicopter crash. That story tops your morning rush. That official was Ukraine's interior minister. He oversaw the country's police and emergency services. He is also the most senior official to die since Russia's invasion, though it's unclear whether this crash was an accident or related to the war. Ukrainian authorities are investigating. Derek Chauvin, the officer convicted of murdering George Floyd, is appealing his state case today. He is seeking to have his conviction and sentence thrown out on the grounds his high-profile case was tainted by what he calls adverse publicity. That, his attorneys say, deprived Chauvin of a fair trial. A panel of 3 Minnesota appeals justices will hear the case, then have 90 days to make a ruling.
The Material Girl has announced a world tour, and Denver's among the stops. Madonna made it official in a video filled with her celebrity friends. Her celebration tour will feature 4 decades of her greatest hits. The tour launches July 15th, comes to Ball Arena July 25th. Tickets go on sale starting this Friday. And the iconic film Ghost may make a comeback thanks to Channing Tatum. In an interview with Vanity Fair, the star says his production company has the rights to the original film, and he's thinking about a remake. The original starred Patrick Swayze, Demi Moore, and Whoopi Goldberg. Tatum said he could potentially take Swayze's role.
And I'm Matt Renew, live in Breckenridge, where the snow's picking back up this morning. It was really coming down earlier and overnight, dropping about 6 inches of snow in this area. In fact, most ski areas in Summit County reporting about 6 inches of snow out of this in a month that normally doesn't bring a whole lot of snow, but this year certainly has. 2 feet in the past 7 days, almost 14 feet here in Breckenridge on the season. If you're driving in or out of the mountains, it's going to be a little bit slower than normal with varying road conditions. Icy, slick, and snow-packed, but look at that. Everyone's clearing things up. We love it. Some people think it's a little rough. Reporting from Breckenridge, I'm Matt Renew.
I see what you did there, but that dog is definitely stealing the show right now. Oh, loving the snow day.
Isn't that cute?
It is so cute.
Look at that. He's loving it. Let's play.
It's so sweet. I know it's a play day for a lot of people. Snow day. A lot of people going to be getting outside, building snowmen, going snow skiing, of course. So
Snow day has gone to the dogs.
Yes. Matt, thank you. Snowplows big and small will scrape Denver streets throughout this storm. For years, though, the city has relied more on the sun for snow removal. A longtime transportation planner says it's in part because of the brown cloud. Jim Charlier says the compounds cities use to put on the roads, plus emissions from the plows, contributed to the ugly-looking air over the metro area. To fix it, he says public works departments changed their strategies to plow less, saving the air and saving money. With climate change driving more intense winter storms, Charlier says it may be time to reconsider.
Should we really ramp up our street plowing to this extent that we plow every snowstorm or every, I don't know. Personally, I would say I'm not so sure we need to do that, but others may disagree. I think it's just a good issue for us to debate.
Yeah, there's a lot to consider here. The city says they have found better de-icers that don't impact air quality as much. They also street sweep more after storms to keep the stuff from getting into the air.
And we will see the snow continuing on and off today. In fact, look at this up in Fort Collins. It is snowing. It is snowing really. Look, it just plastered the lens, but you can kind of see through here. It is still snowing up there as well. And downtown, we're also seeing a little snow with 24 degrees at this hour. Now, a couple of reasons for that. That dry slot that gave us lesser amounts earlier this morning is now beginning to fill in. Look at how it is just collapsing as the snow continues to enhance. And we see that all up and down the Front Range. So that's why we'll see this system continue to snow. And that's what we'll see with the future cast. It goes till about 7 o'clock tonight, then everything moves out. We clear the skies till about noon tomorrow, and then clouds move in, and the next system comes our way, and that's over in the south. It's going to stay to the south, and maybe the snow gets into the mountains, and maybe a few snow showers in the eastern plains, but that's really going to be insignificant for us. It's the next system, Sunday into Monday, where we might see some snow. So winter weather advisory until 5 o'clock today, along with the winter storm warning, so that continues, and the temperatures in the 20s, 30s to around 40 degrees over the eastern plains, teens and 20s higher up, and out to the west, temperatures in the 20s and 30s. So here is your forecast. A winter storm warning till 5 o'clock today, cloudy and cold conditions, and 30 degrees. Then for tonight, decreasing clouds, stays cold, though 10 degrees the low. Then tomorrow, partly cloudy, still chilly, 36 degrees. And there's that chance for a snow shower on Friday with a high of 30. Sunny on Saturday, but chilly, 34 degrees, 33 on Sunday, starting with sunshine, ending with snow, which spreads over into Monday, and Monday's high only 27. Then we're back in the low 30s for Tuesday and Wednesday as the snow ends.
All right, thanks, Ed. And even with that snow continuing to come down, road conditions improving slightly. In fact, the CSB initiated snow tortoise that impacted the entire route of E470, slowing traffic to 45 miles per hour. That has been lifted. So good news, although officials still advising drivers just to slow down out there. It is still slick in spots. We are still seeing crashes out there. Want to go over a couple of them. One is southbound I-225 approaching Yosemite. We have a crash there causing a bit of a slowdown. Also still have this crash northbound I-25 past Highway 36. That has yet to be cleaned up, although crews are hustling out there quite a bit. We have this crash westbound C470 near Santa Fe, causing a slowdown there, as well as it looks like this has been cleaned up southbound I-25 near University Boulevard. We had multiple crashes in that area. Crews doing a good job cleaning that out, and just want to once again, if we could get this into the map, there it is. I-76 all the way from Sterling to the Nebraska border is closed due to those winter driving conditions in both directions.
A live look right now at Ball Arena. Still snowing out there here in downtown Denver. Ball Arena was rocking again last night for some mile-high basketball. Nuggets hosted the Trailblazers without head coach Michael Malone. He is in COVID protocols, so it was David Adelman running the show. Nuggets are really on fire right now, never really giving up a lead last night. The Joker put up 36 points and hit another triple-double. Four other Nuggets were in double digits last night as well. Nuggets get their lucky 7th win in a row, their 14th win at home. Your final score 122 to 113. The Nuggets will be back at Ball Arena tonight hosting Minnesota. The Joker had a lot of nice things to say about Adelman, saying he's going to make a really good head coach somewhere.
The Nuggets are on fire right now, and the Joker, wow, MVP.
Yeah, well, there was also a familiar face at the game last night. Chauncey Billups is the Trailblazers head coach.
Yeah, before the game, Chauncey hit another court at his old high school. Scotty Gaines was at George Washington for the visit and has more.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome home, Mr. Big Shot himself, Chauncey!
He is GW's greatest winner. Chauncey Billups, a Colorado basketball legend on the high school, college, and pro level, was honored today from the ground up.
This is an amazing honor for me. I've been very fortunate in my career to accomplish a lot of things. This is going to rank right at the top.
What's different about this kid to this man right here now?
A little gray hair. No hair up top. Other than that, not much.
What do you remember most about this time?
I mean, some of the best years of my life, man, being here at George and at this school, and so many relationships and people that I met my wife here. This is where it all started for me, you know.
With his high school court now named after him, you could say the king of Park Hill has accomplished it all. But there's one thing he's still missing.
I don't think there's any more awards you could have won in your time. I mean, 2 state championships, Colorado Mr. Basketball 3 times. You were prom king also. But if this award were around in your time, this is what we give out to the greatest high school athlete every week. You would have won like 50 of these guys. So we'd like to give you an honorary 9 News swag chain. And congratulations to you.
I'm humble. I'm grateful. Thank you. I love y'all.
And as far as our weather goes, the snow has increased once again, and that's what we're seeing, these foggy conditions. That's just the heavier snow, 24 out of DIA, and we had that dry slot, and now it is just filling in. So yeah, we're seeing more snow, and we'll see that with a high of 30 degrees today. Then tomorrow we see partly sunny skies to start the day with 36, then an increase in clouds, and with that Friday, maybe a snow shower. This is not a big deal system, but partly cloudy skies on Saturday and 34, and then Sunday we start with sunny skies, but end with a little snow, and that snow moves over into Monday, and colder Monday, too, with a high of just 27 degrees.
And thank you. Our team coverage of this storm will continue at 9 o'clock here on Channel 9. In the meantime, you can stay up to date on our 9 News app. Right now, a live look at what this latest winter storm has dumped on Colorado so far, and we're not even out of it yet. It is still falling in a lot of spots. We're going to talk totals so far in just a bit, but first let's go back to last night when the snow really started to come down. This is a 2-hour time-lapse video. This is that wet, heavy snow like the stuff that we got back in December that still hasn't fully melted away yet.
And this is what it looks like right now in the 9 News backyard. We're going to pull that camera up for you here in just a second. The branches of our tree just really kicked in that snow. Ed, how's it going out there? We're going to check in with him here in just a bit. But that is nothing compared to what the Eastern Plains have seen. This is a live look from the Fort Morgan area. Corey Rapidhagen is out there for us this morning. We're also going to hear from him in just a bit.
Now, in that part of Colorado, CDOT has also shut down several highways for safety concerns, including Colorado 14, US 385 and 138, I-76 east from Sterling to the Nebraska border. Keely's going to have more on the closures coming up in just a second. Plows are out there just like they are all over the state. Then there are the closures, a lot of them. Denver, Jeffco, Aurora, Cherry Creek, Boulder Valley, and Dougco all called off school today.
All those big districts, CU, CSU, and the Auraria campus are also closed. The full list is scrolling at the bottom of your screen. We also have it posted for you on 9news.com. Now, we have a lot to cover this morning. Thank you for being with us. I'm Jordan Chavez alongside Corey Rose.
Good morning. Our extended coverage this morning.
Yeah, our team coverage goes from the high plains all the way out, or the high country, excuse me, all the way out to the eastern plains this morning. But we want to start with the conditions right now and go back outside to Ed Green in the backyard. Good morning, Ed.
And good morning. Yeah, it may be snowing heavier now than it's snowed all morning long. It is just coming down pretty steadily because that dry slot we had is starting to close up and snow is moving in. So let's take a look outside and see what we've got going on. And there it is, snow in the city. You can hardly see the skyline. 24 degrees right now, 91% humidity. As we take a look at some of the amounts we've seen, Julesburg 4 inches, same for Boulder. Federal Heights at 4.5, 4.7 in Fort Collins, Ken Carroll at 5.5, and Commerce City at 5.5. And these will probably increase as the day goes on, but officially out at the airport more than the last system we got when it had 7.1. Now we're at 7.7 officially from the National Weather Service at DIA. And you can see that dry slot right there. Look at it just fill in with that snow, and that snow coming right down along the Front Range. And that's what we're seeing right now. So cloudy, cold, snow, blowing snow, 30 degrees today. Then for Thursday, 36 degrees with mostly cloudy skies and a little bit of sunshine. Then on Friday, maybe a late snow shower. That's going to be about it. Sunny on Saturday and 34. Then Sunday, we start the day with sunny skies, but ended with snow. And that snow pushes over into Monday. And Monday's high, just 27.
And yeah, well, you know, we've seen some changes out here on the Eastern Plains once again. I'm in Sterling in front of the I-76 road closure here that's closed from here to Nebraska. We've got the conditions changing once again. We've got more cloud cover. The ceiling of the clouds starting to sink down a little bit, and the snow is starting to fly here once again in Sterling. And that's kind of happening all up and down the I-76 corridor right now, from Wiggins all the way out here to Sterling right now. And that's just kind of the backside of the storm system. The storms are circular, so you get the front of the system, you kind of get the drier middle of it, and then the backside wraps around and we get a little bit more snow. So we could actually get enough to add to some of these totals right now, and it could be a little deceptive because it doesn't feel like this massive storm, but the totals are actually pretty good out here on the Eastern Plains, ranging anywhere from 5 to 10 inches right now. And we can add another inch, possibly 2 inches to that. So we could, get up into that 6 to 11-inch range out here on the Eastern Plains, which is kind of what the forecast was, 6 to 11. So it hits the forecast, but the storm just kind of feels a little bit different. But obviously there is impacts out here because, Jordan, we've had road closures out here and we have the winds starting to kick up once again. So really, we've got a few more hours to go with this storm before it clears out of this area.
Yeah, all right, Corey, thank you so much for that. We're going to check back in with you here in just a bit. Well, Denver decided to switch up its snow strategy with this storm, sending out plows to both main streets and neighborhood streets. They'll make single passes down side streets to get the bulk of the snow off those roads, something they didn't do in that December storm. 9 News reporter Darius Johnson is testing out how the city is doing this morning. He's continuing our team coverage, driving all over the metro area this morning. Darius, where are you at this time?
Right now I'm in Wash Park, and I can just show you what the streets are looking like. These are some of the side streets that we were talking about earlier this morning, just trying to see how clear they were or were not. I can tell you in this area it's a little bit dicier than what we've seen all morning. I would say this is probably the worst we've seen all morning. When you start going down some of these side streets, we've started to see plenty of people just waking up and starting to shovel and pull out their snow blowers and try to dig their cars out and doing all of those things. We saw a couple of people in the previous block that we were in, and just one person out here right now trying to do the same thing as they're clearing things as well. So this is what we're seeing. Again, a lot of those main thoroughfares and main streets, Colorado Boulevard, Spear, some of those, all of those are pretty much clear so far this morning, so you can pretty much just drive on those. But of course, you're still needing to stay vigilant and remain careful, as many people are out on the roads. So that's the latest in what things are looking like in the Wash Park area. We're going to continue to make our way around the Denver area, but I know Keely Chalmers is live in the studio as she is continuously tracking all the accidents and everything else. You have the hardest job today.
I'll tell you what, with another round of snow, we're getting another round of accidents. And one of the big problem spots is right here. This is C470 near Highlands Ranch. And we've got reports of multiple accidents here. You can see crews on scene, traffic down to one lane, drivers being encouraged to take it very slow. One involved in that accident was a CSP patrol car as well. So again, multiple crashes. This is westbound C470 near Santa Fe. And it's right at that bottom of the hill. That's where we're seeing some of those crashes and accidents. Other crashes out there, one northbound I-25. This is near I-225 and Hampton Avenue. We just got a report of a crash there. Also another crash southbound I-225 approaching Yosemite. So while conditions are improving out there on the road, still very slick. We have a crash here southbound I-25 near Downing Street. So it is impacting I-25 through the downtown area as well. We also have this crash still northbound I-25 right past Highway 36. That has been there for quite some time. Crews working to clean that up. And we want to go over these closures in northeast Colorado. A lot of closures up there, but a couple to highlight big ones. I-76, you saw Corey there earlier, from Sterling all the way to the Nebraska border, closed in both directions.
Keely, thank you. Now, where air travel is concerned, DIA is at the top of the list for cancellations today. More than 260 flights in and out of Denver have been pulled off the schedule. About half of those are Southwest flights. 9 News reporter Jaleesa Irizarry continues our team coverage from DIA this morning. The number that does keep changing, though, those delays.
Yeah, we've got a good news, bad news situation going here. The bad news is we have 262 cancellations going on. The good news is that number has not changed since 5 o'clock this morning, but the number that has changed are the delays. According to FlightAware, we've got 77 delays thus far, and unfortunately, a majority of those cancellations are Southwest. So here is the Southwest bag line right now. Obviously, it's pretty busy right now, but Southwest is once again leading the charge in regards to cancellations. But you know, flights are getting out. That's the good sign. We were out at the tarmac earlier this morning while we watched dozens of plows clear the runway and crews de-icing planes ahead of takeoff. They were also piling up that snow and melting it because realistically it's got to go somewhere. So those are all welcome signs for travelers because, as we've been hearing, some have been here since last night trying to get to their destination. We spoke to one gentleman who had 3 flights canceled since 1 o'clock this morning, and he still has not left DIA just yet. So, you know, a lot of people are frustrated, but they're hopeful now that things are clearing up on the tarmac a bit, that planes will be getting out here. So if you do plan to travel or fly out today, please check your flight status. And if the roads are just too bad where you are, and if you're in the Denver metro area, try and take the A-line to get to the airport. Corey? Yeah, that's some good advice. You definitely feel for travelers. Travelers have been through a lot in the last couple of weeks for sure. Jaleesa, thank you. Denver's opened an extra shelter to give people a warm place to spend the night. The McNichols building on Colfax served as an overnight shelter last night and will again tonight. During the day, rec centers and libraries will also be open for people to warm up. This storm is shaping up to be one of the largest January storms for Denver. We'll know for sure when the snow stops and the final measurements are taken.
Yeah, the far southeastern part of our state has been missing out on all of that snow, though, this year. 9 News reporter Kelly Rinke has a look at how snowpack is doing so far.
January is not normally a really stellar, huge month.
Snowstorms like this usually come later in the year, but climatologists are loving the surprise.
So getting this event in January is a pretty big deal.
Becky Bollinger is excited to see Denver metro streets covered again before the last snow has time to melt.
Following a good monsoon season late last summer, consistent activity through the fall and into the winter, we are seeing a lot of drought improvement.
She tracks drought conditions in Colorado as an assistant state climatologist. Right now, 40% of the state is drought-free. This time last year, every part of Colorado was experiencing some form of drought. While most parts are doing pretty well, she says Southeast Colorado is seeing the worst drought right now.
Thankfully, the drought that was very bad in Northeast Colorado is getting a lot of these events, and so we should see drought improvement there.
Denver snow totals are expected to be well above average after this storm. The mountains are feeling some love too, and Bollinger says that's critical for reservoirs.
We help recharge our soils, our streams, our reservoirs, the overall health of our mountains. So all in all, I'd say it's pretty good news.
It's good news Bollinger is hoping will continue to stick around.
We're going into the second half of the game, and we still need that snowpack to continue accumulating to make sure that we really end off the season strong.
Our Kelly Rinke reporting. Now, if our season is strong, Bollinger is confident our reservoirs will recover at least somewhat, but one good year is not enough to help water supply for the state's downstream. Bollinger says the Colorado River Basin, Lake Powell, and Lake Mead are going to need 10 years like this for that recovery to happen. Well, we've shown you what things look like around the state, but we want to see what this winter storm looks like where you live. Text your snow photos to us at 303-871-1491. A lot of you have already sent in some pictures. A lot of dogs, a lot of cute kids out there playing in the snow as well. We love to see them, and these puppies that are taking a nap. That's going to be us after the show.
Absolutely. We've seen some real amazing pictures of wildlife out there. There's some deer. We saw a moose earlier. There was one with a turkey. And then, of course, all of the babies that are out there today, all of the dogs. Just a second ago, there was a picture of 2 huskies inside. And I'm sure that they were like, hello, we need to be outside. This is the day for us.
Yeah. Also, some beautiful sunrises this morning. We got some really talented photographers around there. Keep sending those pictures into us. They are making us happy.
We're going to be following this snowstorm all morning long. You can also download the 9 News app for the latest on those weather alerts, the closures, and traffic.
And one thing you want to know about the weather is the snow is starting to fill back in along the Front Range. You can see right around Denver, more snow coming our way, so it's not over yet. Temperatures only in the 30s today with that snowfall. And then tomorrow we'll go to partly sunny skies, and with that, temperatures just a bit warmer.
And one thing to know about your traffic, it is still slick out there. We continue to get reports of crashes. This just in, westbound Highway 36 at Cherryvale Road near Boulder, 2 left lanes closed due to a crash there.
Our team coverage will continue with a view of this winter storm from the high country after the break.
We are back with a live look right now near the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel. Traffic not really crowded up there. A few cars going through. Looks like it's moving along just fine.
Going up to get some fresh powder. Meteorologist Chris Bianchi's in Steamboat this morning. Chris, clearly people are not fazed by the snow there. They're getting out to enjoy that powder.
Exactly right, Corey and Jordan. People here are pretty thrilled about all this snow. We picked up about 14 inches of snow overnight at the top of the mountain here in Steamboat, about 6 inches in the middle of the mountain. Right behind me over there, people were lining up at 6:45 this morning. And keep in mind here, folks, it's a Wednesday morning, and there are folks out there waiting at 6:45 to get into that lift line. That is the gondola that is right behind me. So the mountain's doing pretty well from this. And in fact, Steamboat, so far this season, and most of the northern mountains have been getting tons and tons of snowfall. So far this season here in Steamboat Springs, nearly 21 feet. I repeat, feet worth of snowfall. If you do that on a calculation, it's about 3 Nikola Jokic's worth of snowfall so far this season here in Steamboat Springs. Now, what's also a little bit unusual about this storm, kind of bringing things back into the Front Range and for eastern parts of Colorado, is the fact that this is taking place in the middle of January. We've been talking about this. I know Ed's been talking about this all morning long. This is a March, April-like storm that we are getting in the middle of January. And this comes on the heels of a similar type of storm that we got at the end of December, that December the 28th storm that packed about an inch of liquid, about an inch of water within that snowfall. That's very unusual for this time of year for us to see this much snowfall. In fact, so far at Denver International Airport, picked up about 0.8 of an inch of liquid from this storm alone. And for context, in the full month of January, you average about 1/3 of an inch of liquid for the entire month out at the airport. Point being, just a lot of water for this time of year. But that is great news for the drought. We continue to put a good dent in the drought and then bring the things back over here to the mountains behind me. The snow has basically not stopped for us here in the mountains all season long. You might remember that last year we got off to a really good start in terms of that snowfall. And then in early to mid-January, that snow machine basically shut off for the rest of the season. So far this season, we've seen that snow continue, and we've got more snow headed our way here in Steamboat and throughout most of the mountains later on this week. Another chance for snow on Friday and another chance for snow Sunday and Monday. But I'm blabbing a lot about all the snow up here. I want to get to the slopes. Ed, I'm going to send things back over to you, and you can get us more details and better details on that forecast.
And you enjoy those slopes up there since you're up at Steamboat, where they have, as you said, 21 feet of snow. That is terrific up there. And the bottom line, Chris, which you point out, great moisture all around, unusual for January.
No doubt about that. It's awesome.
All right, well, let's take a look at what we have here. This is Fort Collins, and look, it's snowing like crazy up there. Downtown, snowing like crazy once again here. The snow is filled back in that dry slot that we showed you earlier, and it's 24 degrees. Let's take a look at that. Here's the dry slot that weakened the snowstorm overnight, and you can see that dry air moving in, but now the snow is taking over, and it's just crushing that dry spot, and we're going to see more of the snow move right into the metro area. That's why we're seeing snow once again. So that's a good look at more moisture coming into the area. And as Chris said, this is a March to April characteristic type of storm. It is much, much wetter than we normally expect. In fact, January is one of our drier months as far as snow goes, and it's kind of rare that we see storms like this. So they will end by about 7 o'clock, and we will see clearing skies. We'll see that to about noon tomorrow, and then more clouds move in. And as clouds move in, here's that Friday chance of snow that Chris was talking about. Don't think it's going to be much because you see it sinking south already, and maybe some snow for the higher elevations, maybe a snow shower over the southeast. I think that's going to be it from that storm system, but the Sunday-Monday storm could be a little more significant. Temperatures in the 20s, 30s, maybe a 40-degree reading over the eastern plains today. Teens 20s higher up and out west. Temperatures in the 30s and a few 20s thrown in. As the lows tonight, you can see single digits, teens 20s out east, single digits and teens for the high country, but below zero readings as well, teens and 20s to the west. Your forecast in Denver, winter storm warning until 5 p.m. today. Cloudy, cold, and 30 degrees with some snow. Decreasing clouds and cold tonight with a low of 10 degrees. 36 tomorrow, partly cloudy skies as we stay chilly. There's that slight chance for snow on Friday. Saturday, we're sunny skies, but chilly, 34 degrees. And then we start the day on Sunday with sunshine. We end it with snow, and that snow spreads on into Monday. We might see snow right here in the city adding up once again. And then Tuesday, we're at 32 degrees as the snow ends, and 31 and fair for your Wednesday.
All right, thanks, Ed. Well, the roads improving in some areas, not so much in others. Here is a live look. This is C470. Actually, I don't know, that just changed its angle, but we are seeing problems out at C470. where it interacts with kind of intersection with Santa Fe down there near Highlands Ranch. Multiple accidents there. As you can see, there are multiple crashes. Again, westbound C470 near Santa Fe. There's kind of a slope down the hill, and we're seeing several cars involved. We just got word that a CSP patrol car was one of those involved in a crash there. So again, slick conditions out there still in many areas. We have a crash southbound I-225 approaching Yosemite, causing a slowdown there. Also just got word of a crash. This is westbound Highway 36 near Boulder at Cherry Vale Road. 2 left lanes closed there, and still all sorts of closures up there across the northeast regions of the state. I-76 all the way from Sterling to the Nebraska border, closed in both directions. That also includes Highway 6 from I-76 to the border as well.
And I'm Matt Renew, live in Breckenridge, where the snow continues to come down as it has throughout most of the night and into the morning. This is a storm that is a lot like a March snowstorm, even though we're in the middle of January. Heavy, wet snow that's been coming down here in the high country and accumulating quite well, with a lot of the ski areas in Summit County reporting around 6 inches of snow around mid-mountain, a little bit more in certain areas. Blue River south of here getting about 10 inches of snow out of this storm, and it continues to come down. You can see the roads icy, snow-packed, a little bit slow if you're heading in or out of the mountains. There are places along I-70 if you're coming in or around the mountains where you will still see some asphalt, but in a lot of the places it's a slow go with icy and snowpack conditions from this storm, which is whipping back up now in these morning hours here on Wednesday. As the wind picks up, the snow's coming down a little bit more, so the skiers will do a little bit better even this afternoon, probably getting a few more inches out of this storm by the time it's wrapped up today. Great news, because it has been a snowy season, about 2 feet in the last 7 days in this area, and it just keeps coming. Reporting from Breckenridge, I'm Matt Renew.
And Matt, that is certainly great news. Great news for the high country with all that snow for the skiers, and for the eastern plains. They're seeing some great moisture as well. And right here in the city, we've got snow going on right now, 24 degrees. And you can see that dry slot that we had earlier that kind of lessened our amounts now is starting to fill in and pushing right back into the metro area. That's why we've got more snow. So 30 degrees with that snow today, 36 tomorrow as the sky's clear. But then on Friday, maybe a chance for a little snow shower activity. Not a big deal here. Sunny on Saturday, but cool with 34 degrees. Then Sunday, we start with partly sunny skies, but a little snow late in the day, and that spreads over into Monday. And Monday's high, just 27 degrees with snow that might add up.
Ed, thank you. Our team coverage of this winter storm will continue at 8:30 right here on Channel 9. And don't forget to send us your pictures of what the storm left where you live. Text your pictures to 303-871-1491.
And don't forget, if you're heading out the door, you can take us with you. Download our free 9 News app. You can stay up to date on the latest weather, traffic, the closures, the news throughout the day. It is free to download in the Apple and Google Play stores.
Good morning, everyone. Taking some live looks across the state this morning. We have a live shot from near the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels this morning. We also have one up in Breckenridge where Matt Renew has been, and our Darius Johnson out on the road. We're going to get check-ins with all of them on the conditions out there this morning. First, we want to wish you a good, what day is it?
Wednesday.
It feels like we've been on the air for like 2 days now.
It's been a long show.
It's equal to 2 days, you're right.
Yes. Clearly there were some problems there on the roads, though. You could see some of the police that were out there as well, because it is slick in a lot of places, and the snow's still coming down.
It is still coming down. It's going to be like this kind of off and on just about all day. You're in my light here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to protect your beautiful hair.
Let's take nothing to fix his hair. Let's take a look outside, see what we've got going on. And there it is. Yeah, it's snowing in the city, and you can barely see. Sure, take the umbrella. And so you can barely see the city right there, and that's because the light snow has returned. We're 24 degrees right now. Look at the humidity up there, 91%. And here's some of the snow amounts. Julesburg and Boulder, 4 inches. Now, all these will increase as we see it later on in the day, but this is what we've seen so far. Federal Heights, 4.5. Fort Collins, 4.7. Ken Carroll and Commerce City, 5.5. But look at DIA. That is actually more than the last system at the end of December when they had 7.1. This will go down as a bigger storm system, almost 8 inches of snow. And you can see that dry slot there. Look at it fill in as the snow comes right back down along the front range. So that's what we'll see today. Cloudy, cold, snow, blowing snow, and 30 degrees. That winter storm warning stays in effect until 5 o'clock this afternoon. So we'll take a look at Thursday. We'll start to see partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies. And then on Friday, we'll start the day with a little sunshine. Could end it with a snow shower or two. Saturday, mostly sunny and 34. 33 on Sunday, starting the day with sunny skies, ending it with snow, and that snow could spill over into Monday. Maybe we see a few inches in the city, and Monday's high colder, just 27 degrees.
All right, thanks, Ed. We were able to get this shot back. This is C470 near Highlands Ranch. You can see emergency crews on scene. This is the spot of multiple crashes over the last hour due to slick road conditions there. We are seeing the number of crashes minimize a bit. However, this area is certainly a problem spot. Again, multiple crashes. This is at westbound C470 near Santa Fe. It's kind of at the bottom of a slope, so we're seeing multiple cars involved in crashes, and that includes, we got word of a CSP vehicle as well. Also reporting a crash southbound I-225, that approaching Yosemite, and a crash westbound Highway 36. This is near Boulder, up near Cherry Vale Road. 2 left lanes closed as a result of that, certainly causing a slowdown. And again, multiple closures still up there in northeast Colorado where we have heavy snow still falling. One of them, I-76, all the way from Sterling to the Nebraska border. That is closed in both directions.
And good morning, I'm Darius Johnson. We've been all around the city so far this morning, just keeping a track at what the roads are looking like. The one thing I can definitely tell you, hats off to those who have been on the roads all night, trying to make sure that they are clear for the people who are hitting the roads this morning. I-25, I-70, all of the major thoroughfares, including Spear and even Colorado Boulevard, all of them are pretty clear. I can tell you it does look a little bit different when we get into neighborhoods like the Wash Park neighborhood that we're in right now, especially when you start to look at the side streets. Sidewalks, a little clear. That's because a lot of these residents are coming out of their homes this morning to be able to pull out snow blowers, be able to pull out their shovels, anything that they can find. A couple of blocks over, we saw a mom and her 2 little boys all dressed up in their snowsuits with the little kitty shovels who were helping mom get a lot of that snow from in front of the home as well. So I can definitely tell you, for those who are getting ready to hit the roads and get out today, yes, it's beautiful. Yes, it's also pretty. It's a lot of fun as well, but definitely pump your brakes and take it slow. Reporting live from the beautiful winter wonderland that is Wash Park, I'm Darius Johnson for 9 News Mornings.
It is like a little snow globe out there.
Really
it's
is.
gorgeous. Darius, thank you. Well, this storm is on track to be one of the largest January winter storms in Denver. Of course, January, kind of a drier month usually for us in Colorado. But whether it ends up breaking records or not, Colorado State Patrol would like you to stay off the roads if possible. But if you do have to drive, here are some recommendations before heading out. Make sure your tires have tread depth of at least 3/16 of an inch. Check your wipers, replace them if needed, fill your washer fluid. Check your battery. If you have an electric or hybrid car, charge it up, as cold temps typically drain the battery. It's also important while it's actively snowing to turn on your headlights. It makes you more visible. Even during the daylight hours, headlights should be on while snow is still falling.
All some good advice. And with around 370 closings and delays already this morning, there are plenty of reasons for you to stay inside during this storm. Among those closures, Denver, Jeffco, Aurora, Cherry Creek, Boulder Valley, and Dougco schools. You can find that full list scrolling at the bottom of your screen. We also have it posted for you on our website, 9news.com, and on the 9 News app. Then there are other cancellations happening out at the airport this morning.
Oh, yeah. 9 News reporter Jaleesa Arizari continues our team coverage from the airport this morning. A lot of cancellations, a lot of delays.
Yeah, the delays are the biggest issue right now. We're now up to 95 delays here at DIA so far. They have added one cancellation in the last hour or so, bringing it up to 263, but that number has essentially been holding steady since 5 a.m. today. But a majority of those cancellations are coming from Southwest. Here's a view of their bag and ticket line that's been ebbing and flowing all morning long. Now, with the snow continuing to come down, if you're planning to fly out today, you need to check your flight status before you hit the road. And if your flight is still on time, please give yourself enough time because the roads around DIA were slick this morning. We did see a number of plows out, but we also did see a few spin out. So you still want to take it slow today. Or if you can, try and take the A line. That might be helpful for you. But for some travelers we've been catching up with here, the headaches started last night. We caught up with one that's been here since 4 p.m. yesterday. Her initial flight was with Frontier and it was canceled after she arrived. Here's what she had to say.
So we hopped over to Southwest because they had some openings. So try to get out here at 9:20 last night. We were on that plane for 3 hours just driving around. They had to de-ice it twice trying to get us out, and about midnight they called it quits. So we hopped off. Then we had to go get our bags, check back out, come out here, and now we've been waiting since midnight out here, sleeping in the airport to get back in.
She's not the only one that's been going through this. We caught up with another gentleman who says he's had 3 flight cancellations since 1 a.m. this morning. And I just also met another man who said he's been here since last night. He came in from Estes Park knowing that the snow was coming in, only to have his flight canceled this morning. Now he's got to stick around here until tonight. So some headaches for travelers today.
Yeah,
Corey
it's like,
Jordan.
Jaleesa, the travel nightmare just continues for weeks on end. You feel bad for everybody you're seeing out there at the airport.
I know. I feel like we also need a parking space here because we're here so much because of all of these travel delays and nightmares. I mean, let's hope that the next coming weeks that things get a little bit better.
Yes. Here's hoping. I feel like there's only up to go from here.
Well, we hope
It's been rough.
Yeah. All right, Jaleesa, thank you. The Eastern Plains, especially northeastern Colorado, were in for a lot of snow this morning.
Meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen continues our team coverage with a look at conditions in Sterling at a road closure there. That's I-76 behind him. Corey, you are in the frozen tundra.
It is the frozen tundra. You know, Corey, I've been kind of using this road closure on I-76 as kind of a home base to do some reporting on the conditions out here on the Eastern Plains this morning. And things are very different behind this road closure on I-76 as you go towards Nebraska and then into Nebraska on Interstate 80. The weather conditions are much stormier there. So we've had no indication that they are going to be opening this road anytime soon, other than the fact that they are keeping the closed section plowed so that when the conditions are right, they might be able to open that quickly. But we've also had a resurgence of some stormier conditions on this side of the closure from Sterling down to Morgan County. Morgan's getting another little heavy band of snow in there. We're getting a little bit of more snow and wind here in the Sterling area as well. So the snow totals are actually going to kind of end up being a little deceptive, guys, where it doesn't feel like this massive storm, but it actually is. So we're going to end up with that between 6 and 11 inches out here on the Eastern Plains as we kind of get a little bit of this extra snow delivered during the day. You know, guys, I call it garbage time because, you know, like in sports at the end of the game, you run up the score, just add a couple more inches onto those totals. That's kind of what's going on right now.
Well, yeah, just tacking them on for sure.
All right, nobody breaks it down quite like Corey Reppenhagen does. Corey, thank you. Well, we have shown you what things look like around the state, but we want to see what the winter storm looks like where you live. Text your snow photos to 303-871-1491. Here's what you've sent in so far this morning. A lot of cute dogs. Oh, it makes me want to get another one so badly.
Oh, do it. There's
Should
plenty.
I do it?
Yeah,
okay, well, that's all the confirmation I needed.
There's so many huskies. See those ones right there.
Yeah.
The huskies in the middle, they're like, we need to go outside.
We want to play in the snow.
Yes. That one there with the Frisbee. So many cute dogs this morning. Great wildlife. Pictures from people's backyards. Just gorgeous.
Beautiful sunrises from some of y'all as well. Keep sending those in. They're making us happy, and I'm sure they're making other people happy too.
You can barely see that corgi over there. We're going to be following this snowstorm all morning long. You can also download the 9 News app for the latest on the weather alerts, the closures, and the traffic. Now, the city of Denver will plow the roads and the side streets. But homeowners are responsible for clearing those sidewalks.
Yeah, in Denver, you're supposed to do it within 24 hours after that snow stops. But that doesn't always happen. So in Denver, there's actually a program called Snow Angels to help people who can't shovel their own driveways and sidewalks. And once you sign up, you get a free shovel, and the city tells you who needs help after a storm. Organizers say it is all about helping your neighbors.
This program helps connect those neighbors who may not be aware that maybe a couple of blocks away from their house, in a very short distance, there is someone who might need this assistance. It also just makes the community safer. Safer sidewalks, front walks, safer pedestrians, and safer cyclists.
This program has already helped so many people out. The Snow Angels deployed around 300 volunteers during that last storm we had in December to help shovels at 500 homes. That is impressive, but the city says they're still looking for around double that amount of volunteers so that everyone who requests the help can actually get it.
Check on your neighbors, look after them. If you can help them out and just keep shoveling a little bit more past one house, it's helpful. Spread the kindness.
Absolutely. That is our message for you this morning. And still ahead for us on 9 News Mornings, a new honor for an NBA star on the court where his career started. Chauncey Billups remembers the good old days at his alma mater. A top Ukrainian official, along with 17 others, died in a helicopter crash. That story tops your morning rush. That official was Ukraine's interior minister. He oversaw the country's police and emergency services. He is also the most senior official to die since Russia's invasion, though it's unclear whether this crash was an accident or related to the war. Ukrainian authorities are investigating. Derek Chauvin, the officer convicted of murdering George Floyd, is appealing his state case today. He is seeking to have his conviction and sentence thrown out on the grounds that his high-profile case was tainted by what he calls adverse publicity. That, his attorneys say, deprived Chauvin of a fair trial. A panel of 3 Minnesota appeals justices will hear the case, then have 90 days to make a ruling.
The Material Girl has announced a world tour, and Denver's among the stops. Madonna made it official in a video filled with her celebrity friends. Her celebration tour will feature 4 decades of her greatest hits. The tour launches July 15th and comes to Ball Arena on July 25th. Tickets go on sale starting this Friday. And the iconic film Ghost may make a comeback thanks to Channing Tatum. In an interview with Vanity Fair, the star says his production company has the rights to the original film and he's thinking about a remake. The original starred Patrick Swayze, Demi Moore, and Whoopi Goldberg. Tatum said he could potentially take on Swayze's role.
And I'm Matt Renew, live in Breckenridge. The snow's still coming down this morning, and it's starting to add up. Most ski areas, the snow stakes showing about 6 inches of snow out of this storm overnight, and that's been pretty good. Over the past 7 days here in Breckenridge, about 2 feet of snow has come down, and now the Breckenridge ski area reporting close to 14 feet on the season. This storm acting a lot like a March storm, heavy wet snow with a lot of moisture in that snow, unlike what we typically see in January, which is a dry month and the snow that comes down a little more fluffy. But this is a wet snow that's been coming down in the high country. If you're heading in or out of the mountains, expect slick and slushy conditions along I-70 and mountain roads. Reporting from Breckenridge, I'm Matt Renew.
Boy, the bottom line that we're all talking about, Corey and Matt and everybody, is that it's great moisture with this storm because it's March characteristics where you have a very wet, heavy snow. Fort Collins snowing like crazy up there. It is snowing in Greeley. It has even plastered the lens with snow. And downtown it is snowing once again because we had that little break. It's 24 degrees. Some of the amounts, and these are early on, 4 inches at both Boulder and Julesburg. Federal Heights 4.5, 4.7 in Fort Collins, Ken Carroll, and Commerce City 5.5 inches of snow, but officially out at the airport, 7.7 inches, almost an 8-inch snowfall. That's how it'll go down in the record books. Now, we had that dry slot that moved into the area and stopped the snowfall a little bit, and now the snow is filled back in along the Front Range, and you can see that. So take a look at Fort Morgan. A little while ago, they didn't have any snow at all, and now they got some pretty good snow going on. So that's the way it's been with this storm. We will see it till about 7 o'clock tonight, and then it ends. We'll see clearing skies till about noon tomorrow, and then the clouds increase once again, along with the next system coming our way. But as you can see, this one's going to drop to the south. Maybe a little snow for the high country, a snow shower over the southern plains. I think that's going to be about it. But today, the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning continues until 5 o'clock. So the temperatures, 20s, 30s, 40s over the eastern plains today, teens, 20s higher up, and 20s and 30s out to the west. Your forecast goes this way. Winter storm warning till 5 o'clock. Cloudy, cold snow, a little blowing snow, especially out on the eastern plains, 30 degrees. For tonight, decreasing clouds, cold, low down around 10. Then tomorrow, partly cloudy, stays cold with 36 degrees the high. On Friday, chance for a snow shower and 30 degrees. We're fair on Saturday, sunny but chilly, 34. And then snow on Sunday late in the day. That carries over into Monday with a high just 27. Partly cloudy skies on Tuesday, maybe a snow shower, and then it's gone by Wednesday. Will be fair but chilly, high 31.
All right, thanks, Ed. And we will give you another live look. C470 near Highlands Ranch, where you can see road crews on scene following multiple crashes in this area. So road conditions still quite slick out there. And we are still monitoring several crashes around the area. Again, this one, C470 near Santa Fe, multiple crashes, slick conditions right at the bottom of that hill. Drivers still being advised to take it slow out there. Still monitoring this crash southbound I-225 approaching Yosemite, certainly causing a slowdown there. We're seeing a slowdown eastbound I-70 at Central Park Boulevard, right lane. The right lane blocked at that point. And stop and go traffic. This is between Superior and Boulder on Highway 36. Due to a crash there, 2 lanes are blocked. Still, we are monitoring multiple closures up there in northeast Colorado due to the heavy snow. One of them, I-76, both lanes, both directions between Sterling and the Nebraska border closed at this time.
Live in Wash Park this morning with 12-year-old Kea and Sahana. These two girls have been going around the neighborhood all morning long, knocking on doors in hopes of trying to help out anyone who isn't able to get out and shovel their snow. Talk to me about why you all decided to do this really fast.
We decided to do this because we just like to go outside during the snow days and do something. And yeah.
What about you?
Well, I'm really bored at home, and this is a nice way to help the neighborhood.
And you all are two good friends who live right here in the neighborhood, and you aren't even telling people how much. You're just telling them, hey, just give us whatever.
Yep.
So a good deed. Perfect. You all could be doing a lot of other things, but you're out here snowing. I think you're going to need some gloves at some point. So if you're in the Washington Park neighborhood, these are these two 12-year-old girls, Kea and Sahana. They are here to help anyone. I know we were talking earlier about people going door to door to help neighbors who are in need. These are two 12-year-old girls who are doing it themselves. Going to go ahead and send it back to you all in the studio.
I'm Jaleesa Rosari at Denver International Airport, keeping an eye on cancellations and delays today. So far, we have 97 delays and 263 cancellations. Now, those cancellation number has been holding steady since about 5 a.m. this morning, but a majority of those cancellations are coming from Southwest. The bag and ticket line have been ebbing and flowing all morning long. Now, with the snow continuing to come down, if you're planning to fly out today, you need to check your flight status before you hit the road. And if your flight is still on, please give yourself enough time because the roads around DIA are slick. We did see a number of plows out, but we also saw a number of spin outs today. So please give yourself enough time. And if the roads are just too bad where you are and you live in the Denver metro area, there's always the A line. It'll get you to the airport on time and safely. For 9 News, I'm Jaleesa Rosari.
I'm meteorologist Chris Bianchi here in Steamboat Springs, where this is the good news side of the storm. The mountains behind me picking up 14 inches worth of snowfall overnight at the summit mid-mountain. About 6 inches worth of fresh snowfall, continuing what has been an excellent start to the snow season for us here in the high country. That is great news for a drought which continues to whittle on down thanks to all of this recent precipitation, not only for Denver and the Front Range, but as I mentioned, for us here in the mountains as well. And as I mentioned, this also continues what's been a very active start to the snow season for us here into the high country. Behind me in Steamboat Springs, already almost 21 feet. I repeat, feet worth of snowfall so far this season. For a little context, we were just talking about the Nuggets. That's about 3 Nikola Jokic's worth of snowfall so far this season.
All right, thanks, Chris. Yeah, that is great news. Great moisture and great moisture for us. Still snowing like crazy downtown here. 24 degrees is what we're looking at. And we had a dry slot, but now watch how this moisture takes that dry slot and just crushes it, and the moisture moves right back in, and that's pushing right through the metro area at this hour. So that's what we'll see today with 30 degrees the high, 36 for tomorrow with partly cloudy skies. Then on Friday, maybe a snow shower. Not a big deal here, a high of 30. Saturday, 34, more in the way of sunshine, but we kind of stay chilly. Then on Sunday, 33 degrees, chance for snow late in the day. That spreads on into Monday when we could see our next significant snow. 27 degrees, so we stay cool to start next week.
Here we go on a Wednesday morning. Enjoy the ride because the winter storm did arrive overnight. It is still going on into this morning. Taking a look now from one of our cameras, you can see that there's not much to see.
No, there's not much. It's really a gray, cold, miserable day. We're going to talk about the totals in a minute. This is from last night. The storm really kind of kicked in about 6:30, kind of stopped for a little bit, then came back. It's really a heavy, wet snow, something we usually see in March, but it's eerily familiar to what we saw in December, although it hasn't piled up like it did on that night that I remember really well. Here in the 9 News backyard, you can see snow all over the ground, on the trees as well. A lot of snow for January.
Important to point out that Ed Green has shoveled that so
Has
that the
he?
meteorologist for the rest of the day will have a place to work
I see his footprints right there.
He's the best. Way to go, Eddie. Hey, the mountains got a little more snow than downtown Denver. We just saw Matt Renew talking about several inches that fell up at Breckenridge. Another solid snowfall for all the skiers and boarders, and of course the resorts as well. Thrilled with every single inch.
And even with all the snow in northeast Colorado, some people got a pretty good view of the morning sunrise. Check this out. Corey Reppenhagen shared this video of the sun peeking through the clouds near Sterling, where the snow was still falling. Corey's pulled an all-nighter for us.
It was good to see the sun because from where most of us were in downtown Denver, it was not available. So it's nice to know it was there.
Unavailable, yes. And when Corey was talking to us last night at 10 o'clock, it was really coming down out there. And then he said it was kind of like fits and bursts, if you will. We have team coverage today with reporters out on location and then all over the metro area. But first, of course, we want to get a look at the conditions right now. For that, we turn to Kathy Sabin, who's in this morning with us.
Good morning. It feels like I just saw you.
I know. Where? Yeah. Hello again.
Oh, you guys. While not the storm of the century, a big enough storm to have major travel impacts across our state. Many schools closed, and we do have difficult travel on many of the main arteries across the state. I-25, I-76, and I-70. Depending upon where you are, depending upon the amount of snow that you saw, that's going to depend upon how difficult the travel will be for you today. It's cloudy and cold at the Cheeseman Park area. Really heavy snow coming down in Fort Collins. The area of low pressure just a bit further to the north than the original setup in southeastern Colorado. And so the downtown Denver totals coming in around 5 inches would have probably been double that had the storm not been a bit to the north and further to the east. DIA coming in as of 7 a.m. just under 8 inches of snow, 8.5 in Julesburg, Aurora at 5.5, 6 in Highlands Ranch, Broomfield with 5.3, just about 7 in Elizabeth, and downtown Denver just over 5. We have a camera that is covered with snow and ice in the Greeley area, and roads which are not awful. The road crews got an early jump on this storm, and it is not overly cold, so the treatment on the roads has really made a difference. But you will need to allow for some extra time heading into the high country, where winter weather and travel advisories continue, and our temperatures are below freezing this hour in the mid-20s. So what is out there and looks like it may in fact be wet will be icing up. Gusty north winds on the backside of this system will create some areas of blowing snow, but the area of low pressure just to the north of southeastern Colorado, the counterclockwise flow bringing those heavier snow bands right into the Denver metro area, but a few miles further to the south and we'd be talking about a whole different storm. Coming up in weather in just a few minutes, much more on the snow totals, how much more snow to expect today, and the next storm system that could bring snow to the state. That's in the extended forecast, you guys, in just a bit.
Whoa. That's soon. Too soon. Too soon, as we say sometimes, Kathy.
It looks impressive, though, doesn't it? It's big.
Very colorful.
Yes. Very colorful.
It is that.
Color commentary,
color.
Tom.
Color early in the morning. Well, not that early. 10 in the morning. I know, get me some. Some of Denver's side streets still haven't recovered from that last big snowstorm where they just didn't get caught up in late December. There are piles of snow everywhere. Now at least that charcoal colored snow has a fresh layer on it.
Yeah, the question was, why wasn't it plowed then? And they were going to plow this time. Denver said those smaller plows were going to hit residential areas and side streets. So how are things? Well, let's check in with Luis De Leon. He is live in Denver. Luis, where are you right now?
Tom, Kim, we're in the West Wash Park neighborhood where if you take a look around me, venturing outside is kind of like venturing out on the planet Hoth, right? We got snow basically everywhere. A lot of folks still waiting to shovel off their cars until, of course, the snow stops. Some people taking it nice and slow, as you'll see right behind me here in this neighborhood as well. On these side streets that have seemingly yet to be plowed. It's funny because we have seen at least one city, Denver Transportation Department snow plow taking on the side streets. We got an update this morning from a city spokesperson on the plan for today. They say that their snow plows for the side streets have been out since 6 p.m. last night. A second shift of residential plow drivers started at around 3 a.m. this morning, and they've asked their 3 p.m. drivers for today to be ready to come back out and plow a lot of these side streets if needed. Like you guys were talking about though, they do this every time that there's at least 6 inches of snow or more, as well as the sustained cold that prevents some of the melting. We're gonna step out of the way here for another slow mover here. This is the most amount of cars that we've seen really this morning so far. So a lot of people are heeding the warnings for staying inside, of course, and trying to hunker down while the weather takes a toll here and everything. We'll be continuing to follow what the conditions are like, trying to catch up with some more people out and about, because you also have to remember that you have to shovel your sidewalks as well and your stairs and things like that. You have around 4 hours until after the snow stops here in Denver. Otherwise, you might risk getting a citation there. That goes for businesses. It's 24 hours though for homeowners, Tom and Kim.
Apparently 10 a.m. is rush hour in West Wash Park. All of a sudden the cars, everything's going by all of a sudden, Louise.
Apparently. So, you know, just take it slow.
I think they all just decided, you know what, I'll have a cup of coffee, then I'll go out. Hey, I'll look at the TV news guy out there on the side of the road.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about rush
hour. This is what the people want.
Exactly.
Give the people what they want. Really no rush hour to speak of this morning. Greg Perez is in giving us a look at traffic, and we certainly know on conditions like this we're going to see some accidents and some slow going.
Things have started to improve, though, Tom and Kim, over the past couple of hours. Remember, earlier this morning, we were dealing with a whole lot of crashes. Not the case anymore. Travel times right now, downtown to DTC, that is, at around 20 minutes, between 45 and 50 miles per hour. DTC to downtown, anywhere between 20 to 25 minutes, and around 52 miles per hour. Meanwhile, travel times I-25, E-470 to I-70, 10 to 15 minutes, 55 miles per hour. Meanwhile, I-25, I-70 to E-470, 15 to 20 minutes and around 55 miles per hour as well. Once again, things have started to improve over the past couple of hours, and we're expecting things to continue to improve as we head through this morning and even into the afternoon hours. We do have a crash to talk about, or multiple crashes, I should say. Westbound C-470 near Santa Fe, up towards the north end west near Boulder, US 36 westbound McCaslin Boulevard to South Boulder Road. We're going to be dealing with that crash over the next couple of hours too. But of course, Tom and Kim, this is an ongoing situation. I'm going to be continuing to update both on air and online over the next couple of hours.
All righty, we'll get back to you in just a bit. I think it's interesting to point out, the statistic that a lot of meteorologists and scientists have been talking about is the biggest storm in 30 years in January.
Yeah.
But to the average person at home, it's just snow.
It's just snow.
I don't care if it's in January, February. Or March.
It is.
And for those of us who live here for a while, this snow is 5-6 inches in the metro area. It's another snow day.
Snow.
But it's been interesting to talk with Kathy about how close we came.
I know. And last night when they were talking about it, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe. It was that last storm, though, just 3 weeks ago, I think, that threw everybody for a loop. I mean, and the way it came in, we're just not used to December, January storms. These are the March storms that we're really used to.
And as you always talk about, it's all about the banding.
It's the banding.
Yeah,
I'm pretty much a banding obsessed person. We do have crews all over because everybody else is into the banding as well. We have crews in Steamboat to the Plains and people all over Denver.
And that includes our own Cole Sullivan. He's been driving around some areas to the north side of Denver, live in Lafayette now with the latest there. Cole?
Tom, driving around, it hasn't been that bad, actually. We came up I-25, and I guess the word I would use to describe it is slushy. Slow moving, but not a bad drive. It's tough when those tractor-trailer trucks get up right next to you and start splashing some of that slush on the windshield. But other than that, not terrible. 36, same deal. And here in Lafayette, you can see the road's not bad at all. Tom's going to pan over here and see a little bit of the roadway behind me, and you can see pretty passable. We saw some plows coming by earlier from the city of Lafayette, but get this, they didn't even have the plow part on the front of the truck down. They were just driving around. You can see the roads don't really even need it at this point here. They're not that bad at all. We've seen some cars coming by, a little bit more of a pickup in traffic. We heard Luis talking a few minutes ago about the morning rush hour, a few hours delayed, and we might start seeing that here in Lafayette too, as more people say, oh, you know what, I think I might go out and see what's going on, or the kids are already driving me crazy with the day off school, so we're gonna go find something to do. And the roads, at least the ones that we have been on, have not been that bad on their way up here. Again, slushy is kind of the word I would use to describe it, but it's not bad enough that the plows even need to continue to keep plowing. It is still snowing though. You can see it coming down, and the wind is even picking up a little bit. Heard Kathy talking about the gusty wind on the back end of this storm, and we can just tell a little bit of wind picking up now as people continue to drive on the roads out here. Guys.
Thank you, Cole, and welcome back from vacation.
I know. To the snow.
Yeah, that's exactly what you were looking forward to.
Cole was in another hemisphere.
Yeah, he was.
Summer.
Yeah, he was.
Welcome to winter. When we talk about a winter's day in Colorado, well, that's a snow day for the kids. Most students get the day off, enjoying a break from school due to the weather.
They were waiting with bated breath last night as the calls came in. And Steve Steger got the really fun assignment today. He's live at City Park, because you're a kid at heart. We know that, Steve.
Absolutely. And, you know, everybody always goes to Ruby Hill, but why not go to the Denver Museum of Nature and Science? I'm here with Jeff and Laura. You brought the kiddos. You also brought Ava, who is, by the way, I'm collecting a Colorado Snow Day bingo card, and I feel like a dog in a jacket is part of a Colorado Snow Day bingo card, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that's it. Yeah. So who you have here?
This is Eliza.
How's Eliza doing?
I think she's doing well. Gone down the hill a few times. Did you have fun? We're ready for some hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate time? Yeah. And who's this?
And this is Cameron, and it's his first time sledding today, and we're having a great time.
Cameron looks like he actually was enjoying himself earlier before we started doing it.
Oh yeah, especially when Cameron was going with the dog.
Yeah, I hear you.
Sorry, buddy, I know it's cold.
What makes this spot perfect?
Oh, well, the hill is awesome, and it's pretty close to our house, too, which is great.
Yeah.
What do you like about this spot?
I don't know. Yeah.
Had picnics here in the summer, so it's a good spot.
It's a great spot. And it's not too steep is what I like about this hill.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the perfect angle for a 4-year-old here.
For the smaller kiddos. All right. Thank you. You guys go get warm, get some hot chocolate.
Thanks.
All right. Nice to see you on a very snowy day here out in City Park outside the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. This hill was popping when we got here, and it's still going pretty well. It is the perfect size hill if you're kind of just starting out, and I might actually have to steal somebody's sled and give it a shot at some point.
Oh, we want to see that.
I feel bad that you made Cameron cry.
I have that effect on people,
I don't know
Tom.
why you
I don't
did
know
that,
if you know that.
And
Yeah,
what
that was
Tom
pretty
just
rude.
pointed out, you know, with your bingo card, you better get a stamp for the Colorado geese that we can hear as well.
Hear them squabbling.
Oh, yeah. That was perfect. Well, I'm trying to think. So we've got a dog in a jacket. I tweeted out a list of this. Windshield wipers up on the car. I feel like that's kind of a uniquely Colorado thing. Someone suggested a foot of snow on top of a car that's driving around. I feel like that's a good idea for a snow bingo card. Maybe folks enjoying beers on a patio. Just very typical Colorado things.
Guys in shorts? Do you have guys in shorts in there?
Guys running in shorts.
Yeah.
You better
especially.
find that.
Someone biking.
Yeah.
I saw a couple
We're
bikes
gonna go
on the way
around.
in.
We're gonna see what we can find. I'll take your suggestions, by the way,
All
at
right.
Steve Steger on Twitter.
Okay.
Don't make any more kids cry, though. That was rough to watch, Steve. Come on.
I'm working on it.
He might be crying when he goes down that hill if he's not ready.
Go
get him, Steve.
Go get him, Steve.
We want to see him. Be careful.
Good luck on your bingo card. Thanks.
Pad your suit. Denver's opened an extra shelter for people that do need a warm place to spend the night. The McNichols building on Colfax served as an overnight shelter last night and will again tonight. During the day, rec centers and libraries are also open for people to warm up.
Well, already things have been pretty smooth this year as far as air travel, or at least for the last few months, right?
Yeah, it's been great.
As you might imagine, with this weather, especially where it seemed to be more concentrated, DIA is now at the top of the list as far as cancellations today. More than 260 flights in and out of Denver have been pulled off the schedule. Almost a third of those come from Southwest Airlines, and about the same amount are coming from Frontier Airlines. And we were out there earlier this morning, out on the tarmac, where you can see the crews doing all the work they had to do to get the runways, the taxiways ready, de-icing planes, and get the flights that were going ready to go. Of course, they have to constantly keep those runways clear of snow with the big equipment they have out there at DIA.
We're going to have much more on this winter storm when we come back. Let's take a look at our camera from the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel right now.
Do you know the names, the Eisenhower Johnson, where those come from?
I think so.
Yeah, Eisenhower was the president.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, the D-Day general, everything.
Yeah.
But he also married a woman from Denver, Mamie Dodd.
That's true.
So, and he loved to be here all the time. And he really
So a Colorado connection.
But he also fathered the interstate highway system, and I-70 goes right through it. So, but not a lot of people know that the Johnson part of the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel is named after Magic Johnson.
It is too early for me to keep up. Way too early for me to keep up, Tom, but that's awesome. Magic Johnson came to town quite a bit during his playing days, was here a lot.
Those days at McNichols playing. So Chris Bianchi's in Steamboat Springs this morning, fact-checking. Let's talk about how it is going up there in Steamboat. Obviously, they're loving every bit of snow they're getting.
Tom, it was a slippery drive through the Magic Johnson Tunnel yesterday. As that had me laughing. I was like cracking up over here. But seriously, for us here into the mountains, we have seen a lot of snowfall from the system. This is really the good news side of the storm, and also what we've seen all winter long, what has been just awesome news for us here in the high country. We here in Steamboat Springs, where I'm standing right now, we picked up almost 21 feet of snow so far this season. That is way above average. So far this month, over 100 inches worth of snowfall, and just overnight at the top of the mountain here, 14 inches worth of snowfall, and another 6 inches at the middle part of the mountain. And as you can tell, it is still snowing. People were lining up behind me, get this, at 6:45 this morning. And I think it's worth noting, it's a Wednesday, so maybe a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's a bit more expected. But for a Wednesday morning, people to be lining up at 6:45, I think people are pretty excited to hit the slopes with all that fresh snow. It makes a ton of sense. But also, on a more meteorological side of things, I am a meteorologist after all this water is really, really good news. Where we're standing here in the northern part of Colorado, we're about 150% of our season-to-date snowpack average. That is a ton of snowfall, and that snow machine just really hasn't turned off yet. That's really good news for the drought. And for us in northeast Colorado, there's a lot more water. Kim and Tom, I know you were talking earlier about how we tend to see these storms more in March and April. We have we've seen, again, an enormous amount of water from this system. That's very unusual for this time of year. We picked up from the single storm almost 3 times the amount of full January precipitation just from this one storm alone. So again, a lot of water. And Kathy, I know you know plenty about that. Is the snow still going there in Denver, or how much more do we have to go?
Yeah, Chris, it's still snowing. As a matter of fact, Fort Collins has heavy snow right now, 6.5 inches and counting in Fort Collins. Not as much as we'd hoped for here in downtown Denver. That area of low pressure setting up in southeastern Colorado was just bit to the north and a bit to the east. So northeastern Colorado will continue to see those heavier snow bands. And it's really unusual when DIA comes in with one of the higher snow totals at 7.7 inches of snow and still counting. So we're tracking the storm system that is south and east. Roads are not in great shape. You'll need to take it slow out there, obviously. But the road crews got a jump on this last night, laying the chemicals down, getting the plowing done. And really, since this isn't one of our colder storms, the roads are not as bad as they could have been and as they were with the last storm that we saw. Something else that we're dealing with is low visibility, not just the snow showers that are coming down in Denver right now, but the areas of fog. So do be very careful. We're seeing some moderate snow on the I-70 corridor as well. Roads are icy and snow-packed there. Weather headlines, we do remain under a winter storm warning until 5 o'clock tonight. Moderate snow and wind will continue through mid-afternoon with major travel impacts across the state. The metro snow forecast, light additional accumulation. But it's cold, so what you see out there that looks wet will be freezing. 25 degrees in Denver, 27 in Greeley, and slightly milder around Colorado Springs and Pueblo. DIA wind chill of 13, winds northwest at 14, indicating we're on the back side of that departing area of low pressure. Greeley, icy and snowpacked there again. Some of the snow totals coming in. DIA with almost 8, 8.5 in Julesburg, the Pinery about 5, Elizabeth 6.7, 5.3 in Broomfield and Lakewood at 5. These numbers coming in as of 7 o'clock. This is a fast-moving storm that is lifting north and east into the Midwest. We'll set our sights on the next system taking aim at Colorado for the end of the week. Broad scale of circulation. Out ahead of it, it will be severe weather today from Houston, Dallas to Wichita, an ice storm from Wichita to Omaha, and then moderate snow bands pushing back into the metro area. So we're not done with the snow just yet. Filling back in, seeing some of that heavier snow from North Denver up to Fort Collins into Greeley and then out through Keensburg as some of those bands are wiping down to the south and east through Lyman, Kiowa, and the Castle Rock area. So if you were in a little bit of a dry slot last night and woke up to just a couple inches of snow, a couple more inches are coming in here over the next hour. That winter storm warning extends into western Nebraska. 4 to 8 inches of additional snow for eastern Colorado today. Denver's in that 2 to 4, 5-inch additional accumulation range by the time the storm winds down tonight. Winter weather and travel advisories are posted for the high country. Light accumulation there, but difficult travel on the road. This system's going to become a big problem in the Midwest with a severe weather threat through Atlanta and down to the Gulf Coast region. But as high pressure sets up over our state, northwest flow, temperatures coming above freezing as we move into the afternoon tomorrow. Heavier snow bands will be shifting east into Nebraska tonight. By the evening, the snow should come to an end. Skies will clear and temperatures temperatures will drop. And so let's take a look at the closer in view of the futurecast. Here's where those heavier snow bands are. But by 2 o'clock, we're seeing improvement from Fort Collins, Loveland down to Denver. Snow comes to an end. Heavier bands push south and east. 4 o'clock today, 7 o'clock tonight. And that's kind of how we will be trending with clear skies overnight. And a cold night coming up. Denver's low at 11, teens and single digits in the high country, but highs tomorrow starting to see those numbers moderate a bit, and your front range foothill numbers will stay right about freezing as well. Winter storm warning until 5 o'clock, another inch or two of accumulation, then clearing, our low at 11. Tomorrow, sunshine. We'll see those numbers climb up quickly as winds shift from the northwest. We'll get into the mid-30s tomorrow, a nice break. There's only a 30% chance of snow showers Friday, a break on Saturday, and then another weak system coming in Sunday into Monday. Not a terribly warm forecast coming up, but beneficial moisture for our state. And how beautiful, Kim and Tom, is that? That's live on our Horsetooth Reservoir camera. A winter wonderland in January, no less.
It's all about the banding, right? It's all about the banding. Yeah, let's take a look at
band.
I know. Kim, you like a good band too?
Yes, I do.
All right, let's take a look at drive times as travel times are improving, and they have been improving over the past couple of hours downtown to DTC. Anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes, almost 60 miles per hour DTC to downtown. A pretty similar situation going on there. E470 to I-70, 10 to 15 minutes. Same thing goes I-70 to E470. But we do have a few more crashes to talk about, mainly up towards the I-25 corridor. I-25 southbound road closed from exit 257 to Eisenhower Boulevard, so make sure to take note of that if you are headed on the roadways. It looks like this crash has cleared. This was on US 36 westbound McCaslin Boulevard to South Boulder Road. Things are flowing very, very nicely both ways out towards there. Out towards the east, westbound C470 near Santa Fe, we're experiencing multiple crashes, so make sure to take note if you do plan on driving. Westbound I-76 E470 Commerce City, earlier we were dealing with travel times anywhere between 25 to 30 minutes. We have reduced that anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes and around 55 miles per hour. But we are still dealing with a whole lot of problems up near the Nebraska border. US 6 from I-76 to the border. Things are still problematic up towards the north and east.
Well, as we've been talking about, usually we don't see this much snow in the month of January. Well, that is bringing back memories of the last big January snowstorm that hit Denver back in 1992. If you don't know that, we'll keep telling you.
Because usually it's just cold, because that's when we talk about the stock show weather.
We're going to be able to bring it up a few more times.
Yeah, because we're going to, yeah.
But just to give you the facts on the case, out at DIA, where the official stuff happens, at 7 a.m., they'd seen 7.7 inches of snow already.
A lot of sevens. We want some nines.
I got to imagine that's got to be a lot for a January snowfall.
In fact, it is, Tom.
Oh, really?
More the most for a January snowfall in 30 years.
My goodness.
30 years ago. Yes, on January 7th and 8th in 1992, the city got more than 14 inches of snow. So they kind of doubled it. We're still got a ways to go to get there. Lots of cars and snow stuck in. We were talking about this traffic, some of these interesting cars in the day. And then they had a big problem out at the airport, which was Stapleton Airport back then. Denver's most intense storm ever dates back to 1883, and that's when the city got 16 inches of snow. We're trying to find somebody to talk about that storm.
Yeah, we're still looking.
Trying to get a good interview about that, but this was just 30 years ago.
Only 30 years ago. Kathy, I remember it more because that night the Nuggets fell to the Sonics, 106-99, the old Paul Westhead Nuggets.
There you go.
Dikembe had 27, but it wasn't enough that night.
Dikembe.
Now, you guys, do you remember 30 years ago is when I started with both of you on 9 News weekends?
This was a Tuesday. This was a Tuesday that we were off.
Oh, it wasn't you?
Well, unless they called us in, they probably did.
But 30 years ago, we were all together. Can you believe it? It's like yesterday.
Those were the days.
Yeah.
I know.
Doesn't feel a bit different.
I know, a big difference. And I was thinking, Kim, your stat for 1883, we should call Taylor Sheridan and have him do a show, something on Denver weather, right?
We should, yeah.
Well, do this first and then call Taylor.
All right.
Yeah.
We have a big storm that is spinning over Colorado, even if it may not feel like it at your house. Maybe you didn't see more than 4 or 5 inches of snow. We're not done yet. The counterclockwise flow means these bands are coming right back into Denver, extending from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Anywhere from about 4 to 7 inches of snow so far, but additional banding and additional accumulation is likely between now and about 2 o'clock. The more vivid purple colors where we're seeing some of those heavier snow showers. Reduced visibility, something to consider while you're out and about today as well. And skiing this weekend in the high country is going to be amazing. As Tom mentioned, one of the higher totals out at DIA, northeastern Colorado seeing the brunt of the storm. Broomfield with 5, 6.5 in Elizabeth. Downtown Denver just over 5. A winter wonderland in Greeley. So now you're probably asking, when is the snow gonna stop? I will have that in our extended forecast, you guys, coming up in just a few minutes.
Well, of course, we have much more on this, which I believe to be one of the bigger January snowfalls Denver has seen in some time.
30.
I should check that out.
30 years. But look, now we have Ball Arena.
Well, Ball
Remember
Arena,
where they played back in the day?
Well, that was McNichols.
Yes.
But this last night, the Nuggets got a win last night, and they'll be playing there again tonight. Minnesota's in town, and they're used to this sort of stuff.
Oh, they can, yeah.
But we'll be talking about this latest winter storm coming up. Don't forget, though, if you're heading out the door, you can take us with you. Download the free 9 News app, and that way you can stay up to date on the latest weather, traffic, and all the news throughout the day. And I've covered it for you. It's free. I've picked up.
You covered the cost?
It's free to download in the Apple and Google Play stores. Tell them you know me. It's 10:35, time for 4 o'clock at 9 News with Kim and Tom and Kathy. Hi. Coming in bright and early
Because
today.
we always like this at 10:35. What are you doing at this time? Normally.
Usually, I'm mowing the lawn. Hey, this is Coors Field, where just a couple months from now, the Rockies, of course, will be playing baseball. But as you can see, the ice and snow that continues to fall is the scene in Denver today, where we're picking up about a half foot of snow throughout the metro area.
Yeah, spring training starts soon, though. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is the backyard where Tom is convinced Ed Green did some shoveling earlier. Hard to say, but still coming down a little bit. And, trees are coated. We still have our lights up in the backyard because, they stay on until the stock show ends.
I'm not convinced Ed did it. Ed told me he did it.
Oh, that's true.
So that may or may not be true. But let's go to the mountains now, where you can see up at the Eisenhower-Johnson Tunnel. And not many people know that the Johnson side of the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels was going to actually be named after James Worthy. And then they switched it over to Magic Johnson later. That's true stories from
Poor Chris Bianchi is still laughing about that one.
70. Kathy, some of that's true.
Yeah, and I can confirm Ed did not shovel. I checked out his hair this morning, way too perfect.
Not true.
He did not.
No shovel in sight.
Worthy, not true, not true.
Not true.
But it is snowing, true.
And it's fun to run into the morning meteorologist, whom I never see working my shift, and then to be together with you guys all day long.
All day.
Counting down the minutes.
Didn't you say they shouldn't even pay us? We're here, we're having fun. Greg Perez is here.
It might have been Ed Green.
I don't think you said that for sure.
You guys, my youngest, it's his birthday today. He got a snow day. So if you're complaining about the snow, he's not.
There are a lot of kiddos
like
that are not complaining at all.
Happy birthday.
The parents, maybe a little, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry about that. Hey, but it's still snowing. We're inch by inch, hour by hour here. Downtown Denver, about 5 inches of snow, 6 in Parker, almost 8 out at DIA, 6.5 in Fort Collins, heavy snow. Look at this, you guys. What a beautiful scene there in the Greeley area. This is water and we need it. More coming, broad center of circulation, bringing those bands right back into Denver. If the snow there was a little lull in the action, we're seeing some of those bands push through Keensburg, Longmont, Boulder, right down into Arvada. Fort Collins, moderate snow coming down this hour. And as of 7 o'clock this morning, again, anywhere from about 4 to about 8 inches of snow, with northeastern Colorado coming in some of those higher totals. We'll be updating these as we go throughout the morning as well. Send in your weather pictures too if you have some, if your dogs are out playing in the snow or your kids. Would love to see those. We'll try to put some of those on the air. Road crews got to jump on this storm, so it's not an awful drive, as Tom will tell you, coming in, at least from the south. But up in the high country, a whole different story with icy and snow-packed roadways and temperatures that are holding in the mid-20s this hour. Not going to warm a whole lot. Winds have shifted from the east and northeast to the north, and eventually a drier northwest flow will take over as this system begins to lift into the northwest. What happened yesterday? The storm was located over the Four Corners area, tracking east into southeastern Colorado. That is a good position for deep upslope. We tap into that warm Gulf moisture, cold air from the north, but this low set up a bit further to the north. The greater impact is now going to be north and east. So if you're wondering why we're not seeing double the snow amounts, it's because of the low, which decided to take a little detour and go a few miles to the north. But that winter storm warning remains in effect until 5 o'clock for another 4 to 8 inches of snow. Fort Morgan, Sterling, out to portions of Imperial, Max, and Wayno, Nebraska, and out across the Front Range foothills, another 2 to 3 inches of snow. Winter weather advisories out in the high country where skiing is going to be amazing. Let's time this out for you. 10:30 this morning, get you to 2 o'clock. We start to see that snow tapering off from north to south, coming to an end overnight. We are going to clear out. We get you into a sunny day tomorrow. Who doesn't love that? Not a super warm day today, but I think if we're lucky, we'll get into the lower 30s. So Maine weather's coming up. We're going to talk much more about the metro snow forecast. And Tom, did you mention another storm might be coming later?
Yeah, I did. Yep. There's another storm could be coming later. I don't know if it's in the next few days or few months, but I'm pretty sure another storm is coming.
We're going to talk about that.
At least one.
Before June?
Could happen.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
I haven't had a chance to check out all the isobars.
Yes, he'll get there.
But
It's
I will
early.
shortly. You could have a bunch of orographic lift change everything.
And it does quite often.
Lie, truth, in between. Lie, truth. Okay, we do want to talk about Denver's side streets because last go around it was a mess and people had a really hard time getting around, never mind the fact pedestrians and folks trying to just do anything. It's been slick for a long time.
Yeah, that was the problem, was when they didn't clear the roads, it wasn't like it was bad for a day. It was bad until, well, it's still bad.
Days.
But now the idea was to plow with this storm. And Luis De Leon is checking out some of the side roads, and he's in Denver now. Now, because traffic's picking up, wearing the vest. Smart.
Well, actually, Tom and Kim, we saw someone jogging directly down the middle of the street here on Pearl Street in the West Wash Park neighborhood, and that got me thinking, first off, apparently it's the perfect texture for running. No, not really, but it did get me thinking that it's probably a good idea to put on a reflective vest if you are even out just shoveling and things like that, because the snow is still, of course, coming down. Speaking of the side streets, which is what we're supposed to be talking about here, take a look at this video. You should be seeing it on your screen in just a second here. This is what happens if you take a corner way too fast in these neighborhood streets. Our photojournalist Foster Gaines caught this close call with a seemingly BMW just taking a turn with all its might, getting close to bumping a parked car. Really close call there. So then you have here, you should be seeing in a second, the one plow that we actually saw on the side streets from the city's Department of Transportation and Infrastructure, or Dottie, however you want to pronounce it. Anyways, those residential plows on the side streets have been out and about since 6 p.m. last night, according to a Dottie spokesperson. They've asked their 3 p.m. drivers today to be ready to come back in if needed. The city will also be clearing the protected bike lanes, but remember that if you are a homeowner, you have 24 hours to clear off your sidewalk. Businesses have 4 hours, otherwise you have to face the wrath possibly of a citation. But on a serious note, there are a lot of people that do need to utilize these sidewalks and things like
that.
So really,
Yeah.
it's just courteous for your neighbor.
I know, it is a good thing. There's just older people that you worry about. I mean, they can't even go out and get their mail when the weather is bad. You can't go out and get out to your mail. But you're having some fun out there.
Still out. No, we see them out here right now.
Yeah. What about the
Yeah, absolutely.
Dottie?
Mail carriers are still out too. So.
What about the Dottie thing? Because I've also, a lot of people, fancy people tell me Dotai.
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 Ooh, I'm going to try that one later. So.
It's a lot of people do that.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what. Thank you, Luis.
Luis is keeping up today. He's on it. He's on it all the time. Some of the highest snow totals were east and north of Denver. So, like, right, if you're in the city, you're saying, I'm not that impressed. You got to travel a little bit. Brighton has seen about 1/2 foot of snow.
Yeah, the tougher it is, the more Katie Eastman likes it. So she's up in Brighton, taking on the roads there. Hi, Katie.
Hey, Kim and Tom. Yeah, it took us a little while to get here. Definitely longer than usual. We were going pretty slow on 76 and on 85. That's when it got a little more gnarly. And it definitely feels like the wind is picking up around here. And that's going to make it a little tough for the people clearing the snow. They're going to be worried about those drifts later on. So I'm going to bring in Bob Younger. Bob, you are in charge of this whole operation here in Brighton, making sure your guys are getting these streets cleared. What's it like right now?
Right now, our conditions, I think, are like most of the metro. We've got the snowpack, still snowing, icy spots. The guys are out doing their thing, you know, keeping them down the best we can. But you mentioned it earlier that the wind, I think that's going to be our biggest concern for our outskirts of Brighton as far as the drifting conditions that we could entail.
But you're prepared. You even slept in a cot in your office last night.
I spend a few nights here during the winter. Sometimes it's just easier to keep track of everything and you know, be here keeping track of weather reports. You know, we have various weather that comes into us, so we can utilize that. You know, I've got my guys, we've got the equipment now in our trucks and stuff that I can monitor them. You know, so we know where they're at, we know what's going on. And like any storm, we adjust to the conditions. You know, what we started out doing last night or yesterday afternoon with our pre-wetting procedures, you know, as the storm builds, we switch directions and do what we have to do. Kind of adjust as you go along.
Exactly. It doesn't seem that bad when the snow's coming down, but when that wind picks up, you're kind of just like hit with it, right?
Yes, and you know, and then you start fighting like everybody else, our wipers freezing up, you know, and trying to keep our guys warm. And keeping the streets cleared out enough. You know, right now we're concentrating more on our what we call our primary 1s and 2s, which is our main arteries in and out of Brighton. Then when this tapers off, you know, then we'll start widening processes and hitting the schools. We're fortunate today, schools aren't in session. Thank you, school district. You know, that gives us a little bit more time to get caught up with those. We'll have guys coming in again tonight. We go 24/7 until we feel that we're safe enough out there to go home.
It's a tough job, but you got something here that makes it a little more fun. All your plows have really great names. Tell me about that.
You know, this is something our director started a couple years ago. We were out east at a snow conference, and he had seen it there. He brought it back here to Brighton. Like I say, this is our second year in naming snowplows. We allow K through 5th graders in the Brighton School District to name a plow. Quite the process, actually, and our director has a nice little snowman outfit he does all the advertising with. And we do that early in the year so that we can gather all the names up. Some great names come out of this.
Yeah, Bob, I'm going to stop you right there and I'm going to show people some of these names real quick. We have got Optimus Plow. I want to show you that one. Right next to Optimus Plow, we've got Plowosaurus Rex. And then we've got the Snow Queen over there. There are 9 of these plows. They are all have these creative names. We're going to actually talk to the kid that named the Plowosaurus Rex later on today, so that'll be pretty fun.
Fun for kids. Yeah.
Great name, Snow
They get the
Queen.
day off and they get to name the plows.
And they name the plows.
Pretty good day to be a kid,
It's all good.
right?
He does make a good point. I mean, when you deal with schools open on a snow day like this, you got to get buses and roads and everything. It's a mess. So it gives them a break to kind of get ahead of things, if you will, Katie.
Exactly. And when we were on the roads, they were really dead. So that makes you feel safer knowing there's not a lot of people on these roads, just people that have essential jobs like us and Bob and all of his drivers.
Yes. And we're glad you're essential. You and Ann. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you. Hey, speaking of that traffic situation, Greg Perez is with us because there are fewer cars on the road. Sadly, some of them are getting famous because they're having an accident or two. And for anyone who's out there, it's just slower than normal.
Yeah, I mean, today's one of those days, if you have an opportunity or had an opportunity to work from home, you certainly should have done so because we're dealing with plenty of traffic and plenty of crashes as well. Now, it's not as bad as what it was earlier today. Let's start out with this road closure from Colorado 14 from 10th Avenue to Centennial Highway. That's something that we're dealing with right now. And we're also dealing with a crash on the I-25 southbound corridor. Road closed from exit 257 to Eisenhower Boulevard. Up towards the north and east, though, that's where we're dealing with plenty of crashes and plenty of closures as you're pushing out towards the Nebraska border. CO14 between Fort Collins and Sterling, we do have a closure. And out towards the north and eastern portion of the state, I-76 Sterling to the Nebraska border, US 6 from I-76 to border. So you can see a whole lot of purple, whole lot of closures as you're pushing out towards the north and east. But look for things to start improving over the next couple of hours. Westbound I-76, E-470 Commerce City, 49 miles per hour, and we are dealing with a crash. It looks like as you're pushing into the city around 15 to 20 minutes. Down towards the south and east, southbound I-225, I-70 to I-25, 48 miles per hour and around 14 minutes. Travel times, I-70, I-25 to I-225, anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes there, 57 miles per hour. I-70, I-225 to I-25, 56 miles per hour and 5 to 10 minutes.
We just saw the situation in Brighton. Now we're going to go a few miles to the east and check in with Cole Sullivan. He's in Lafayette, joining us with the latest from there. Hi, Cole.
Hey, Tom, we moved a little bit since last time we talked to you because there wasn't much going on behind us last time. And we thought, hey, if we maybe go into the main part of Old Town Lafayette, maybe there'll be lots of people out there, lots of things going on. Not really. It's pretty quiet out here on the roads, but you can see they're pretty clear at this point. That's good news, at least the main roads. These side streets still have a little bit of snow and slush on them mostly. Not a lot of people out here, but the people out here, they've been super nice to us. They see us standing out here, the only one on the sidewalk, and they say, you know what? We're gonna offer you some coffee. We wanna know if you need to work out. They got a gym open down the street. So people have been offering us, the people here, super nice. The roads here clear in Lafayette, and it's been honestly a lovely time standing out here in the snow. Although it's getting a little cold. My fingers may be a little bit cold here. And as we kind of continue to watch this weather here, know that I was on vacation just 72 hours ago, so I'm gonna try to replicate that right here and send it back to you.
That looks comfy.
Yeah, the sand is replaced by snow, and yeah, you're looking cool and comfortable.
Yeah, I'll take a coffee instead of a drink with an umbrella in it.
I thought it was very nice that they offered you the chance to work out instead of sometimes they come up to me and say, you need to work out.
Yeah, right. If you would like to.
Thank you, Cole.
Exactly. A little bit, maybe a little bit of passive aggression there.
We're going to shift over to Denver now. Thousands of students all across the metro area do not have to worry about school today. They get that beloved snow day.
Yeah, it's funny because each district started calling it last night, and there were a couple that were a little late. And you know when you're a parent of one of those kids, they're losing their minds.
They're doing the
like,
Marissa
why not us? What's going on? So Steve Steger is out there enjoying the day with all those kids that are having some fun, getting out all that pent-up aggression outside in Civic Park. And Steve, you know, come on.
No pressure.
Go crazy.
Well, I'm trying to get my pent-up aggression out too. Though I got to tell you, I have done 2 interviews with kids so far, and in each one they started crying, and then almost immediately this very packed hill cleared out for a second, and I thought, like, is it a me thing? I don't know. But they're back. Erin's back with your kiddos.
That's
Colin,
right.
Go ahead. Who's here?
This is Theo, Colin, Eva, and Ella.
Natalie's here too. Happy snow day.
Yes, happy snow
Are you
day.
excited? Are you excited about the snow day?
I love snow.
Okay.
So I am excited for the snow day, and I like sledding.
Perfect. Okay, Colin, tell me what you have here, because you have a different strategy than a lot of people with sleds out here. What do you have?
I like to run and then jump onto the sled.
You like to run and jump onto the sled, and I've seen you go pretty far, but Erin was telling me you don't want to go too far down that hill, because, Corky, if you show that hill, what's at the end of that hill?
Rose bushes.
So there are rose bushes down there, and like, they could get there potentially.
Oh, yeah. They're going the distance.
Do they want to get in the rose bushes or not?
You ask them.
Okay. All right. You guys ready? Should we do a little race and see what works better, the tubes or the sleds? Do you want to try it out? Everybody line up.
Probably not my sled.
Everybody line up. Line up, line up, line up, line up. We're going to go on the count of 9. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to go on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, go. Look out for the rose bushes. Oh, Colin's going straight for the rose bush. Oh, he just missed it. All right, tubes win. Erin, thank you so much. By the way, Erin and I were chatting about, do you think there will be a snow day tomorrow?
I hope not.
An honest assessment of a snow day from here at the Museum of Nature and Science. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, now you're trying to make the adults cry.
Yeah.
Come on.
Because after a good long snow day, you're a little tired.
It's 11 o'clock and they're already done.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Think of those teachers. Steve, thanks. We're going to have more coverage when we come back.
Okay, so besides kids, dogs love snow. I mean, this
Horses?
is, yes, and horses. I mean, this is like play day. And,
Turkey. I think there's a turkey.
A turkey out there, you think?
Uh-huh.
In general, anybody that doesn't have to work pretty much likes snow like this. It's like, okay, that's great. And especially if you don't work in television news. It's awesome. So anyway, we're glad you're sharing all your fun pictures, doing all your stuff, checking it out, and enjoying Colorado, because and this sounds really trite, but come on, we're in a drought. We're grateful. We're grateful, and we live in Colorado, and the views are beautiful, and the dogs are the cutest ever. So share your snow day pictures with us. Text us to 303-871-1491. If you want to send a picture of yourself looking grumpy with the snow shovel, go ahead. Try.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to use that, because it appears that we pretty much just put dog pictures on the air.
Apparently dogs are the only ones right now winning.
One turkey, a few horses. There's some deer, so maybe.
Oh, the wildlife are pretty too.
You know what it looks like?
What?
No people. Take a selfie.
No
Send it in.
people.
See if we use it.
Give us one. Come on.
I don't like your odds.
Oh, wait, I saw a baby.
One person, a baby, of course. Much more coverage of our latest winter storm is coming up. And don't forget, if you're heading out the door, you can take us with you. Download the free 9 News app. You can stay up to date on the latest weather, traffic, and news throughout the day. It is 11 a.m. and on the odd chance you have yet to look outside, our latest winter storm did in fact arrive overnight, and we've seen snow through the morning, and this is what it looks like right now in downtown Denver after the hours of snowfall, and it continues.
Not the prettiest shot of downtown Denver, but we're going to follow this storm. This all started last night, of course. That's when the snow first started falling. We knew it was coming. Our meteorologist told us so. It's heavy, wet snow, which is kind of unusual for January, but it's just like what we got in December when we got that huge batch that still hasn't decided to melt away yet. Here in the 9 News backyard, we see the snow on the trees, on the ground, and underneath some of that snow is the old snow.
It's still there. Of course, the mountains had some old snow as well, and they've added to it. This is a live look at apparently zero traffic at the top of the hour. Sometimes they shut that down to let some hazardous vehicles go through. There's a couple of cars making their way at the Eisenhower-Johnson Tunnel. But it was a good snowfall as far as the skiers and boarders and all the resorts up there. Glad to get it.
They're liking it. Even with all the snow in northeast Colorado, a pretty great view this morning at the sunrise. Corey Reppenhagen caught this. The sun peeking through the clouds near Sterling where the snow was still falling. Guessing the sun isn't still out there because it looks like it's coming back through in that area. We do have team coverage today all throughout the metro area. We want to get a look at all the conditions. We see all of our friends out there. Corey, I just talked about Corey, but we got Cole, we got Steve, we got Luis, and we got Katie.
Check. But we're going to take it right over to Kathy Sabin, though, to find out what has happened and what is still coming our way.
Okay, I saw you guys shaking your head at me when you came in this morning because you didn't see as much snow as you wanted. So I grabbed Tom Green's Carrie Underwood blingy coffee cup and I got to work is what I did.
Oh, you did?
And you know what? You know Monty Python, right? We're
yes.
that age. We know who Monty Python is. Remember that We're Not Dead Yet? We're
yes.
not dead yet. We're not dead yet. This storm is coming in now. Here it comes. And the snow is coming down. So, Tom, I'm going to bring your blingy coffee cup back over to you in a minute.
Thank you.
But let me just show you. We have another heavy band of snow moving into Denver. And out in northeastern Colorado, the numbers are going up. Already 8 to 9 inches of snow. Denver will see another couple of inches here in the next 2 hours. The storm system, as it lifts north, is pushing that heavier snow right back into the city. So if you didn't have a lot of snow when you woke up, we're not done yet. That's right. A winter wonderland in Greeley and Fort Collins with about 7 inches of snow there. 5 to 6 in Denver and Parker, DIA at almost 8, 6 in Longmont and Lakewood just under 5 inches of snow. Beautiful in Fort Collins, reduced visibility, some areas of fog in Elbert County where reports are coming in of about 6 inches of snow there. Heavy snow on the I-70 corridor, but travel okay. The road crews got to jump on this storm, and even with temperatures in the 20s, yes, there's ice out there, and yes, there's blowing snow with that cold north wind, but the roads are not as bad as they could be with this powerful system as it's winding its way over southeastern Colorado. Just a few miles further to the north than the models had a handle on, or we would be seeing double the totals. Regardless, winter storm warning remains in effect through 5 o'clock for another 2 to 5 inches of snow in Denver, up to another 6 to 8 out east. We're seeing that snow come in, but I think by 2, 3 o'clock, drier air works its way in. We are on our way to a clear night, a sunny day tomorrow, but temperatures tonight are dropping into the teens and single digits. We may get above freezing today. 32 would be terrific. And in Maine weather, we're going to talk much more about the moderate snow expected this afternoon and the major travel impacts across the state. And Tom, this cup is great.
Yes.
Great.
It's my favorite.
So we all need a little coffee right now. We have been concerned about Denver's side streets, and frankly, that's because of the last storm. It was a mess. Everybody said, what, we don't plow in Colorado or in Denver? It was really tough for a lot of people to get around. And now there's another layer of snow on top of that.
Now, this time in Denver, the plan was to plow. Denver will have the smaller plows out in residential areas and side streets. So are things any better this time around? Luis De Leon's been joining us from the West Wash Park neighborhood in Denver. He's back with us now with the latest. Luis?
Tom, Kim, the answer is no. There is more snow under the snow, under the snow. However, we have seen lots of drivers taking it slow out there and everything. We've seen at least one residential plow making their way through these side streets here in West Wash Park and everything. A lot of the sidewalks are still very much so covered with snow. So a reminder there to always be courteous for your neighbors and make sure that you are doing your duty there to make some room for those that really need to use the side streets. Seen a lot of snow starting to fall off the trees, I will say. Some fell in our car as soon as we parked into a new spot here. So be mindful if you are going to be moving out and about there as well. Those residential plows on the side streets, according to a dotty, doty, do-tie, as Tom likes to say, they've been out and about since around 6 p.m. last night. They're going to call back those drivers to be prepared to go out and plow again on the residential side streets at around 3 p.m. But the key word there is if needed. And by my estimation, I would like to think it's going to be needed, but who knows? So the city will also clear all the protected bike lanes, but remember, like I said before, the sidewalks, they need to be clear within 24 hours after the snow stops. From property owners, it's 4 hours for businesses, Tom and Kim.
And it's important to note, they just make one trip one pass down the street. So it's not like they go around and try and clear everything around all the cars.
Right, and last time the reason why the plows didn't really come out on the first try there is because the forecast, they say, was wrong and they didn't anticipate it, but usually they will come out when it's 6 inches of snow or more, plus the sustained cold that prevents a lot of the melting. So.
Okay, well, you call in the forecast to them, Luis.
Poses the if needed question. It's like being told you're non-essential personnel. It's a good news, bad news thing.
Yeah, it is.
We will get back to you in just a bit with more on what's happening in Denver. Thanks again, Luis.
Everybody's essential personnel when you're out in the fields on a day like today. And Katie Eastman went north. She went over to Brighton, another area that's a booming area for population as well. But they're getting a little more snow than we're seeing here in the metro area.
Yeah, it feels a little worse out here. Obviously, we haven't been in Denver for a couple hours now, but once you stand out here for about 10 minutes, you really start to feel it. And John Antuna here, he's been feeling it all morning. He's been driving this plow truck. You've been out since 7 a.m.
Correct.
What's it been like?
Very slippery, very slushy roads. There's some ice hidden underneath, unfortunately.
Ooh, that's always tough when you got that hidden ice. That's the dangerous part, because you think you're fine, but really it's lurking.
It'll catch you real quick.
What's the plan for the rest of the day?
For the rest of the day, we're going to definitely be focusing on our primaries. That's heavy traffic areas. Then we'll go to our secondaries, and hopefully we'll be able to jump to our residentials. But main focus is our primaries.
You've been doing this for 5 years, though. This is nothing new. This is a pretty straightforward snow day to you.
Yeah. This is, compared to other storms that we've had, this is fairly easy for us.
Yeah, it seems pretty quiet, pretty like sticking to the plan. Nothing crazy's happened.
Yep.
That's good.
And that's what we like. We like it to stay quiet so we can focus on the roads for sure.
Yeah. Now I want to give the viewers a little surprise here. Show them your plow truck and what makes it special. John, if you want to come on over here. This is the name of John's plow truck, the Plowosaurus Rex. All 9 of the Brighton plow trucks have these special names here. John, I want to ask you, what's it like to drive the Plowosaurus Rex? What does that mean to you?
Simply, it's a beast. It eats the snow, that's for sure. It goes and goes and goes.
Compared to the other names, like, is yours the best?
I'd have to say so. Mine rocks the most.
Why?
Why? The name like Plowosaurus Rex, you can't go wrong. Who doesn't like a T-Rex? I mean, you can't look me in the eye and say you don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, how are you compared to the Snow Queen over there?
Oh, definitely. I'm #1 competitor compared to the Snow Queen.
An even Optimus plow, like the Transformer?
Yeah, I don't know. That one's a tough one. Optimus plow does give me a run for my money, but Plowosaurus Rex always stays on top.
Yeah, I mean, Plowosaurus. When you were assigned the Plowosaurus Rex, was that like, you were like, yes?
Yeah, my son loves dinosaurs, so that's a good one. It kind of worked out, you know?
That's wonderful. It's so fun out here. It adds a little bit of like brevity to a snowstorm when you're driving plows with names like the Snow Queen and Plowosaurus Rex. Every year these names change. Elementary school kids get to name them. They sit around and they pick the best ones. We're going to talk to a 5th grader who named this Plowosaurus Rex later on today, so you have to tune in at 4 and 5 for that story.
Katie, I have to ask you because I think maybe a viewer or two might be thinking, why aren't they out plowing?
Oh, they're such a team out here that they've got other people covering his route right now just so John could chat with us about his awesome plow name. But he's going to be getting out really quickly right after this live shot.
Just checking.
Good point. Good point. Also, I think that name is a good message to a driver. When you see a Plowosaurus coming your way, give them room. Get out of the way. Let them do their work.
Good tip.
Absolutely. You do not want to mess with the Plowosaurus Rex or be anywhere near it.
Thanks, Katie.
All right, let's talk about what is happening out on the roads. Greg Perez has been with us this morning, taking a look at the conditions out there, and kind of a day off for seemingly almost everyone today.
Yeah, and conditions are improving and have been improving over the past couple of hours. We're up to 17 minutes right now downtown to DTC, and DTC to downtown 15 to 20 minutes. E70 to E470, I should say, to I-70, anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes of driving time. Same thing goes the opposite direction. But what we're going to do here is we're going to start right down towards the center and move counterclockwise, or clockwise, I should say, around the Denver metro area. Pushing up towards the north where we're still dealing dealing with a crash on I-25 southbound, road closed from exit 257 to Eisenhower Boulevard. Still dealing with that and probably will be for the next couple of hours or so. A road closure, Colorado 14 from 10th Avenue to Centennial Highway. Out towards the north and east, I should say. I-76 Sterling to the Nebraska border. You see a whole lot of purple, and that means closures and a lot of delays out towards the north and east, and even another crash on the I-76 corridor as you're pushing into the I-25 corridor near Fort Morgan. Down towards the, towards I-76 westbound to exit 11 Brighton Road, we do have a crash down towards there, and that is impacting some driving time. 13 minutes westbound I-76 E470 towards Commerce City, 55 to 60 miles per hour, and down towards the south and east, southbound I-225, I-70 to I-25, 47 miles per hour, and about 15 minutes of driving time.
All right, speaking of those roads, let's take a live look at the Boulder Turnpike, Highway 36 near Superior. One of our crews is making the way up to Longmont. This is what they're seeing. It is certainly wet roads at this point. The temperature hovering right around and often below freezing. So you got to be very careful, suspicious, if you will, about what you think is wet and what might be ice. But not a lot of people, not a lot of customers out there. We'll be right back with more coverage on this snowy Wednesday right after this.
So we got people all over, folks in Steamboat Springs, where they're probably enjoying this, out in the plains, and people scattered here and around Denver and the metro area.
Yeah, and outside of the metro area, a little bit to the north and west, Cole Sullivan has been checking out some of those areas, and again joins us live from Lafayette. Cole?
And we want to show you some of these areas, Tom. If you'll walk with me, you can see the road out here. This is a main road. This looks pretty clear, right? No issues here. Cars coming through, no problem. Not really even any slush on the roads. Other places on our drive up here to Lafayette, we saw a lot of slush on the roads. This like side area right here is what a lot of the side streets look like. You can see just kind of snow on top of slush, just making it a little bit slippery out if you're driving around the roads. But not a lot of people are right now. Not a lot of people out driving here in Lafayette. A car or two every few minutes, and folks like at this coffee shop coming out trying to get the snow off of their front stoop there, doing a little shoveling to kind of keep everything open and running. but not a lot of customers today. Even with the snow day, not a lot of folks kind of trying this sidewalk action here that's a little slushy and snowy. People saying, you know what, I'm gonna make my coffee at home and stay there, at least for now. You never know, at some point the kids may start driving you crazy and everyone wants to get out of the house, and then these roads might get a little bit busier. The main roads, again, pretty good for that. Side streets, you'll need to be more careful on, at least for the next few hours as the snow continues to come down here. Guys?
Yeah, I want to take up for the kids here, though, because we had several references now to the kids starting to drive the parents crazy. Let's take the vice versa of that. Maybe the parents are starting to bug the kids a little bit in the house.
Does that ever happen?
You think of that, Cole?
That's true, and Tom, I will take that criticism. I think maybe I was speaking from how I treated my parents and definitely drove them crazy on snow days. Other kids maybe better behaved.
Yeah,
you're just the last one to bring it up. It's not. It wasn't your concept, and it's just. I think another reason people aren't out is people prepared to spend the day in.
Yeah, they did.
It was the milk, eggs, bread run at the supermarket. The panic set in.
Yeah. Exactly. And I mean, the beauty is a lot of people can work from home now. Yeah. I mean, you think back to the storm 30 years ago, Tom Green.
Yeah,
when we're talking that big one, you didn't have that choice. You couldn't work from home.
Ride to work on a burro. It's tough.
Sometimes. Put on the snowshoes, put on whatever. It was rough.
Like Steve Sager has been out irritating many youngsters at City Park, and he joins us again now with with the latest. Sorry about that, Steve. It's been a rough morning for you and the kids. That relationship appears to be shot.
Well, the kids are having fun. They just don't seem to be having much fun when I'm around. So, I apparently
they did well on the last run.
I suck all of the joy out of a snow day. All right, you guys seem like you're not going to cry if I interview you. So, what are your names?
My name's Oliver.
Oliver?
I'm Luke.
Oliver, Luke?
I'm Noah.
Noah?
Me and him are twins.
The whole crew. You guys are twins.
Yes.
Who's faster on the sled?
I don't know. I'm heavier.
Are you guys excited that you have a snow day?
Yes. Yes. Very excited.
Are you fearing that you might have to do remote learning?
No. On our second day we have to, so hopefully not. I mean, no, I'm kind of, but I'm guessing we're not going to be doing that.
I'm guessing you're not going to have to do that too. Okay, so you guys have been showing me how to go down the hill on a sled, so I think I'm going to give it a try. Whose sled is the fastest? This one? Okay. So is there like any it's been maybe about 25 years since I've done this. So is there any procedure that I need to follow to do this correctly?
Not really. You can either sit on it or you can just like run up and then hold on these handles and then go down. But you can choose.
Okay, I can choose. All right, I'm gonna probably take the safe way because the company insurance policy. All right, let me try a different one here that I'm not going to throw down the hill. The company insurance policy is pretty good, but I don't really want to test that today. Corky, would you mind holding on to this? All right, we're gonna. All right, here we go. Does somebody want to give me a push, or should I push myself? All right. Whoa! All right, and I've heard, and of course I get nowhere near it. But the nice part, look at everybody's absolutely annihilating me here.
Yeah.
You don't want to go that far. You don't want to go that far down this hill, because guys, these are rose bushes.
Yeah.
I've been told, and they are awfully prickly. So you don't want to do that. But there you go.
The dog beat you down
Apparently
the hill,
I can bring some joy.
Well,
I think I may need to eat a few fewer breakfast burritos before I try to go down a hill again.
No, wait a minute.
That thing just kind of sunk right in.
No, off the hook. The walk back up is the parent's problem.
That's the worst part. And usually you have to bring up the sled. Oh, look out! Look out!
Yeah, I know.
Incoming. Oh, don't get caught. Somebody's behind you. Whoop.
Come on. The trudge
That was
back
pretty
up
solid.
the hill.
Look at this sled, guys. Look at this. Look at how cool this sled is over here. I would definitely break that thing.
It seemed like the hardest part for you was the very difficult mount, the getting on the sled.
Getting going. That's the hardest part. Somebody give me a push.
All right, he's back.
I did it, guys. I did it.
All right.
Bravo!
Rocky Balboa gets back to the top of the hill. Great job, Steve. We enjoyed watching you sled. Thanks for taking us along for the ride. Good stuff.
That's awesome.
Anytime. Happy to help.
Kathy, you going to add a little snow to the slick hills out there for all the sledders?
I know it.
I just got to say, the fact the dog beat him down the hill was not the takeaway. He did not break the sled or take out any kids. So, because that whole thing was fraught with peril, if you know what I mean. And I thought he was going to have the little kid haul him back up the hill because that walk up looked like it was going to be too much for him. Okay. Having fun in the snow. This picture coming in from Ouray. Several feet of snow in southwestern Colorado. Look at this picture. Amazing. We have a lot of water coming in with this storm. National Weather Service is saying that this is very much like a spring storm because the snow to water ratio is about 1 to 10, meaning an inch of rain for 10 inches of snow. And as that low cruised east over southern Colorado, the flow around it is counterclockwise. So that easterly influence of the wind and northeast influence brought in that deeper upslope. But this storm went just a few miles further to the north, and that took some of the heavier snow bands to the north and east of Denver, but the upslope component there for much of the night. Now the winds coming in out of the north and northwest, but we're still seeing some decent snow banding from downtown Denver, where we have additional moderate snowfall, icy and snow-packed roadways, poor visibility, something else that we're talking about today, and a slow drive on I-70, but getting into the high country. It'll be so worth it when you get up there into that knee-deep powder, which will be amazing to play on. So moderate snow and wind will create major travel impacts for much of the day today, even though accumulation will be light on top of the 6 to 8 inches many of you have already reported to me. 26 degrees in Denver, the best that we could do so far. Wind chills in the single digits. Winds are starting to pick up, so wind chill will become more of a factor. Very icy and snowy in areas like Greeley and Fort Collins. DIA coming in with just under 8 inches of snow, 7 now in Aurora. Cherry Creek, Cherry Hills about 6, almost 7 in Elizabeth, and almost 6 inches in the Lakewood area. This trough moves into the Midwest, where it's going to become a big problem for travelers. Counterclockwise flow pulling in that warm Gulf moisture, and the severe weather threat increasing through the central plains, while on the backside of this system, the potential for wind and maybe some blowing snow across western sections of Nebraska and eastern Wyoming. Heavier snow bands moving into Denver, moving from north to south and slowly migrating out to the east. So even though you thought the storm was done by 6 o'clock this morning, still some snow to go, with a winter storm warning extended out through 5 o'clock, another 8 inches in eastern Colorado, another 2 to 5 in Denver and along the Front Range foothills. The winter weather advisory will cover the I-70 corridor, Vail Pass up to Steamboat Springs and Rabbit Ears Pass. Fast moving storm, warm storm. So we're seeing that the road treatments are working. Temperatures could get above freezing today and tomorrow, but only slightly. And here is kind of your hour by hour. By 3 o'clock, the snow has come to an end in Denver, still going out east in western Nebraska and Kansas. Clear skies tonight means lows tonight will be in the single digits and teens. We get a sunny day tomorrow. Let's kind of close in, and where the metro forecast does indicate that snow really tapering off rapidly from north to south. We get into those clear skies tonight, and we get a warmer day tomorrow. And so over the next few hours, temperatures are not going to move a whole lot, mid-20s to lower 30s. Lows tonight will be very cold for many areas, especially over the higher terrain. But we get you into Thursday with sunshine and 34, 30% chance of snow showers Friday. Beautiful weekend, late Sunday into Monday. Another system that we're watching. It doesn't look like we'll see much in the way of accumulating snow with either the Friday or the Sunday storm, but something to watch. Like a winter wonderland out there in beautiful Horsetooth Reservoir, and hopefully you feel like this little one. Yippee! It's a snow day.
All right, Kathy, thank you very much. We have a few developments in the roadways, I should say, as a few more crashes have developed over the past 30 minutes or so. Let's start out with the I-25 corridor southbound, exit 226 at 144th Ave. We have a crash there. Sticking with I-25 southbound, road closed from exit 257 to Eisenhower Boulevard. That crash once again on the I-25 southbound corridor. Pushing up just to the north and east, there is a road closure, Colorado 14 from 10th Ave to Centennial Highway. That's that's something that we're going to be dealing with over the next couple of hours. And we still are working through a crash on I-76 westbound, exit 11 from Brighton Road, and pushing, of course, into the city and into the Denver metro area. Speaking of westbound I-76 E470 through Commerce City, 55 to 60 miles per hour, anywhere between 10 to 13 minutes out towards the north and eastern portion of our viewing area. The southbound I-225, I-70 to I-25, 47 miles per hour, and anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes of driving time. But certainly things have improved over the past couple of hours, which is great news. I know earlier this morning we were dealing with crashes all over the metro region, and we're still dealing with slowdowns too on the I-70 eastbound corridor as you're pushing eastward out into the plains. We're only at around 30 miles per hour, and State Route 36 too, still dealing with some slowdowns there too. I-25 to I-225 through I-70, 5 to 10 minutes. I-70, I-225 to I-25, 5 to 10 minutes there, 56 miles per hour. So things are improving, and look for things to continue to improve as we head through the rest of this morning and into the afternoon hours, and things start to dry out pretty nicely.
Well, Kathy's back with us talking about this storm that continues to swirl mostly through northeastern Colorado, but it's still bringing snow to us here in the metro area as well.
It's a big storm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's covering about 6 states right now. Counterclockwise flow bringing those snow bands right back into the city. So if you thought you were done with the snow, you might be in for another 2 to 4 inches of accumulation by later this afternoon. The low was at the Four Corners area yesterday afternoon, tracking east over southern Colorado, but landed a few miles further north than anticipated. So we would be looking at double the snow totals had that low stayed on track and stayed in southeastern Colorado. But the upslope deep enough that we've seen almost 8 inches of snow at DIA, 9 to 10 on the eastern plains, and about 5, 6, 7 inches of snow across the greater metro area. And the snow still coming down. Visibility an issue, a winter wonderland out there. Roads are icy and snow-packed. And some of the newer totals coming in: Fort Collins, 6.5 inches, Parker with 6, Lakewood with 5. We have beautiful conditions as we look live over Fort Collins. The winds are starting to increase out of the north, but you notice travel okay on I-25, a little slower on I-70 as you might imagine, but we're not going to move much from the mid-20s that we have here across the urban corridor, and the winds will be increasing as well. So coming up in Maine weather, how much more snow can you expect? We'll talk about that. We get a nice break, and I'm tracking another storm and another round of snow. I'll have that in the extended forecast.
Okay, and when she says 6 states, there's a lot of folks dealing with this winter weather. It's a pretty picture if you're looking outside and you're inside. You don't have to go anywhere. But if you do head out the door and you need to know what's going on, don't forget to download our free 9 News app. You can stay up to date with the latest weather, traffic, and all the news because there's other things happening in this world today. It's all free to download in the Apple and Google Play stores.
You are looking live at sold-out Coors Field, where today the Rockies will take... No, that's not today. Today's not.
You take the party deck inside today.
Yeah, this is looking over the party deck, looking over the first base seats and on into Denver. And usually you can see Denver pretty well from there, but instead it's icicles and low clouds with some snow falling on downtown.
Feels very January-like, doesn't it? Let's take a live look in our backyard. We know you're looking in your yard too. So everybody's out in their yards or probably shoveling their walks right now and saying, this is what I got.
We should have some pets.
We need a dog or two,
yeah,
running around, enjoying it.
Of course, the mountains, they are always digging the snow. You can see a little bit of a backlog there as they probably, again, may have shut down the traffic on one side of the tunnel, but we'll keep an eye on the traffic for you. Greg Perez has got a look at that, and Kathy, of course, is following the weather. You can definitely see that the snow is still flying up there at the tunnel, Kath.
That's right. It's a big storm and it's not done with us yet. As a matter of fact, January, one of our drier months, this is turning out to be one of our snowier months with this storm system, which is already breaking records in terms of daily snowfall totals across northeastern Colorado. And it's still going. It's a fast moving storm. It's not an overly cold storm and the water content is high, typical of what you might see in March. So you have 1 inch of rain would equal 10 inches of snow in a storm like this. That's pulling in that warm Gulf moisture. It's colliding with cold air from the north. Counterclockwise flow is bringing those bands right back into the Front Range, where an additional 2 to 4 inches of snow is possible between now and 3 o'clock when the storm winds down. Heavier amounts out to the east and into western Nebraska and Kansas, where we're dealing with some areas of fog, reduced visibility, and roads and sidewalks that are icy and snowpacked. But it is a beautiful scene if you don't have to be out in it today. And it's kind of a fun storm to be out in. This actually might be a good snowman or snowwoman making type of snow because it's dense and it's condensing. It's pretty easy to stick together. Lakewood, almost 6 inches of snow, about 7 in Elizabeth, Denver, 5.5, Aurora now 7, Julesburg, 8.5 inches of snow, and DIA just under 8. Again, these numbers coming in at 7 a.m. So we'll continue to update those totals and have those for you on 9news.com. Call ahead, you guys, as you're traveling, as you can see into I-70. You guys can imagine with temperatures in the 20s, some of that ice is going to stay on the ground. Watching now, the winds are really starting to increase out at DIA, out of the north and northwest to 25 and 30 miles per hour. So that winter storm warning will continue until 5 o'clock. Heavier snow out to the east, and then we'll start to see that snow wind down as early as 1:30, 2 o'clock this afternoon, leading us into a clear and very cold night, but then a sunny and warmer day tomorrow. We'll get to about freezing today, a similar high forecast for tomorrow, but with this snow, the travel impacts will be great across the state. Planning forecast will show you a sunny day, but a cool day Thursday. A few snow showers in the foothills Friday. I wouldn't worry too much about that. The one we're watching is Sunday into Monday, and that might bring some additional light accumulation to us as we start next week.
Yeah, you said call ahead. That's obviously something you want to do in this type of weather. I'm not even flying today, but I called my airline.
That's a great idea.
They were glad to hear from you because they have nothing going on out at DIA either.
It's called 1-800-BRANIF.
Yeah.
Hey, Luis De Leon is over on West Wash Park, and he's been checking out the roads as far as Denver is concerned. You know, actually, there are many January 18th where a lot of people would be out enjoying Wash Park today, where it'd be 60 degrees or beautiful.
Yeah.
This is one of them, Luis.
Well, Tom, Kim, we heard Kathy talking about the winds picking up. They certainly have been quite a bit, but they always say, and what we were saying at around 10 a.m., give the people what they want, right? A reporter getting hit in the face with some snow who for some reason doesn't wear a hat, only decides to wear earmuffs, huh? But really what the people in these neighborhoods want are the roads to be plowed, of course, in the residential side streets. We have seen a couple of snow plows from the Department of Transportation Infrastructure under the city of Denver. A spokesperson says they've been out since around 6 p.m. last night. A second residential truck shift started at around 3 a.m. this morning. Hard to say whether that particular shift concluded or continued as this day has rolled on so far. And then they're asking their 3 p.m. drivers to be ready to come back later today if needed. No word yet if that's going to happen or not, but we will keep you updated for sure. Just remember to plow your sidewalks, or well, shovel your sidewalks rather, because you might get a citation, and also it's courteous to your neighbors.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Do the right thing.
Thanks, Luis, for giving people what they want.
Yeah.
As always. And the earmuffs are pretty good. We'll give you that. At least he's covering the ears.
It works.
That's where the heat escapes, too.
Off to Brighton now. That's where Katie Eastman has been spending her Wednesday. She's been watching some of the workers get ready to go out there and get after it. And it looks like you're taking a break now, Katie.
Yeah, you know, John Antuna here, he told me you take advantage of those breaks when you can, so you don't, because you don't get them that often, right?
No,
so we're just sitting here waiting for the next time that you're about to head out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we were just talking about this snow. I heard Kathy say it might be good snowman making snow. Here in Brighton, not so sure, because, okay, look at this. I'm trying to pack it. Mm-hmm. Not so great, right?
Nope.
Like your kid's not making a snowman today.
No, they have to look at it.
What is happening, you said, is it's being packed down.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about that and how that impacts you as a plow driver.
Oh, for sure. What's tough, it's when it's not driven on all kinds. It's really easy to move because it's light. But unfortunately, with the traffic, because people do have to go on about their everyday lives, it gets driven on and it gets packed down.
and that makes it tougher for you when it's all packed down.
For sure.
We saw that on 85 as we were driving here, so it's kind of just like all packed down, so it's still slippery. You still have to go really slow. Yeah. John, let's walk over to your plow truck because I want to show everyone the name of your plow truck. It's pretty special. Out here in Brighton, they do something pretty fun where all of the elementary school kids name the plow trucks. What's your plow truck's name?
Plowsaurus Rex.
Tell me about this guy.
Really big dinosaur of a plow. No, no, it's a great name, great machine. Plowsaurus Rex has sharp teeth, cuts through the snow really well, makes a mess.
So you've got Plowsaurus Rex, we've got Plowzilla over there, Snow Queen next to it. The rest of the guys are all out on the roads. Tell me what those roads are like.
They are very slick. Earlier this morning, driving in, I did even see some four-wheel vehicles having issues. So for sure, they are very bad.
It kind of feels like when you stand out here for 5 minutes, it's not too bad, but it's like over time, this storm is just slowly building. And as time goes by, those roads just aren't getting any better, so you have to keep staying out there and staying on top of it.
Yeah, we have to fight the storm, essentially. It's not the storm fighting us, we got to fight the storm.
Yeah, that makes sense. And you're about to head out right after this live shot, so John's gonna get back to work. That break does not last for very long around here. These guys are working around the clock shifts. Some of them have even slept here last night.
Ooh, yeah.
Well, we appreciate John and all of his fellow plow drivers.
Yep.
We appreciate Rex as well.
Yes, we do. We appreciate Rex and all the plows. You know, when you get a good storm and you see the snow plow, it's like, yes, hello, thank you. So we appreciate them. Tell them that, Katie, because it's like all we want is to get the roads clear.
Yeah. Give them room.
Give them room.
Let them work.
And speaking of traffic, we want to talk about what's going on. You know, it hasn't been too bad because most people did take the warning, stay home, no school, do your work from home if you can, right, Greg?
Yeah, and things have been improving. I know earlier it was a mess, as per usual on snowy days like today. And I don't mean to steal Kathy's job, but the snow is still piling up, which means slick and snow-packed roads. And that makes for westbound 70 closed at the tunnel. So that, of course, as you're pushing westbound into the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnel. I'm bringing it a little bit closer to home here in the Denver metro region. Downtown to DTC, 15 to 20 minutes of driving time, up to 60 miles per hour, DTC to downtown. Pretty similar situation there, 15 to 20 minutes, around 56 miles per hour. E472, I-70, 10 to 15 minutes. Things not looking too bad the other way around, I-70 to E470, 10 to 15 minutes, and upwards of 60 miles per hour. But we do have a few more crashes to update you about. A crash at I-25 southbound, exit 226 at 144th Ave. Of course, that's pushing into the Denver metro area. I-25 southbound, again, road closed from exit 257 to Eisenhower Boulevard. You see it all the way backed up, pushing up towards the northern portion of the state. We also have a road closure on Colorado 14 from 10th Avenue to Centennial Highway. That's what we've been dealing with over the past couple of hours, and we are going to be continuing to deal with this probably for the next couple of hours into the afternoon and evening. Up towards the north and east, it is an absolute mess as you're getting into the Nebraska border. I-76 Sterling to the Nebraska border, US 6 from I-76 to the border, all shut down. You see a lot of colors here, a lot of those cones, and of course the purple showing those closed roadways. Speaking of closed roadways and crashes, I-76 westbound, exit 11 Brighton Road, and that makes for 60 miles per hour and 10 to 15 minutes of driving time. And down towards the south and east, southbound I-225, I-70 to I-25, 10 to 15 minutes and 47 miles per hour driving time.
Yeah, unless you're filling out insurance forms, all in all, not too bad.
No, not too bad. Yeah, if you're stuck in it and you're a part of that, you're not having a good time. Our Corey Ruppenhagen loves covering the weather. He really does.
The worse it is, the more he likes it.
Yeah. Otherwise, you know, you get bored. You get a little restless, don't you, Corey? So we know you're out in Sterling where they're seeing a lot of this storm.
Yeah, you know, we've still got light snow and strong winds here in Sterling. I-76 still closed here. And this has really kind of been a deceptively big storm here for the Eastern Plains. And I say deceptively because the snow totals are big, but they've been gradual to build and they haven't hit everyone equally. But we're up to 8 to 12 inches of snow out here now. 8 in Ray, 10 in Julesburg on the Colorado side, and then on the Nebraska side, we're up over 12 inches, so a foot of snow. That's why I-76 remains closed out here. But now, so on paper, this will be a big storm, and for a lot of areas that do have those big totals, it'll be the biggest January snowstorm that we've had out here on the Eastern Plains since 1990, because that 92 storm that hit the metro wasn't very impressive out here. And guys, one thing to also mention, this snow has not been melting, and it will not melt from this point on, because here in this, like for Sterling example, the high temperature is expected to be at or below freezing for about the next 10 days. So this snow and all the snow that's been collecting since December and whatever we might get in the next 10 days is all just going to stay here until we finally get some melting later on.
Maybe April.
Yeah, that would be good to have it gone by then. Let's hope. Let's hope.
All right. Thank you, Corey. We know it's been a long night for him, and keeping us abreast of everything for all of our friends out east, northeast as well. Here's another look at the Denver weather, and we've got, it's kind of a cruddy day out there, but a lot of you are inside and you're wondering what's happening. We're going to keep you posted. We'll be right back.
Lafayette Bureau Chief Cole Sullivan has been there this morning, keeping an eye on everything, making sure everything is the way he likes it. How's it going out there, Cole?
Well, I've got some concerns, Tom. I'm going to tell you that. We were down on Main Street earlier and the roads were clear, but there weren't that many people out. And this might be why. Look at some of these residential streets. We went into a neighborhood not far away near the Autumn Ash Park, and you can see these roads, they've got snow on top. See, like a couple inches of snow, maybe even 6 inches of snow on top of just ice on the bottom here. And it's just getting more and more packed down as the cars go by. You can see there are some tire tracks here where it's been packed down. And on some of these smaller side streets, there haven't even been that many cars to go by to pack them down yet. But not a clear indication that some of these residential areas have been plowed, at least not here in Lafayette, at least not today, or at least not recently, because the snow eased up a little bit now, but otherwise continuing to fall all morning that we've been out here. So we were wondering, Tom, why people weren't downtown. This might be the answer. They're not taking on the potential danger of the roads out in front of their houses, and maybe that's why they haven't been going to get coffee or go to that gym that we were talking about a little bit earlier this morning.
You got to get out of the neighborhood to get where you want to be. But hey, you are relatively new to this area, so you got to check out a new part of the state, and it's a great area.
It's a great area. It's lovely. The people have been lovely here. We're here. We tried to come by because we heard this was a good sledding hill, and we saw Steve Stager having so much fun sledding. Nobody's out here right now.
No one?
It's just us. Nobody.
You should have brought your
There was
sled.
one person earlier, but we scared him off. We
Cool.
should have.
The
That's
Lafayette Bureau
definitely true.
Chief normally would have a sled hand.
Yes, he would, but next time.
Next time. Thank you, Paul. Keep an eye on things there. Kathy's keeping an eye on everything, whether it's the metro area or the entire state. A lot of weather to talk about. And boy, behind you there, that picture from your Ray tells a story.
Isn't that amazing? And last night at 5 o'clock, you guys, I showed you the 4 model run predictions and my own. I put in a 9-inch forecast for DIA. DIA just reporting 8.6 inches of snow and still coming down. And this forecast verifying further east where we'll see well over a foot of snow. And in your favorite ski resorts, well, this is going to be amazing. The low pressure, which was over the Four Corners area, was tracking east over southern Colorado, producing that deep east to northeast upslope flow. But then the storm went a few miles further to the north, and by doing so took the track of the heavier storm north and east. Although it's a slow-moving storm that continues to produce moderate snow this hour, we're adding very slowly to all of the totals coming in across the city. And your snow reports are helping us so much, so thank you for that. Fort Collins, 6.5 inches of snow. Downtown Denver, the road's in decent shape considering 5 to 7 inches of snow has fallen and more coming down with reduced visibility and some areas of fog, not only across the eastern plains, but up over the Continental Divide. So we do continue with the major travel impacts across the state, even though the system is starting to lift north and east away from us. Temperatures this afternoon won't get really above freezing across much of eastern Colorado. And with gusty winds now out of the northwest, we're looking at wind chill values about 10 degrees out there. So certainly cold on exposed skin. A winter wonderland across Greeley. Some of the totals coming in now. 8.5 in Julesburg, almost 9 at DIA. Elizabeth with just about 7. The same in Parker, Highlands Ranch, Lakewood. Really just a good storm, a lot of water. As it tracks north and east, it's going to become a problem for our neighbors to the east. It's pulling up warm Gulf moisture, so the severe weather threat is growing from St. Louis to Dallas and Houston. Wind and snow coming back through Rapid City and right into Denver. Like spokes on a wheel, these bands of snow pushing westward right back across the Front Range. And so snowfall rates of a ½ inch to 1 inch an hour are not unheard of across Denver and out toward the eastern plains between now and about 2 o'clock when the storm winds down. So National Weather Service extending out that winter storm warning through 5 o'clock tonight, including Denver. And there will be advisories for travel on I-70 across Vail Pass and up around Steamboat Springs. Fast moving warm system. Snow to rain ratio is about 1 to 10, so a lot of water in this system, at least for eastern Colorado. And today and tomorrow, temperatures are forecast to hover right around freezing. We'll monitor as the drier flow aloft cuts off the snow by early afternoon. Heavier amounts will shift into areas like Julesburg, Holyoke, Ogallala, and North Platte. We get a clear night tonight and a sunny day tomorrow. Again, by 2, 3 o'clock, we really expect to see the snow really wind down, and then the numbers are really going to fall tonight. Lower teens and upper single digits. So we'll call for the temperatures to hover in the upper 20s and lower 30s with the snow winding down. Lows tonight will be very cold, so roads will be icy and snowpacked, but we get a sunny day tomorrow with mid-30s, 30% chance of snow showers Friday. Wouldn't worry too much about that for travel. Beautiful Saturday and another storm late Sunday into Monday. But as Corey mentioned earlier, temperatures are hovering around freezing or slightly below. It's going to be hard to melt off some of this beautiful snow that is still falling with our live on Horsetooth Reservoir camera.
Thanks, Kathy. We want to get back to our Stevie on TV.
Yeah, Steve Stager, now known as the King of the Hill at City Park, after taking over the sledding hill and basically making it his own. He's joining us now with more from there. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Tom. Yeah, I'm actually directing things on the sledding hill right now. I'm here with Evan, by the way. Evan, your kids are here. Yes. Evan mentioned to me earlier, he said, you know, growing up in Longmont, I never got to be on TV when I was sledding because the news never went that far.
Yeah, you know, you'd see 9 News, see the kids sledding on snow days like this, and I'd be sledding all day, but never get on the news. So now I can do it with my 2 kids.
I kind of love that.
Yeah.
I love that you get to experience this. So Evan's going to help me. We've got everybody lined up here. Are you guys ready? Yeah! All right, we're going to do a little race here. Evan, come on over here. I'm going to count down. I'm going to count to 3. Are you guys ready? Yeah! Just keep checking to make sure they're ready. All right, I'm going to count to 3. You guys go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Here goes everybody. All right, so the skis are a good idea. Whoa! And we almost all got plowed over. How about that? Are you guys all having fun? Yeah! Do you want to go to school tomorrow? Yeah! Parents, do you want the kids to go to school tomorrow?
Yes!
All right, so the consensus here at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science, no school tomorrow from the kiddos. A few voices who say, maybe, yeah, like school would be cool tomorrow. Like, we should get them back to school.
Okay, let's get that.
Got some eager TV wannabes around you, too.
Some eager TV wannabes. And Steve, I'm impressed that you got out of the way because some of us have been caught in that moment at the bottom of the hill. Well, and it's not fun.
He's got good moves. He's got good moves here because you're on skis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you were coming right at me.
Yeah.
And you just swerved right out of the way.
Yeah.
How'd you get so good at that?
I did it.
You did it. You did it. You've been practicing.
No.
You don't even have a jacket on.
Indeed, I don't.
Indeed, you don't.
Indeed.
Why is that?
I don't feel like it.
You like it? All right. He likes it. So there you go. Indeed, he doesn't have a coat on.
Steve, do you happen to know, because I forget, it's been a while for me, how much is a lift ticket at City Park these days?
Yeah, you know, I hear with inflation, it just keeps going up and up and up. So we got to check in with the city.
I wonder if Epic or Icon includes City Park.
That would be the Epic Pass, and City Park. And the chance to be on TV.
Does it Ruby Hill and Wash Park too, or are those on a different pass? Then you got to get multiple, and it all becomes a big pain.
Has to be.
Steve, thanks to all your helpers, and thanks to you for giving us the latest from out at City Park, where it's been a fun morning.
Steve's getting a dose of what his wife experiences every day. She's a teacher, and he's surrounding himself with kids.
Well, that is going to wrap up this part of our coverage, but because it's almost noon, we're actually going to do 9 News at noon next.
Why not? Snow is starting to lighten up around the Denver metro area in places. We're also seeing the wind kick up in other places, and it's the bands of snow, Tom.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's lightening up right there right now as far as downtown. That is socked in, but the snow has been falling now for some 18 hours. So this is part of the story. This is a time lapse when it started last night. As we've been talking about, it is continuing and even showing a bit of a resurgence through the morning hours today. Of course, we're continuing to follow the storm for you throughout the afternoon here at 9 News.
And the plows are out. They're on the highways, and we're looking for them on the side streets as well for people trying to get out and about in their neighborhood and making it a little safer, hopefully better than last time around in late December. Luis De Leon is hanging out on the side streets, waiting for those plows, looking for them, keeping his eye open.
We've been searching a lot this morning as we approach noon now here. We have seen at least one plow taking on the side streets here, but a spokesperson for the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure says they might be back out at around 3 p.m. We're out here on the sidewalks right now in West Wash Park. We're actually kitty corner from the Whole Foods grocery store. And the reason I bring that up is because the sidewalks is the other story to this, really. I just finished up speaking with a gentleman who uses a wheelchair to get around, who tells me that he thinks his neighbors do a pretty good job at clearing the sidewalks for those that need it, like him, that need to be able to go over to the Whole Foods there. Now, you should be seeing a video on your screen here in just a second for the caution, really, for drivers to be taking. This is what happens when you take a corner too fast, for example, with that BMW nearly hitting a bumped car there, as you see, as they took the corner and started to slide around there. Then eventually you will see a video of the one plow actually on the side streets from the city's Department of Transportation and Infrastructure. And those residential plows on the side streets have been out since 6 p.m. last night, according to that spokesperson. They asked, like I mentioned before, their 3 p.m. drivers to be ready to come back if needed. The city will also be clearing out the protected bike lanes as well. It's the property owner's responsibility. We cannot stress it enough to please be kind to your neighbors. You have 24 hours to clear the sidewalks adjacent to your home if you are indeed a homeowner, and then the businesses have 4 hours, Tom and Kim. The snow is still coming down.
Yeah, it's picking up even.
I know. Picking up in the time that we've talked to you, you're squinting. The snow is right there in your eyes.
You could mistake it for the sun, for sure, by the way that I'm squinting so much. But, yep, the snow's coming down a lot, so get the reflective vest out if you go out. So.
All right, you keep counting those plows. We saw one. There we go.
So I want to, if I can interrupt for a second, take a look at Denver's plow tracker.
Do you want to?
Yeah,
sure.
there they are.
There they are.
So
you can go online and find it for yourself.
Yeah, this is, you can check in on how clearing the roads are going. There are some that are blue and some that are orange, and then they just disappear, just like that, and then they're back. So they're magical Denver plows. So if you see one, it's like a unicorn. Take a picture.
Take a picture.
Yeah.
And seeing that one car on the road where you take a turn too quickly, that's why you want to hopefully get a plow.
The blue ones are harder to find than the orange ones.
Yeah. So let's take a look from the boss's office this afternoon. That's where the boss sits. Out, well, not up there, outside.
Apparently he's not here
but
to
near
wipe
the
his
window.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way, okay? With normally just a spectacular view of Spear Boulevard and all the pretty trees out there. But now there's a lot of snow on that view.
Be nice for the boss to wipe the lens. Kathy Sabin is with us now. I know you're angry with the boss about that. Why don't you just vent? Just let it out.
Back to you.
You're going to stay.
How much more snow are we going to see? Because it is seemingly picking up in the metro area now.
You could see another 2 to 4 inches. So for those people that woke up a little skeptical because maybe they didn't see as much snow on the ground as they expected, the storm isn't over with yet. And if you go to the plow tracker map and if you connect the dots, it makes a really neat picture that changes every time you do it. Try that. Yes. So let's go outside because the snow is picking up, as Tom mentioned. We have reduced visibility around the area, some areas of fog. Roads are in decent shape. The crews got out there and put down the chemicals, and they've been plowing and doing just great. Last night at 5 o'clock, I showed you the 4 model runs for the prediction for the storm and my prediction. And it's interesting because the modeling did pretty well with a system that has brought 8.6 inches of snow to DIA, about 5.5 to 6 downtown, 8.5 in Julesburg. We're starting to see some 9 and 10 inch totals coming in out where our Corey Reppenhagen is reporting to us northeast of here. And that's really where the storm is picking up steam. It's lifting north, heavier snow bands backing into the metro area. We'll continue to see bands of moderate snow between now and about 1:30 or so. Roads are icy and snow-packed. It's a beautiful winter wonderland, a snow day for many. And if you don't need to travel and you can just work from home and enjoy enjoy it, best to do that. Although if you're going up to go skiing and snowboarding, you are going to encounter some amazing conditions once you get there. Mid-20s in the city right now. We're not going to warm a whole lot over that. And we're also watching the wind, you guys, really starting to pick up out of the northwest. Look at DIA there at 35 miles per hour. So then wind chill becomes a factor, and roads that are wet will become icy a bit later. So how much more to expect today? We're going to talk about that coming up. And then there's another storm lined up out there.
Whew, we'd like a break.
Yeah, but there was no real rush hour today. There certainly was a mess out there for those who were trying to drive. Greg Perez with us now, taking a look at how traffic has been and is right now.
Yeah, things are slowly but surely improving, Tom, and we're expecting them to continue to improve even with the next 2 to 4 inches of snowfall possible. The snow is still piling up. I-25 closed at Highway 34 in Larimer County. That's all because of a jackknife semi-truck. Westbound 70 has been reopened, though, at the tunnels. The travel times right now, starting out towards the west and going clockwise around parts of the Denver metro region. We do have a crash on I-70 westbound, exit 25 at Grapevine Road. Pushing up towards the north, I-25 southbound crash at exit 226 at 144th Avenue. Even further north than that, I-25 southbound road closed from exit 257 to Eisenhower Boulevard. Pushing out towards the north and east, where we have a closure on CO 14 or Colorado 14 from 10th Avenue to Centennial Highway, and a whole lot of closures as you're getting out towards the Nebraska border. I-76 Sterling to the Nebraska border, and US 6 from I-76 to the border.
Okay, we want to check in with our friend Cole Sullivan, who's up in Lafayette, meeting all kinds of new people and kind of looking at some of the slush and where the snow is picking up, and areas where, I guess, neighborhoods, they haven't really seen much of any kind of clearing of the snow.
Yeah, Kim, it's a tale of two roads. About 20 minutes ago, we were in a residential area where there was some hard-packed ice slush with snow on top of it. But take a look at some of the main roads here in Lafayette. This is US 287, and you can see more cars than we've seen all day out on some of these roads out there right now at the red light. Slushy at the intersection, but otherwise pretty clear on this road at least. Plows, we saw a couple of them hitting some of these business areas where there may be more cars, eventually theoretically making their way into those residential areas where people are still at home enjoying the snow day, maybe a nice cup of hot cocoa, waiting for the plow to come by so that it's safe for them to get out onto the roads and get to where they want to go, or get to pick up those eggs and milk that they maybe forgot yesterday. Look at this car just coming through, maybe faster than we should be on these roads here. Wet, slushy in the intersections, but otherwise clear roads we've seen on some of the main roads today. Some of those residential streets, that's a different story. Tom and Kim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it scares me a little bit when people drive like that around me, but that's I'm always like, something's going to be coming around the corner.
Might not be worth a ticket, but a finger wag.
Yeah, a wag.
Yeah,
a good wag.
A total finger wag for that kind of behavior. Thank you, Cole. Also, we want to check in on Denver's International Airport. Of course, the more snow seemed to fall in that part of town overnight, so the DIA crews are doing what they always do. The de-icing crews hitting the planes, and of course, all the plows trying to keep the runways and taxiways clear as possible, getting as many flights in and out. But as we check in with FlightAware, there have been 134 delays involving DIA today. More than 260 flights were canceled, though. So just personally, as my advice to you, you might, if you have a flight today, want to check with your airline.
You think?
It may not have occurred to you, but from me to you.
Yeah. I think we've been on top of the misery map nationwide over the last couple of months. So, okay. We have been getting some great pictures, though. Some beautiful pictures of snow in your area. We'd like to see more. You can send them to us at 303-871-1491.
As we continue to watch the storm for you, as we trend now into the afternoon, right after the break, we'll catch up with some of the people making the most of a snow day. Somebody somewhere might have mentioned to you that this is the largest January snowstorm in 30-odd years here. January 7th and January 8th of 1992, Denver saw more than 14 inches of snow. Haven't seen anything like it until today. So that, of course, at the old Stapleton Airport, left plenty of cars and maybe a plane or two just canceled. Not happening. Denver's most intense January storm dates back to 1883, 16 inches of snow. And you may remember, if you were there, that Colorado was only 7 years old.
That's right. You were doing the math on that.
Math doer.
How about that? Well, you know, time we have a snow like that, we got to have some fun too. And our Steve Steger is decided, instead of focusing on the negative, let's focus on the positive. Let's focus on the fun.
I've lost my IFB, so I can't actually hear you guys right now. Are you chatting with me? All right. So I can't hear anything, but we're gonna give this a shot anyway. Why not? Because we've been having fun all day. Hi guys.
Hey, what's up, man? How you
You
doing?
all came. What's your name?
My name's Kabir.
Kabir?
Yes, sir.
You got a Lakers hat on. Are you from LA?
No, I'm from Florida, man. I'm a big LeBron fan.
He's from Florida. What's this like for you?
This is cold, but super nice though. Definitely way different than sand and beaches out here.
This is a different kind of powder.
Yeah, definitely different.
Yeah.
Way different.
So what have you been up to today?
Oh man, just coming out here, soaking up some snow, man, and just trying to have some fun.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you gone down the hill yet?
Yeah, I did it one time already.
One time?
Yeah, I think one and done is good for me.
Okay, one and done. How about you?
Like 3 times.
How many times?
3 times.
3 times? What was the best time? Last time?
No.
You want to keep going?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. You look really warm, by the way.
I'm freezing.
Are you from Florida too?
Yeah.
Oh no. What? So, like the snow thing? Would you come back, or is this enough for now?
If I was wearing jeans, yes.
I'm wearing jeans, and I've been sledding in jeans. You guys look more prepared. You've got the goggles on.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feeling pretty good. What are your names?
Zora.
Zora.
Theo.
Theo.
Yuzo.
Yuzo. Awesome. You getting a couple of runs in here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, hitting the jump. Yeah.
The jump. Should we try the jump?
You should. It's fun.
All right, we're gonna try the jump. I'm getting the wrap, so I'm gonna give the jump a try. Corky, can you follow me? I'm gonna try one of these sleds, and I think I have my other mic on. So we'll see if this is gonna work. This one, okay.
Put it on here.
Put it on here. All right, fire up the 9 News insurance policy, guys. Here we go. I'm ready. Go ahead.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, this has got some mileage on it, guys.
Man.
Look at that. And of course, I go in jeans too, so I sled in jeans. So, guys, back to you.
I know.
Yeah.
I love the honesty.
Que
of the
sera,
one girl.
whatever will be, will be.
Exactly.
I love
Yes.
the girl that says, "No, I'm freezing. I'm freezing."
Steve, you and everyone enjoy the rest of the snow day out there at City Park. Great to see. Thanks.
And more snow for all the kids and our big kids. Steve Steger out there to sled on this afternoon. The snow machine is still on. Winter storm warning continues. How much more snow to expect? That forecast minutes away. Welcome back. Our powerful spring-like storm in January continues to drop heavy snow across the state. These pictures coming in from Ouray and our southern mountains, where we'll be measuring the snow in feet when all is said and done. Roads icy and snow-packed as snow continues across the Front Range. North and east of Denver, we're seeing 6 to 12 inches of snow. Downtown in the 5 to 7 inch range. DIA coming in at 8.6 inches. And up in the high country, about 5 to 10 inches of snow for skiers and snowboarders, with difficult travel getting up there today. Moderate snow will continue for a few more hours, creating travel impacts across the state. Temperatures will not rise above the currents, which are in the mid-20s. I think if we get to 30 or 32, we might be lucky. As the winds increase out of the northwest, the wind chill becomes a factor for us as well. It's like a snow globe out there. Snow on the ground, snow falling from the sky. 8.6 at DIA, 8.5 in Julesburg, some 9-inch totals coming in across the far eastern plains. Douglas and Elbert County in the 6 to 7 inch range of snow. Lakewood, Broomfield, Erie, 5-6 inches of snow. This powerful but fast moving storm is lifting northeast. It's going to become a problem for our neighbors to the east. It's pulling into some warm Gulf moisture, and the severe weather threat is growing from St. Louis to Houston. On the backside of it, waves of moisture coming back into the Front Range. Some moderate snow bands producing snowfall rates of about a half an inch an hour are likely, and this may continue for another 2 hours before these bands shift further to the east. Therefore, the winter storm warning has been extended out to 5 o'clock for additional heavier accumulation out around Sterling and Julesburg, and lighter accumulation from Broomfield to Denver into Parker. As this system lifts into the Midwest, high pressure will set up. We still have several hours of snow to go, but by 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, we start to see drier air working in, heavier snow bands shifting to the east into Nebraska and Kansas. We get a clear night, a cold night, and then a mostly sunny day tomorrow. Along the Front Range, the snow will start to taper off from north to south after about 1:30, 2 o'clock. Again, a cold night coming up with lighter winds. The winds this hour have really been increasing out of the northwest, creating some areas of blowing snow on the eastern plains. Mid-20s to lower 30s today and probably again tomorrow. Low temperatures tonight, single digits and teens, but we get you into tomorrow afternoon with sunshine in mid-30s. Late in the day, a few foothill flurries, nothing to worry about Friday. Beautiful Saturday, next system Sunday into Monday, maybe an inch of accumulation, but a chilly extended forecast right into Wednesday of next week. A beautiful winter wonderland in January, and hopefully you feel like this little one. Yippee! Hopefully it was a snow day for you. We'll be back.
Okay, we have crews tracking this storm from the eastern plains to the high country. Depending on where you are, you love the snow.
Yeah, we also have them from the high country to the eastern plains. Either way, works. But the further north you go, the more snow you've seen today. Our Katie Eastman wanted to see more snow, so she's gone up to Brighton, and she's telling us about these plows with personality.
That's very true, Tom and Kim. We are slowly but surely seeing more and more snow pile up here in Brighton. We're just outside the Public Works Department. I'm going to show you just walking through some of this snow. Now, some of this has been blown up here, but blown over by the wind because this wind is pretty strong here in Brighton. We just keep getting these gusts, and it's tough to stand out here for a while because you really feel it on your face. But yeah, we're seeing more snow here than we are in Denver. I'm going to bring it over here to Bob Younger. He's in charge of this whole operation at the Public Works Department. Tell me what you're seeing here this afternoon with this storm.
Definitely more increased winds and the wind gusts that you've mentioned, and which is creating our drifting on our outside parts of town now. You know, some of the stuff inside town is still kind of holding its own, but we are experiencing some drifting, so we'll kind of shift our operation a little bit and pull some of the trucks from in town to out of town to help the drifting. You know, and I say pull some of the trucks. We only have 6, so you know, we're out there with everything we have. But
yeah, you guys even just had an ambulance get stuck. You had to help get that ambulance unstuck.
Yes, like most municipalities, I think that's part of our duties. You know, if any fire or emergency vehicles need to get around town, they give us a call. We dispatch our truck that's closest in that area and take care of them first. You know, I mean, that's very important to keep our emergency services moving around town.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I want to tell you guys real quick about those plows with personality. We've got the big Snowbowski over here and the Sleet Defeater over there. Some elementary school kids named these plows. So it adds a little bit of fun while they're doing some tough work out here today.
Yeah.
Great fun. Great
and they're
names.
coming your way. Beep, beep, beep. Okay.
Go get them, Brighton. All right, Katie, thanks very much. We'll be right back.
The winter storm warning continues until 5, 8.6 inches at DIA and counting, about 6 downtown. We get a break this afternoon, a clear and cold night, and then we're into sunshine tomorrow in mid-30s. Tracking a weak system for Friday. Your Saturday looks good, and maybe something else on the radar for late Sunday afternoon.
I've been asking you to send in your snow pictures all day today, and you've been great. Kim has been telling you to send them in. Kind of more of a stern tone.
Look at that deer.
I was going to say, is that a deer?
Oh, dear.
It's pretty good, Kathy.
Thank you. Thanks, Greg. That's Greg Perez.
We appreciate you sending them in. Keep sending them. Keep sending them.
Look at the squirrel.
We got squirrels.
Squirrel.
We got nothing to do but watch them all day. Bring them.
It's fun.
We'll see you coming up
There's
for more
a
at 4 o'clock.
There's a human.
News.
Oh, yes.